Camp by Robert Louis Stevenson. The bed was made, the room was fit, by punctual eve the stars were lit, the air was still, the water ran, no need was wherefore maid or man, and we put up, my ass and I, at God green caravanserai. A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. For the long nights you lay awake, and watcheth for my unworthy sake, for your most comfortable hand that led me through the uneven land, for all the story books you read, for all the pains you comforted, for all you pitied, all you bore, and sad and happy days of yore, my second mother, my first wife, the angel of my infant life, for the sick child, now well and old, take nurse the little book you hold, and grant at heaven that all who read may find his dear nurse at hand, every child who lists my rhyme in the bright fireside nursery clime may hear it in as kind a voice as made my childish days rejoice. A Good Boy by Robert Louis Stevenson. I woke before the morning, I was happy all the day. I never said an ugly word, but smiled and stuck to play. And now at last the sun is going down behind the wood, and I am very happy, for I know that I've been good. The bed is waiting cool and fresh, with linen smooth and fair, and I must be off to sleep and by, and not forget my prayer. I know that till tomorrow I shall see the sun arise, no ugly dream shall fright my mind, no ugly sight my eyes. Let slumber hold me tightly till I waken in the dawn, and hear the thrushes singing in the lilacs around the lawn. A Good Play by Robert Louis Stevenson. We built a ship upon the stairs, all made of the back bedroom chairs, and fitted full of soft pillows to go a-sailing on the billows. We took a saw and several nails, and water in the nursery pails, and Tom said, "Let us also take an apple and a slice of cake," which was enough for Tom and me to go a-sailing on till tea. We sailed along for days and days, at the very best of play, but Tom fell out and hurt his knee, so there was no one left but me. A Mill and a Bittock by Robert Louis Stevenson. A mill and a bittock a mile or two, a burn the burn around the law, Davy and Donald and Shirley and the moon was shining clearly. And went ham with the other, and then the other went ham with the other went man, and Beffy was returned from the service again, and the moon was shining clearly. The clocks were clapping in the house now, 11, 12, and Antwer, and the guidman's face was turned to the bar, and the moon was shining clearly. It winked up for half the sea, it blew the stars as clear as could be, it blew in the een of thou the three, and the moon was shining clearly. Nor Dave was first to get sleep in his head. The best of friends Montwine, he said, I'm buried, yeah, I'm out of my bed, and the moon was shining clearly. 'Twere often walking and checking the lane, the morning licht came grey and plain, and the birds, they yammered on stick and stone, and the moon was shining clearly. A yes, yonder, yes, my lads, ye mind whatever before, my lads, and mind on the beard of the law, and the moon was shining clearly. A Portrait by Robert Louis Stevenson. I am a kind of farthing dip, unfriendly to the nose and eyes. A blue-behinded ape, I skip upon the trees of paradise. At mankind's feast, I take my place in solemn, sanctimonious state, and have the air of saying grace while I defile the dinner plate. I am the smiler with a knife, the bettner upon garbage, I. Dear heaven, with such a wretched life, were not better far to die? Yet still about the human pale, I love to scamper, love to race, to swing by my irreverent tail all over the most holy place. And when at length, some golden day, the unfailing sportsman, aiming at, shall beg me, all the world shall say, "Thank God, and there's an end of that." A Song of a Road by Robert Louis Stevenson. Gorga walked with willing foot, and I the Gorga played the flute, and what should Master Gorga play, but over the hills and far away? Wherever I buckle on my back, and foot gaily in the track, or pleasant Gorga longs instead a hear you fluting on ahead. You go with me the same way, the self-same air for me you play, for I do think, and so do you, it is the tune to travel to. For who would gravely set his face to go to this or the other place? There's nothing under heaven so blue it's fairly worth the travelling to. On every hand the roads begin, and people walk with zeal therein, but wheresoever the highway tends, be sure there's nothing at the end. But follow you wherever he, the travelling mountains of the sky, or let the streams in civil mode direct your choice upon a route. For one and all, or high or low, will lead you where you wish to go, and one and all go night and day, o'er vales and far away. A Summer Night by Robert Louis Stevenson. About us lies the summer night, the darkling earth is dusk below, but high above the sky is bright between the eve and morning glow. Clear white of dawn and apple green, so lingering on the evening's hue, behind the clustered trees are seen across dark meadows drenched in dew. So glow above the dusk of sin, remembrance of redemption vast, and future hope of joy therein, which shall be shed on us at last. Each hallowed in its husk of light, atoms and worlds about us lie, for here we grope a while in night, 'tis always daylight up on high. A Thought by Robert Louis Stevenson. It is very nice to think the world is full of meat and drink, with little children saying grace in every Christian kind of place. A Valentine Song by Robert Louis Stevenson. Motley account we only were that suits in this mixed world the truly wise, who boldly smile upon despair and shake their bells in grandam grandee's eyes. Singers should sing with such a goodly cheer that the bare listening should make strong like wine, and this unruly time of year the feast of Valentine. We do not know parade our oughts and shoulds and motives and beliefs and gods. Their life lies all indoors, sad thoughts must keep the house, while gay thoughts go abroad. Within we hold the wakeful hopes keysed, but in the public streets in wind or sun, keep open at the annual feast, the puppet booth of fun. Our powers, perhaps, are small to please, but even songs and castanets, old jokes and hackneyed repartees are more than the parade of vain regrets. Let Jack stand withering by the wounded deer. We shall make merry, honest friends of mine, at this unruly time of year, the feast of Valentine. I know how, day by very day, hope fades, love fades, 1,000 pleasures fade. I have not trudged in vain that way on which life's daylight darkens, shade by shade. And still, with hopes decreasing, griefs increased, still with what wit I have shall I, for one, keep open at the annual feast the puppet booth of fun. I care not if the wit be poor, the old one motley stained with rain and tears, if but the courage still endure that filled and strengthened hope in earlier years. If still the friends averted, fate severe, a glad, untainted cheerfulness be mine, to greet the unruly time of year, the feast of Valentine. Priest, I am none of thine, and see in the perspective of still hopeful youth that truth shall triumph o'er thee. Truth to oneself, I know no other truth. I see strange days for thee and thine, O priest, and how your doctrines, fallen one by one, shall furnish at the annual feast the puppet booth of fun. Stand on your putrid ruins, stand. White neckclothed bigot, fixedly the same. Cruel of all things but the hand, inquisitor in all things but the name. Beg, minister of Christ and source of fear, we cherish freedom. Beg the thee and wine from this unruly time of year, the feast of Valentine. Blood thou mayst spare, but what of tears? But what of riven households, broken faith, bywords that cling through all men's years, and drag them surely down to shame and death? Stand back, O cruel man, O foe of youth, and let such men as hearken not thy voice press freely up the road to truth, the king's highway of choice. A Visit from the Sea by Robert Louis Stevenson. Far from the loud sea beaches, where he goes fishing and crying, here in the inland garden, why is the seagull flying? Here are no fish to die for, here's the corn and lea, here are the green trees rustling, here way home to sea. Fresh is the river water and quiet among the rushes. This is no home for the seagull, but for the rooks and thrushes. Pity the bird that has wandered, pity the sailor ashore. Hurry him home to the ocean, let him come here no more. High on the sea cliff ledges the white gulls are dropping and crying. Here among rocks and roses, why is the seagull flying? About My Fields by Robert Louis Stevenson. About my fields in the broad sun and blaze of noon, there goeth one, barefoot and robed in blue, to scan with the hard eye of a husbandman my harvest and my cattle. Here, when even puts the birds astir, and day has set in the great woods, We seek among her garden roots with bells and cries in vain, while lambs played and the decanter smile on the forgotten broad. But she, deaf, blind and prone on face and knee, forgets time, family and feast, and digs like a demented beast. About the sheltering garden ground by Robert Louis Stevenson. About the sheltering garden ground the trees stand strangely still, where ne'er seemed so deep before, nor yet so high the hill. An awful sense of quietness, a fullness of repose, breathes from the dewy garden lawns a silent garden rose, as the hoof beats of a troop of horse heard far across the plain, and near knowledge of great thoughts flits vaguely through my brain. I lean my head upon my arm, my heart's too full to think, like a roar of seas upon my heart doth the morning stillness sink. Ad Magistrum Ludi, unfinished draft, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Now in the sky and on the hearth of, now in a drawer the direful cane, that sceptre of the rain, and the long hawser that on the back of Martialis fell with many a whack, twice hardened out of Scythian heights, now sleep till the October nights. Ad Martialem, by Robert Louis Stevenson. God knows my material, if we two could be to enjoy our days set wholly free, to the true life together bend our mind, and take a furlough from the falser kind. No rich saloon, no palace of a great, no suit of law should trouble our estate. On no vainglorious statues should we look, but of a walk, a talk, a little book, baths, wells, and mats, and the veranda shade, that all our travels and our toils be made. Now neither lives unto himself, alas, and the good sun we see that flash and pass and perish, and the bell that knells them cries, never gone, or when will ye rise? Ad Olum, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Call me not rebel, though he had every word in what I sing, for I no longer hail thee, King and Lord, Lord and King. I have redeemed myself of all I had, and now possesses my fortunes, poor but glad. Of all I had I have redeemed myself, and escaped at once from slavery and pelf. The unruly wishes must the ruler take, our high desires do our low fortunes make. Was only who desire palatable things to bear the fetters and the frowns of kings, set free thy slave, thou settest free thyself. Ad Piscatorem, by Robert Louis Stevenson. For these are sacred fishes all, who know that Lord, that is the Lord of all. Come to the brim, and now's the friendly hand, that sways and can beshadow all the land. Nor only so, but have their names, and come when they are summoned by the Lord of Rome. Here once his line an impious Libyan threw, and as with tremulous reed his prey he drew, straight the light failed him. Dropped, nor found the prey that he had ta'en. Now as a warning to the fisher clan, beside the lake he sits, the beggar man. Thou, then, while still thine innocence is pure, flee swiftly, nor presume to set thy lure. Respect these fishes, for their friends are great, and in the waters empty all thy bait. Ad Quintilianum, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Our chief director of a growing race, of Rome the glory and of Rome the grace, me, our Quintilian, may you not forgive, before from labour I make haste to live? Some burn together wealth, thy hands on rule, of white statues fill the atrium full. The talking hearth, rafters sweet with smoke, live fountains and rough grass my linen vogue. A sturdy slave, not too learned wife, nights filled with slumber and a quiet life. Ad Se Ipsum, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dear Sir, good morrow. 5 years back, when you first girded for this arduous track, and under the wry's whimsical pretext endowed another with your damned defects, could you have dreamed in your despondent vein that the kind God would make your path so plain? Non nobis Domine, or may he still support my stumbling footsteps on the hill. After reading Antony and Cleopatra, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As when the hunt by hold and field drives on with horn and strife, hunger of hopeless things pursues our spirits throughout life. The sea's roar fills us aching full of objectless desire, the sea's roar and the white moonshine and the reddening of fire. Who talks to me of reason now, and would be more delight to have died in Cleopatra's arms than be alive tonight. All influences were in vain, by Robert Louis Stevenson. All influences were in vain, the sun dripped gold among the trees, The fresh breeze blew, the woody plain ruffled and whispered in the breeze. All day the sea was on one hand, the long beach shone with sun and wet. We walked in trio on the sand, my shadow, I, and my regret. Eve came. I clambered to my bed. Regret lay restless by my side. The thought wheels galloped in my head all night into the morning tide. The thought wheels span so madly quick, so many thousand times an hour. Thought after thought took life, as thick as bats in some old belfry tower. My mind was in immature, each thought usurped its individual right. In vain I temporized, I sought in vain to hold a plebiscite. Thoughts jostled thoughts by hill and glade, were scattered far and wide like sheep. I stretched my arms, I cried, I prayed, they heard not, I began to weep. My head grew giddy weak, I tried to drown my reason all in vain. I lay upon my face and cried most bitterly to God again. God put a thought into my hand, God gave me a resolve, an aim. I blew it trumpet-wise, the band of scattered fancies heard and came. We heard the bugle tones that blew, the wandering thoughts came dropping in, they took their ranks in silence due 1 hour, and would the march begin? The march began, and once begun, with serious purpose, true design, has held my being knit in one, my being kept the thoughts in line. Since then, the waves are still, the tide sets steadily and strongly out. The sea shines tranquil, far and wide, my mind is past the surf of doubt. The pole star of my purpose keeps the constant line that I should stir. At night my very body sleeps, my brain works orderly and clear. All things are altered since I set the steady goal before my face. All things are changed, and my regret is advertising for a place. Companion for an invalid, the wren sought preferentially, and orthodox. I wish it speed, the creature kept so well to heal. All night through, Raves and Broods by Henry David Thoreau. All night through, raves and broods, the fitful wind among the woods. All night through, hark, the rain beats upon the window pane. And still my heart is far away, still dwells on many a bygone day, and still follows hope with rainbow wing adown the golden ways of spring. In many a wood my fancy strays, and many unforgotten maze, and still I feel the wandering. All Things on Earth and Sea by Henry Louis Stevenson. All things on earth and sea, all that the white stars see, turns about you and me. And where we two are not, is darkness like a blot, and life and laugh forgot. But when we pass that way, the night breaks into day, the year breaks into May. The earth, through all her bowers, carols and breathes and flowers about this love of ours. An End of Travel by Robert Louis Stevenson. Let now your soul in this substantial world some anchor strike, we hear the body moor, the spectacle immutable from now, the picture in your eye, and when time strikes and the green scene goes on, the instant blind, the ultimate helpers, where your horse to take conveyed your dreaming, bear your body dead. An English Breeze by Robert Louis Stevenson. Up with the sun the breeze arose, across the talking corn she goes, and smooth rustles far and wide through all the voiceful countryside. Through all the land her tale she tells, she spins, she tosses, she compels the kites, the clouds, the windmill sails, and all the trees and all the dales. God calls us, and the day prepares with nimble, gay and gracious airs, and from Penzance to Maidenhead the roads last night he watered. God calls us from inglorious ease forth into travel with the breeze, while swift and singing, smooth and strong, she gallops by the fields along. And Thorns, but did the Sculptor spare? By Henry David Thoreau. And Thorns, but did the Sculptor spare sharp steel upon the marble, after long vigils and much care and cruel discipline of blows, from the dead stone the statue rose? Think you grudge the seed, whose sea-broad arm the consumptive tree? Or would go back, if it might be, to some old geologic time, with saurians wallowing in fat slime, before the rivers and the rains had fashioned and made fair with plains and shadowy places fresh with flowers, this green and quiet world of ours? Where, as the grass in springtime heals, the furrow of a winter's wheels serene maturity conceals all memory on the perfect earth of a bygone tempestuous birth. Apologetic Postscript of a Year Later by Robert Louis Stevenson. If you see the song, my dear, and last year's toast, I am confoundedly in fear you'll be serious and severe about the boast. Blame not that I sought such aid to cure regret. I was when so lowly laid, I used all the gasconate that I could get. Being snapped, as somewhat smart, believe my sweet, and I needed all my art to restore my broken heart to its conceit. Come and smile, dear, and forget I boasted so. I apologize, regret, it was all a jest, and yet I do not know. Armies in the Fire by Robert Louis Stevenson. The lamps now glitter down the street, faintly sound the falling feet, and the blue even slowly falls about the garden trees and walls. Now in the falling of the gloom the red fire paints the empty room, and warmly on the roof it looks and flickers on the back of books. Armies march by tower and spire of cities blazing in the fire, till as they gaze with staring eyes the armies fall, the lustre dies. And once again the glow returns, again the phantom city burns, and down a red-hot valley low the phantom armies marching go. Blinking embers, tell me true, where those armies marching to, and what the burning city is that crumbles in your furnaces. As Daniel, bird alone in that far land by Robert Louis Stevenson. As Daniel, bird alone in that far land, kneeling in fervent prayer, with heartsick eyes, turned through the casement toward the westering skies. Or as untamed Elijah, that red brand among the starry prophets, or that band and company of faithful sanctities who in all times, when persecutions rise, cherish forgotten creeds with fostering hand. Such do ye seem to me, light-hearted crew, or turned to friendly arts with all your will, that keep a little chapel sacred still, one root of holy land in this bleak earth sequestered still, our homage surely due to the twin gods of mirthful wine and mirth. As in the Hostel by the Bridge I sate, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As in the hostel by the bridge I sate, nailed with indifference fondly deemed complete, and, O strange chance, more sorrowful than sweet, the counterfeit of her that was my fate, dressed in like vesture, graceful and sedate, went quietly up the vacant village street, the still small sound of her most dainty feet shock, like a trumpet blast, my soul's estate. Instant revolt ran riot through my brain, and all night long, after hour by hour, the pageant of dead love before my eyes went proudly, and old hopes broke loose again from the restraint of wisely temperate power within effectual ardour sought to rise. As in their flight the birds of song, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As in their flight the birds of song halt here and there in sweet and sunny dales, but halt not over long, but hum a rural song to sing, they pause, and following bounty's gales steer forward on the wing. Sun-servers they from first to last, but on the sun they wait to ride the sailing blast. So you while in our contested state, a while abode, no longer for a son, mother we say, no tender name we know, with whose diviner glows early days had shone, now to withdraw her radiance had begun. Or less the word I say, not she withdrew, but a loud stream of men, day after day, and great dust columns of a common way between them grew and grew. And he and she forevermore might yearn, but to the spring rivulets not return, nor to the bosom comes the child again. And he, or may we fancy so, he feeling time for the flow, and flowing beer forth and far away from the dear ingle where his life began, and all his treasure lay, waxing into man, and ever farther, ever closer wound in this obstreperous world ignoble round, of that poor prospect turned his face away. As one who having wandered all night long, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As one who having wandered all night long in a perplexed forest, comes at length in the first hours about the maiden's song, and when the sun uprises in his strength to the fringed margin of the wood, and sees, gazing far before him, many a mile of fallen country, many fields and trees, and cities and bright streams, and far off oceans smile. I on Melampus halting stand at gaze, a liberated look abroad on life, love and distress and dusty travelling ways, the stirman's helm, the surgeon's helpful knife, and the long plowman's earth upturning share, a reverie of cities and the sound of seas, and mountain tops aloof in air, and of circling earth the unsupported round. I looking wonder, I intend adore, and our Melampus, reaching forth my hands in adoration, cry aloud and soar in spirit high above the supine lands and the low caves of mortal things, and flee to the last fields of universe untrod, where is no man, nor any earth, nor sea, and the contented soul is all alone with God. As starts the absent dreamer when a train, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As starts the absent dreamer when a train, suddenly disengulfed below his feet, roars forth into the sunlight, To its seat my soul was shaken with immediate pain, intolerable as the scanty breath of wet one world blew utterly away the fragile mist of fair deceit that lay over bleak years that severed me from death. Yes, at the sight I quailed, but not unwise, or not, or God, without some nervous threat of that best valour, patience, bowed my head, and the firm bosom and most steadfast eyes, strong in all high resolve, prepare to tread the unlovely path that leads me toward the skies. At last she comes, by Robert Louis Stevenson. At last she comes, or never more in this dear patience of pain, to leave me lonely as before, or leave my soul alone again. At morning on the garden seat, by Robert Louis Stevenson. At morning on the garden seat, I dearly love to drink and eat. To drink and eat, to drink and sing, at morning in the time of spring. In winter honest men retire and sup their possets by the fire. But when the spring comes around again, you see, the garden breakfast pleases me. The morning star that melts on high, the fires that cleanse the changing sky, the dew and perfumes all declare it is the hour to banish care. The air that smells so new and sweet, all put me in the queue to eat. A pot of fiver crusted for, at 6:30, a bottle more. At the Seaside, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I was down beside the sea, a wooden spade they gave to me to dig the sandy shore. My holes were empty like a cup, and every hole the sea came up, till it could come no more. Auntie's skirts, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Whenever Auntie moves around, her dresses make a curious sound. They trail behind her up the floor and trundle after through the door. Autumn fires, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In the other gardens and all other vale, from the autumn bonfires, see the smoke trail. Pleasant summer over, and all the summer flowers, red fire blazes with grey smoke towers. Sing a song of seasons, something bright in all, flowers in the summer, fires in the fall. Away the funeral music, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Away the funeral music, set the pipe to powerful lips, the cup of lies for him that drinks, not for him that sips. Aye, mon, it's true, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Aye, mon, it's true. I'm now the wheel, close prisoner to my lord the dale. It speaks a bit o' apple peel, o' England parin, pecked like a godfish in a creel, I lie despairing. One it's curious thing to think how bodies sleep and eat and drink. I'm now the wheel, but mere to woo, and doubt no more any bodies are. Bed in Summer, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In winter I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer quite the other way, have to go to bed by day. Have to go to bed and see the birds still hopping on the tree, or hear the ground of people's feet still going past me in the street. And does it not seem hard to you, when all the sky is clear and blue, and I should like so much to play, to have to go to bed by day? Before this little gift was come, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Before this little gift was come, the little owner had made haste for home, and from the door of where the eternal dwell, looked back on human things and smiled farewell. Or may this grief remain the only one? May our house be still a garrison of smiling children, and forevermore the tune of little feet be heard along the floor. Behold, as goblins dark of mien, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Behold, as goblins dark of mien, and porty tyrants dyed with crime, change, and transformation seen at Christmas in the pantomime. Instanter, at the prompter's call, the fairy bonnets them, and they throw their abhorrent carbuncles off, and blossom like the flowers in May. So mankind, to angelic eyes, so through the scenes of life below, in life's ironical disguise, a travesty of man ye go. Fear not. Over curtain fall, death in the transformation scene steps forward from a pedestal apparent as the fairy queen, and coming, frees you in its rise, from all your lendings, lust of fame, ungainly virtue, ugly vice, terror and tyranny and shame. So each, at last himself, for good, in the dear country, lays him down, at last beloved, and understood, and pure in feature and renown. Block City, by Robert Louis Stevenson. What are you able to build with your blocks? Castles and palaces, temples and docks. Rain may keep raining, and others go roam, but I can be happy in building at home. Let the sofa be mountains, the carpet be sea, where I'll establish a city for me, a kirk and a mill and a palace beside, the harbour as well that my vessels may ride. Great is the palace, with pillar and wall, a sort of a tower on top of it all, and steps coming down in an orderly way to where my toy vessels lie safe in the day. With one is sailing and with one is moored, hark to the song of the sailors on board. and see on the steps of a palace the kings coming and going with presents and things. Bright is the ring of words by Robert Louis Stevenson. Bright is the ring of words when the right man rings them. Fair the fall of songs, and the singer sings them. Still they are caroled and sad, on wings they are carried, after the singer is dead and the marker buried. Low as the singer lies in the field of heather, songs of his fashion bring the swains together. And when the west is red with the sunset embers, the lover lingers and sings, and the maid remembers. Christmas at Sea by Robert Louis Stevenson. Sheets the frozen heart, and they cut the naked hand, that aches the like a slide, where seamen scarce could stand. Wind was no wester, blowing squally of the sea, and cliffs and spouting breakers were the only thing a lee. We heard the surf a-roaring before the break of day, but 'twas only with a peep of light we saw how ill we lay. We tumbled every hand on deck and stand her with a shout, and we gave her the main-tops and stood by to go about. All day we tacked and tacked between the southhead and the north, while we haul the frozen sheets and go no further forth. All day as cold as charity in bitter pain and dread, the very life and nature we tacked from head to head. We gave the south a wider breath, where the tide raised a rod, and every tack we made we brought the northward close abroad. So we saw the cliffs and houses, the breakers running high, and the coastguard in his garden with glass against his eye. The frost was on the village roof as white as ocean foam. The good red fires were burning bright in every longshore home. Windows sparkled clear, and the chimneys wallowed out. And I wove we sniffed the victuals as the vessel went about. The bells upon the church are rung with a mighty joyful cheer. For it's just that I should tell you how, of all days in the year, this day of our adversity was blessed Christmas morn, and the house above the coastguards was a house where I was born. Well, I saw the pleasant room, the pleasant faces there, my mother's silver spectacles, my father's silver hair. And well I saw the firelight, like a flight of homely elves, go dancing round the china plates that stand upon the shelves. And well I knew the talk they had, the talk that was of me, of shadow on the household and the sun that went to sea. And a wicked fool I seemed in every kind of way to be here and hauling frozen ropes on the blessed Christmas day. We lit the high sea light, and the dark began to fall. All hands to loose topgallant sails, heard the captain call. But the Lord shall never stand it, our first mate Jackson cried. It's the only way or the other, Mr. Jackson replied. She staggered to the bearings, but the sails were new and good, and the ship smelled up to windward just as though she understood. As winter's day was ending in the entry of a night, they cleared the very headland and passed below the light. And they heaved a mighty breath, every soul on board but me, and they saw her nose again pointing handsome out to sea. But all that I could think of in the darkness and the cold was just that I was leaving home and my folks were growing old. Come from the Daisied Meadows by Robert Louis Stevenson. Home from the Daisied Meadows, where you linger yet, home, golden-headed playmate, as the sun is set. For the dews are falling fast, the night is come at last. Home with you, home and lay your little head at rest, safe, safe, my little darling, on your mother's breast. Lullaby, darling, your mother's watching you, she be your guardian and your shield. Lullaby, slumber, my darling, till tomorrow be bright upon mountain and field. Long, long the shadows fall, all white and smooth at home your little bed is laid, all around your head be angels. Come, hear songs for you, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Come, my little children, hear songs for you. Some are short and some are long, and all are new. You must learn to sing them very small and clear, very true the time and tune and pleasing to the ear. Mark the note that rises, mark the notes that fall, mark the time when broken, and the swing of it all. So when night is come and you have gone to bed, all the songs you love to sing shall echo in your head. Come, here's Adieu to the City by Robert Louis Stevenson. Come, here's adieu to the city, and to rave of a country again. A broad road lies before me, watered with last night's rain. The timbered country woos me with many high and bow, and again the shining follows, the plowman follows the plough. The whole year's sweat and study, and the whole year's sowing time, comes now to the perfect harvest, and ripens now into ripe. For we would sow in the autumn, reap our grain in the spring, and we would go sowing and reaping, and return to reap and sing. Come, my beloved, hear from me, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Come, my beloved, hear from me tales of woods or open sea. Though I espying a fancy rise, a wren's flight higher toward the skies. Or far from cities, brown and bare, play at the least in open air. And all the tales men hear us tell, still at the unfathomed ocean swell, or shall our forest sound abroad below the lonely stars of God. And all let something still be done, still in the corner shine the sun, slim-ankled maids be fleet of foot, no man the sound will rule flute. Still it will hear of a star, and all its sweat and beats of heart push on along the untrodden road for some inviolate abode. Still, O beloved, let me hear the great bell beating far and near, the odd unknown enchanting gong, and on the road halts man along, and from the mountain calls afar, the lures a vessel from a star, and with a still aerial sound makes all the earth enchanted groan. Love, and the love of life and act dance, live and sing through all our forward tracks. Till the great God an armament gives to him who reads, to him who lives, and rare and fair romantic strain, that whoso hears must hear again. Come to me, all ye that labor, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Come to me, all ye that labor, I will give your spirits rest. Ye apart and stay quiet, I will give you rest. Come to me, ye heavy laden, sin defiled and care oppressed, in your Father's quiet mansions, soon to prove a welcome guest. But an hour you bear your trial, sin and suffer, bleed and die. But an hour you toil in combat here in day's inspiring eye. See the feet of your deliverer, lo, the hour of freedom nigh. Consolation, by Robert Louis Stevenson. O he that ever kind and true kept stoutly step by step with you, yea, how long does your lifetime through be gone a while before, be no moment gone before, yet doubt not, soon the seasons shall restore your friend to you. He is but turned the corner, still he pushes on with right good will, for mired marsh, by horned hill, that selfsame onerous way, that selfsame upland hopeful way, that you and he through many a doubtful day attempted still. He is not dead, his friend, not dead. I know a path we mortal street, got some few trifling steps ahead, and near to the end. So that you too, once past the bend, shall meet again, as face to face, with friend you fancy dead. Push gaily on, strong heart, and while you travel forward mile by mile, your Lord is with a backward smile, till you can overtake, and strains his eyes to search his wake, or whistling, as he sees you through the break, waits on a stile. Coenatione Micae, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Look round, you see a little supper room, but from my window low, great Caesar's tomb, and the great dead themselves, with jovial breath, bid you be merry and remember death. Erotio Puella, by Robert Louis Stevenson. This girl was sweeter than the song of swans, and daintier than the lamp upon the lawns, or carina oyster. She, the flower of girls, outshone the light of the Lythian pearls, the teeth of India that with polished glow the untouched lilies of the morning snow. A dress that gold dust outshine, and fair hair of woman of Julii. Compared to her the peacock seemed not fair, the scribble lively, or the phoenix rare. Her on whose brow the smoke still hovers waits, her whom the greedy and unequal fates on the sixth dawning of her natal day, my child love and my playmate, snatched away. De Hortis Julii Martialis, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My material on the garden, famed to please, beyond the glades of Hesperides. Along Quintilianum lies the chosen block, where the cool grotto's trencher hanging rock. The moderate summit, something plain and bare, takes us overhead of a serener air. And while the clouds besiege the vales below, keeps the clear heaven and dove with sunshine glow. To the June stars that circle in the skies the dainty roofs of a tall villa rise. Hence do the 7 imperial hills appear, and you may view the whole of Rome from here. Beyond, the Alban and the Tuscan hills, and the cool groves and the cool falling rills, rue the Friander, and the virgin blood anointed once Perenna's orchard wood. Thence the Flaminian, the Salarian way, stretched far broad below the dome of day, and lo, the traveller toiling towards his home. And all unheard, the chariot speeds to Rome, for here no whisper of wheels, and though the Mulvian bridge above the Tiber's flow hangs all in sight, and down the sacred stream, the sliding barges vanish like a dream, the seaman's shrilling pipe not enters here, nor the rude cries of porters on the pier. And is soever house, howe'er far, welcome, and the wheel that therein are. So free the access, the doors so widely frowned, you half imagine all to be your own. Die Ligura, Robert Louis Stevenson. You fear, Ligura, above all, you long, and I should smite you with a stinging song. With dreadful honor you both fear and hope, both all in vain. You fall below my scope. The Libyan lion tears the roaring bull. He does not harm the midge along the pool. Love so close withstands in your regard, from some blind tapfish forth a drunken barn, who shall with charcoal on the privy wall immoralize your name for once and all. Diem Antonio by Robert Louis Stevenson. Now Antonius, in a smiling age, counts off his life the 15th finished stage, where rounded days and the safe years he sees, nor fears death's water mounting round his knees. To him remembering not one day is sad, not one but that its memory makes him glad. So good men lengthen life, and to recall the past is to have twice enjoyed it all. Death to the dead for evermore, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Death to the dead for evermore, a king, a god, the last, the best of friends. Never this mortal journey ends, death like a host comes smiling to the door. Smiling he greets us on the tranquil shore, when neither piping bird nor peeping dawn disturbs the eternal sleep, and in the stillness far withdrawn, our dreamless rest for evermore we keep. For as from open windows forth we peep upon the night-time star beset, with dews for ever wet, so from this garish life a spirit peers. And lo, as a sleeping city death outspread, they breathe with the sleepers evenly. And lo, after the loud wars, triumphs, trumpets, tears, and clamour of man's passion, death appears, and we must rise and go. Soon our eyes tired with sunshine, soon the ears weary of utterance, seeing all is said. Soon wrecked by hopes and fears, we all pondering, all contriving had, where with all things wearies of the years, and our sad spirits turn toward the dead, and the tired child body longs for bed. Dedication by Robert Louis Stevenson. My first gift and my last to you I dedicate this scale of songs. The only wealth I have, just as they are to you. I speak the truth in soberness, and say I'd rather bring a light to your clear eyes, I'd rather hear you praise this bosom full of songs, than that the whole hard world with one consent and one continuous chorus of applause poured forth for me and mine the homage of right praise. A white this Venus here against my love, this is my love's last epitaph and doom. Here the road forks, and I go my way far from yours. Ditty by Robert Louis Stevenson. The cock shall crow in the morning grey, the buggles blow at the break of day. The cock shall sing and the merry buggles ring, and all the little brown birds sing upon the spray. The thorn shall blow in the month of May, and my love shall go in a holiday array. I shall lie in the kirkyard nigh, while all the little brown birds sing upon the spray. Duddingston by Robert Louis Stevenson. With calls and chirpings, the woods and this thin sun rejoice. The psalm seems, but the little kirkwood sings with its own voice. The cloud drifts share the amber light with the surface of the mere. I think the very stones are glad to feel each other near. Once more my whole heart leaps and swells and gushes out with glee. The fingers of the sun and shade touch music stops in me. Now fancy paints that bygone day, when you were here, my fair. The whole lake rang with rapid skakes in the windless winter air. You leaned to me, I leaned to you. Our course was smooth as flight. We steered, a heel touch to the right. We swung our way through flying men. Your hand lay fast in mine. We saw the shifting crowd depart, the level ice reach shine. I swear by yon swan-travelled lake, by yon calm hill above, I swear had we been drowned that day we had been drowned in love. Early in the morning I hear on your piano, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Early in the morning I hear on your piano. You at least, I guess it's so, proceed to learn to play. Most little minds should take and tackle that piano, where the birds are singing in the morning of the day. Man Henley You done, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Man Henley You done. Man, but you're a devil at it. Wish you made an hour gone. Like that, as though you'd spat it, Man Henley. Better days coming, when you'll have your shoulders petite, and the whole round world of dreaded will cry out to cheer you on. Man Henley, you're done. Envoy by Robert Louis Stevenson. Go, little book, and wish to all, flowers in the garden meet in the hall. A bin of wine, a spice of wit, a house of lawns unclosing it, a living river by the door, a nightingale in the sycamore. Epistle to Charles Baxter by Robert Louis Stevenson. Now lired leaves blow off the green, red of the bonny woods are deen, and here we beg an ambrofreen to pass the winter, wilk no wee frosts afore, draws in and snores ahead. I've seen the head days to fringe us are, the pentlands poured wheel we snow, the waves have smothered we liquid fore and half congealing. The snellins covering north and blaw fra Blair Bruntielen. I've seen the bean and coos where to Sally, I've door checks it off and deli. Since daily was and shilly shelly for near a minute. Sehr cold the wind blew up belly the tail was in it. Since bread the silken take the gate and blast and board and rain, the hide. The hail turned glinting, stain and slate, we cold and weed, and to the court, gin we see be late, be go feet. And at the court, day after so, were advocates with one and twa, gangestreen and to end the high, wang and goon. To crack what ye will but love a hail forenoon. Not muckle her, makes lick a kirk. I've kent a braid with days and murk, yet seen white wangs and faces lurk like ghasts fra hell, but with a Christian geist or Turk, Dalen could tell. The three fires lunted in the gloom, the wind blew like the blasts of doom, the rain upon the roof abun played Peter Dick. Ye wat nicht licht enough to the room your teeth to pick. But friend, ye can, how me and you, the ling-lang lane the winter through, keep ye good spirit up, and true to law Horatian, we either bottle true to inclination. Say let us in the common days stand sicker on our ancient ways, the storms rod in the maze since Eve ate apples, and let the winter be to our class with weather chapels. Epitaphium Erotii by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here lies Erotion, whom at 6 years old fate pilfered. Stranger, when I too am cold, who should succeed me in my rural field? To this small spirit annual honours yield. Bright be thy hearth, hail be thy babes, I crave in this in thy green farm the only grave. Escape at Bedtime by Robert Louis Stevenson. The lights from the parlour and kitchen shone out, the blinds and the windows and bars, and high overhead and all moving about were thousands of millions of stars. And never were such thousands of leaves on the tree, nor of people in church or the park, as the crowds of the stars that looked down upon me, and that glittered and winked in the dark. The dog and the plough and the hunter, and all, and the star of a sailor and Mars, we shone in the sky, and the pail by the wall would be half full of water and stars. They saw me at last, and they chased me with cries, and they soon had me packed into bed. But the glory kept shining and bright in my eyes, and the stars going round in my head. Evensong by Robert Louis Stevenson. The embers of a day are red beyond the murky hill. The kitchen smokes. The bed in the darkening house is spread. The great sky darkens overhead, and the great woods are shrill. So far have I been led, Lord, by thy will. So far I have followed, Lord, and wandered still. The breeze from the embalmed land blows sudden toward the shore and clips my cottage door. I hear the signal, Lord, I understand. The night at thy command comes, I will eat and sleep and will not question more. Fair Isle at Sea by Robert Louis Stevenson. Fair Isle at Sea, the lovely name soft to my ear like music came. With sea I laughed, and once or twice I touched at isles of paradise. Fairy Bread by Robert Louis Stevenson. Come up here, O dusty feet, here's fare ready to eat. Here in thy retiring room, children, you may dine on the golden smell of broom and the shade of pine. And you have eaten well, fairy stories hear and tell. Far have you come by Robert Louis Stevenson. Far have you come, my lady, from the town, and far from all your sorrows. If you please to smell the good sea winds, and hear the seas, and in green meadows lay your body down. To find your pale face grow from pale to brown, your sad eyes growing brighter by degrees. Far have you come, my lady, from the town, and far from all the sorrows, if you please. Here in the seaboard, land of old renown, in meadow grass go wading to the knees. Bathe your whole soul awhile in simple ease. There is no sorrow but the sea can drown. Far have you come, my lady, from the town. Far over seas and island is, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Far over seas and island is, beyond when day is done, a grove of tossing palms are printed on the sun. And all about the reefy shore blue breakers flash and fall. Where shall I go, methinks, when I am done with all? Have I no castle then in Spain, no island of the mind, where I can turn and go again when life shall prove unkind? Up, sluggard soul, and far from here our mountain forest seek, or nigh enchanted island, stir down the desired creek. There where I never was, where no more laws, pleasures of thickest horse bloom on the bush. Incomes and honors grow thick on the hills, or naught the iron horse avails, and naught the enormous ship. Far If You Come, My Lady from the Town by Robert Louis Stevenson. Far if you come, my lady, from the town, and far from all your sorrows, if you please, to smell the good sea winds and hear the seas, and in green meadows lay your body down. To find your pale face grow from pale to brown, your sad eyes growing brighter by degrees. Far if you come, my lady, from the town, and far from all your sorrows, if you please. Here in the seaboard, land of old renown, in meadow grass you wedding to the knees, bathe your whole soul a while in simple ease. There is no sorrow but the sea can drown. Far if you come, my lady, from the town. Farewell, fareway, and fading light by Robert Louis Stevenson. Farewell, fair day and fading light. The claiborne here with westward sight marks the huge sun not downward soar. Farewell, we twain shall meet no more. Farewell, I watch with bursting sigh my late contemplated occasion die. I linger useless in my tent. Farewell, fair day, so fully spent. Farewell, fair day, if any ordered, all consider this poor clod, he of a fair occasion sent, prepared and placed in pediment. Let him diviner vengeance take, give him to sleep, give him to wake, girded and shod, and bid me play the hero in the coming day. Farewell, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Farewell, and forth I through the golden gates to golden isles, steerward smiling through the sea of smiles, isle upon isle, the seas of the south, isle upon island, sea upon sea. Why should I sail? Why should the breeze? I have been young and I have been counted friends, a hopeless sailor spread too late, too late. Or should I from isle to isle sail, a hopeless sailor? Farewell to the farm, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The couch is at the door at last. We eager children, mounting fast and kissing hands, in chorus sing, goodbye, goodbye to everything. The house and garden, the field and lawn, the meadow gates we swung open, to bump and stable, tree and swing, goodbye, goodbye to everything. And fare you well for evermore, or let ever the hail of door, or hail of the cobwebs cling, goodbye, goodbye to everything. Crack goes the whip and off we go, the trees and houses smaller grow, last round the woody turn we sing, goodbye, goodbye to everything. Fear not, dear friend, but freely live your days, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Fear not, dear friend, but freely live your days, while lesser life should suffer. Such am I, a lesser life, but what is his of sky gladly would give for you and would of praise. Step without trouble down the sunlit ways. We that have touched your raiment are made whole from all the selfish cankers of man's soul, and we would see you happy, dear, or die. Wherefore be brave, and wherefore, dear, be free. Try all things resolutely, till the best out of all lesser betters you shall find. And we who have learned greatness from you, we, your lovers, with a still contented mind, see you well anchored in some port of rest. 15 men on the dead man's chest, by Robert Louis Stevenson. 15 men on the dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. Drinking the devil had done for the rest, yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. Fixed is the doom, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Fixed is the doom, and to the last of years, teacher and taught, friend, lover, parent, child, each walks, though near, yet separate, each beholds his dear one shine, behold him like the stars. We also love for ever dwell apart, with Christ's approach, with Christ behold the gulp, we unvaulted, as two great eagles ready to wheel in air above a mountain, and with screams confer, far heard athwart the cedars. Yet the years shall bring us ever near, day by day entering, week by week, till death at last dissolve that long divorce. By faith we love, not knowledge, by faith of a far removed, dwells in perfect nearness, heart to heart. We but excuse those things we merrily are, and to our souls a brave deception cherish. So from unhappy war man returns unfearing of a seaman from the deep. So from cool night and woodlands to a feast, many someone enter, and still breathe with dews, and an eye still wear the dusky night. Flower God, God of a Spring, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Flower God, God of a spring, beautiful, bountiful, cold-eyed, sheet in the sky, lover of versicles, here I wander in April, cold, grey-headed, and still to my heart, spring comes with a bound, spring the deliverer, spring, song-leader in woods, carolly resonant, spring, flower-planter in meadows, child-conductor in willowy fields, deep dotted with bloom, daisies and crocuses. Here the child from his heart rings of eternity, a child happy our children. She still smiles on the innocence, she, dear mother in God, fostering violets, fills earth full of her scents, voices and violence. Thus one cunning music wakes old chords in the memory. Thus fair earth in the spring leads the performances. One more touch of a bow, smell of a virginal green. One more, and my bosom feels new life with an ecstasy. Flower god, god of spring, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Flower god, god of a spring, beautiful, bountiful, cold-dyed, sheared in the sky, lover of versicles, here a one in April, cold, grey-headed, and still to my heart, spring comes with a bound, spring the deliverer, spring, song-lead and woods, coldly resonant. Spring, flower planter and meadows, child conductor and willowy fields, deep dotted with bloom, daisies and crocuses. Here the child from his heartstrings of eternity. Our child, happy our children. She still smiles on the innocent she, dear mother in God, fostering violets, fills earth full of askance, voices and violence. Thus one cunning in music makes old course in the memory. Thus the earth in the spring leads the performances. One more touch of the bow, smell of the virginal green. One more, and my bosom feels new life with an ecstasy. For Richmond's Garden Wall, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When Thomas set this table here, time laughed at the vain chanticleer. And o'er the moss had dimmed the stone, time had defaced that garrison. Now I in turn keep watch and ward in my red house in my walled yard of sunflowers, sitting here at ease with friends on my bright canvases. But hark, and you may hear quite plain, time's chuckled laughter in the lane. For Richmond's Garden Wall, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When Thomas set this tablet here, time laughed at the vain chanticleer, and over moss had dimmed the stone, time had defected that garrison. Now I in turn keep watch and ward in my red house in my walled yard of sunflowers, sitting here at ease with friends and my bright canvases. But hark, and you may hear quite plain time's chuckled laughter in the lane. Foreign Lands, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Up into the cherry tree, who should climb but little me? I held the trunk with both my hands and looked abroad on foreign lands. I saw the next door garden lie, adorned with flowers before my eye, and many pleasant places more that I had never seen before. I saw the dimpling river pass, and be the sky's blue looking-glass, the dusty road go up and down, with people tramping into town. If I could find a higher tree, farther and farther I should see, to where the grown-up river slips into the sea among the ships, to where the roads on either hand lead onward into fairyland, where all the children dine at 5, and all the playthings come alive. From a railway carriage, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Faster than fairies, faster than witches, bridges and houses, hedges and ditches, and charging along like troops in a battle, all for the meadows for horses and cattle. All of the sides of the hill and the plain fly as thick as driving rain, and ever again in the wink of an eye painted stations whistle by. Here's a child who clambers and scrambles, all by himself and gathering brambles. Here's a tramp who stands and gazes, and here's the green for stringing the daisies. Here's a car and runaway in the road, lumbering along with man and load. And here's the mill, and there's the river, each a glimpse and gone forever. From Wishing Land, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dear lady, tapping at your door, some little verses stand, and beg on this auspicious day to come and kiss your hand. Their syllables all counted right, their rhymes each in its place, like birthday children at the door, their way to see your face. Rise, lady, rise and let them in, fresh from the fairy shore. They bring you things you wish to have, each in its pinafore. For they have been to Wishing Land, this morning in the dew, and all your dearest wishes bring, all granted, home to you. What these may be, they would not tell, and could not if they would. They take the packet sealed to you, as trusty servants should. But there was one that looked like love, and one that smelled like health, and one that had a jingling sound. I fancy it might be wealth. Well, they are but wishes still, but lady, dear, for you, I know that all your wishes kind, I pray it all come true. Gather ye roses while ye may, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Gather ye roses while ye may, old time is still a-flying. A world where beauty fleets away is no world for denying. Come lads and lasses, fall to play, lose no more time in sighing. The very flowers you pluck today, tomorrow will be dying. And all the flowers are crying, and all the leaves have tons to say, gather ye roses while ye may. Go little book, the ancient phrase, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Go little book, the ancient phrase, and still the daintiest, go your ways, motto, over sea and land, till you shall come to Nelly's hand. How shall I your Nelly know? By her blue eyes and her black brow, by her fierce and slender look, and by her goodness, a little book. What shall I say when I come there? You shall speak her soft and fair. See, you shall say, the love they send to greet their unforgotten friend. Giant Adolfo yon shall sing the next, and then the cradled king, and the four corners of a roof they kindly bless, and to your perch aloof, their Blazac all in yellow dressed, and with your Webster of the West, and circle the prepotent frown of Shakespeare, and of Celdrion shall climb an upstart. We have a feast you shall give ear to breaking seas and windmills turning in the breeze, a distant, undetermined din without, and you shall hear within the blazing and the bickering logs, the crowing chide, the yawning dogs, and ever agile, high and low, our Nelly going to and fro. There shall you all silent sit till, when perchance the lamp is lit, and the day's labour done, she takes poor Otto down, and, warming for our sakes, perchance, behold, alive and near, our distant faces reappear. God gave to me a child in part, by Robert Louis Stevenson. God gave to me a child in part, yet wholly gave a father's heart. Child of my soul, a wyver now, unborn, unmothered ghost bow. You come, ye went, and no man wist, hapless my child, no breast you kissed. Oh no dear niece, a privileged babbler clomb, nor knew the kindly feel of home. My voice may reach you, oh my dear, a father's voice perhaps a child may hear, and pitying you may turn your view on that poor father whom you never knew. Alas, alone he sits, who then, immortal among mortal men, sat hand in hand with love, and all day through with your dear mother wandered over you. Good and Bad Children, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Children, you are very little, and your bones are very brittle. If you would grow great and stately, you must try to walk sedately. You must still be bright and quiet, and content with simple diet, and remain through all bewildering, innocent and honest children. Happy hearts and happy faces, happy playing grassy places, that was how in ancient ages children grew to kings and sages. But the unkind and the unruly, and the sought to eat unduly, they must never hope for glory. Theirs is quite a different story. Cruel children and crying babies all grow up as geese and gabbies, hated as their age increases by their nephews and their nieces. Good night, Robert Louis Stevenson. When the bright lamp is carried in, the sun's hours again begin. How all without, in field and lane, the haunted night returns again. Now we behold the embers flee about the firelit hearth, and see our faces painted as we pass like pictures on window glass. Must we to bed indeed? Well, then let us arise and go like men, and face with an undaunted tread the long black passage up to bed. Farewell, our brother, sister, sire, a pleasant party round the fire. The songs you sing, the tales you tell, till far tomorrow, fare you well. Good old ale, mild or pale, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Good old ale, mild or pale, in the elder burden, give me that to swim a whale. When far along the verdant dale the far-off spire appears, the mind reverts to Burton's ale, and dreams of different beers. Had I the power that hath a will, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Had I the power that hath a will, infabile will, a modern curse, this book of mine should blossom still, a perfect garden ground of verse. White placid marble God should keep good watch on every shadowy lawn, and from clean, easy-breathing sleep the bird should awaken me at dawn. A fairy garden, none the less, throughout these gracious paths of mine, all day there should be free access for stricken hearts and lives that pine, and with the folded lawns all day no idle gods for such a land, while active love should take its way with active labour hand in hand. Hail, guest, and enter freely, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Hail, guest, and enter freely. All you see is, for your momentary visit, yours, and we who welcome you are but the guests of God, and know not our departure. Happy thought, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The world is so full of a number of things, I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings. He hears with gladdened heart the thunder, by Robert Louis Stevenson. He hears with gladdened heart the thunder peal, and laughs the falling dew. He knows the earth above and under, sits and is content to view. He sits beside the dying chamber, God for hope and man for friend, content to see, glad to remember, expectant of a certain end. Henry James, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Who comes tonight? We ope the doors in vain. Who comes? My bursting walls, can you contain the presence that now together throng your narrow entry, as with flowers and song, as with the air of life, the breath of talk? Lo, how these fair immaculate women walk behind their jocund maker, and we see slighted demurves, and with far different she, Gracie, the tribal sphinx, and to her feast, Daisy and the Barb and Chancellor, she not least. If all were silken, all were airy kin, do like unbidden angels enter in. But he, attended by these shining names, comes, best of all himself, our welcome James. Her name is a word of old romance by Robert Louis Stevenson. Her name is a word of old romance that thrills a careless reader out of sleep. Laugh at old art and all things pure and deep, attend on her to honor her advance. The brave old wars, the bearded heroes pranced, the courtly men that private virtues keep, her name is a word of old romance. Appear she none in England or in France, so well she knows to rouse dull souls from sleep, so deftly can she comfort those that weep, and put kind thought and comfort in a glance. Her name is like a world of old romance. Here he comes, big with statistics, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here he comes, big with statistics, troubled and sharp about face. He has heap of the form that is thinkable, the stuff that is feeling he lacks. Do you envy this whiskered absurdity, with pince and clerical tie? Poor fellow, he's blind of sympathy, I'd rather be blind of an eye. Here in the strong, deep-plunging transatlantic emigrant ship, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here in the strong, deep-plunging transatlantic emigrant ship, the waves arose gigantic. Piping the gulf flew by, the roaring billows arose and appeared before the eye like pillows. Piping the gulf flew by, the roaring waves arose and appeared from subter ocean caves, and as across the smoothing sea we roam, still and anon we sing our songs of home. Here lies Erosion by Robert Louis Stevenson. Mother and sire, to you do I commend tiny Erosion, you who must now descend the child among the shadows, and appear before hell's bandog and hell's gondolier. Of 6 whole winters she had felt the cold, but lacked 6 days of being 60 years old. Now she must come all playful to that place, where the great ancient sit with reverent face. Now lisping as she used, of whence she came, perchance she names and stumbles at my name. O these so fragile bones let there be laid, a plaything for a turf, and for that maid that ran so lightly footed in her mirth. Upon thy breast lie lightly, Mother Earth. Here you rest among the valleys, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here you rest among the valleys, made known to but a few. Here you sleep unsight, but how oft of yore you sighed, and how oft your feet elastic trod to measure in the dew on the green beside the river ere you died. Where are now the country lovers whom you tremble to be near, who with shy advances in the failing eventide grasped thee tighter at your fingers, whispered louder in your ear, on the green beside the river ere you died? All the sweet old country dancers who went round with you in tune, dancing, flushed and silent in the silent eventide, all departed by enchantment at the rising of the moon, from the green beside the river when you died. Historical Associations by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dear Uncle Jim, this garden ground, would know you smoke your pipe around, has seen immortal actions done, and valiant battles lost and won. Ere we at best on tiptoe tread, while I for safety march ahead, for this is that enchanted ground, where all who loiter slumber sound. Here is the sea, here is the sand, here is the simple shepherd's land. Here are the fairy hollyhocks, and there Alabama's rocks. But yonder sea, apart and high, frozen Siberia lies, where I with Robert Bruce William Tell was bound by an enchanter's spell. Home from the Daisied Meadows by Robert Louis Stevenson. Home from the Daisied Meadows, where you linger yet, home golden-headed playmate ere the sun is set, for the dews are falling fast, and the night has come at last. Home with you, home and lay your little head at rest, safe, safe, my little darling, on your mother's breast. Lullaby, darling, your mother's watching you, she will your guardian and shield. Lullaby, slumber, my darling, till morning be bright upon mountain and field. Long, long the shadows fall, all wild and smooth at home your little bed is laid, all round your head be angels. Home, my little children, here are songs for you. Come, my little children, here are songs for you. Some are short and some are long, and all are new. You must learn to sing them very small and clear, very true to time and tune and pleasing to the ear. Mark the note that rises, mark the notes that fall, mark the time when broken, and the swing of it all. So when night is come, and you have gone to bed, all the songs you love to sing shall echo in your head. Home no more home to me, wherever must I wander, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Home no more home to me, whither must I wander? Hunger my driver, I go where I must. Cold blows the winter wind over hill and heather, thick drives the rain, and my roof is in the dust. A laugh of wise men was the shade of my roof tree, the true word of welcome was spoken in the door. Dear days of old, with the faces in the firelight, kind folks of old, you come again no more. Home was home then, my dear, full of kindly faces. Home was home then, my dear, happy for the child. Fire in the windows, bright glittered on the moorland. Song, tuneful song, built a palace in the wild. Now when day dawns on the brow of the moorland, lone stands the house and the chimney stone is cold. Lone, let it stand, now the friends are all departed. The kind hearts, the true hearts, that loved the place of old. Spring shall come, come again, calling up the moorful. Spring shall bring the sun and rain, bring the bees and flowers. Red shall the heather bloom over hill and valley, soft flow the stream through the even flowing hours. Fair the day shine as it shone on my childhood. Fair shine the day on the house with open door. Birds come and cry there and twitter in the chimney, but I go forever to come again no more. Hopes by Robert Louis Stevenson. For day by day old hopes depart, yet other hopes arise, if still there be a hopeful heart and forward-looking eyes. Of all that entered hand in hand with me the dusty plains, look around, not one remains of all the jovial band. Some fell behind, some hastened on, some scattered far and wide sought lands on every side. One way or other, all the band are gone. Yes, all are gone, and yet at night new objects of desire people the sunken fire, and new hopes whisper sweetly new delight. And still flush-faced new goals I see, new finger-posts I find, and still through rain and wind a troop of shouting hopes keep step with me. For day by day old hopes depart, yet other hopes arise, if still there be a hopeful heart and forward-looking eyes. I am a hunchback by Robert Louis Stevenson. I am a hunchback, yellow-faced, a hateful sight to see. Is all that other men can do to pass and let me be. I am a woman, my hair's white, I was a drunkard's less. The gin dances in my head, I stumble as I pass. I am a man that God made at first, and teachers tried to harm. Here, hunchback, take my friendly hand. Good woman, take my arm. I am like one that for long days had sate by Robert Louis Stevenson. I am like one that for long days had sate, with seaward eyes set keen against a gale, on some lone foreland watching sail by sail the port-bound ships for one ship that was late. And sail by sail his heart burned up with joy, and cruelly was quenched, until at last one ship, the looked-for pennant at its mast, bore gaily and dropped safely past buoy. And lo, the loved one was not there, was dead. Then would he watch no more the sea, with myriad vessels, sail by sail, perplex his eyes, mock his longing, very head taken over rest, eyes close, for no more me shall hopes untried delayed, or ruin vex. For thus on love I waited, thus for love strained all my senses eagerly and long, thus for her coming ever trimmed my song, till in the far skies, coloured as a dove, a bird gold-coloured flickered far and fled over the pathless water waste for me, and with spread hands I watched the bright bird flee, and waited, till before me she dropped dead. A golden bird in these dove-coloured skies, how long I sought, how long with varied eyes I sought a bird, the promise of her flight. And now the morn has dawned, the morn has died, the day has come and gone, and once more night about my lone life settles, wild and wide. I am like one that sat alone by Robert Louis Stevenson. I am like one that has sat alone by Robert Louis Stevenson. I am like one that has sat alone all day on a level plain, with dropping head and trailing arms in a ceaseless pour of rain. With dropping head and nerveless arms on the moorland flat and grey, till the clouds were severed suddenly about the end of day, and the purple fringes of the rain rose o'er the scarlet west, and the birds sing in the soddened furze, and my heart sank in my breast. I do not fear to own me kin by Robert Louis Stevenson. I do not fear to own me kin to the glad clouds in which spring flowers begin, or to my brothers, the great trees, that speak with pleasant voices in the breeze, loud talkers with the winds that pass, or to my sister, the deep grass. Of such I am, of such my body is, that thrills to reach its lips to kiss. that gives and takes of wind and sun and rain, and feels keen pleasure to the point of pain. Of such are these, the brotherhood of stalwart trees, the humble family of flowers that make a light of shadowy bowers, or star the edges of a blend. They give and take sweet colour and sweet scent, they joy to shed themselves abroad, and tree and flower and grass and sod thrill and leap and live and sing with silent voices in the spring. Hence I not fear to yield my breath, since all is still unchanged by death. Since in some pleasant valley I may be, caught beside cold, or tree by tree, long ages hence with her a love is hour, and feel a lively joy to share with her the sun and rain and air, to taste a quiet neighbourhood, as the dumb things of field and wood, the clod, the tree, and starry flower, alone of all things have a power. I dreamed of forest alleys fair by Robert Louis Stevenson. I dreamed of forest alleys fair and fields of grey-flowered grass, that by the yellow summer moon my Jenny seemed to pass. I dreamed the yellow summer moon behind the cedar wood lay white on fields of ripening grass where I and Jenny stood. I dreamed, but fallen through my dream in a rainy land I lie, the one that morning crowns the hills of grim reality. I am as one that keeps awake all night in the month of June, that lies awake in bed to watch the trees and great white moon. For memories of love are more than the white moon there both, and dearer than quiet moonshine are the thoughts of her I love. Last night I lingered long without my last of loves to see. Alas, the moon-white window panes stared blindly back on me. Today I hold her very hand, her very waist embrace, like clouds across a pool, I read her thoughts upon her face. And yet as now, through her clear eyes, I seek the inner shrine, I stop to read her virgin heart, in doubt if it be mine. Oh, looking long and fondly was, what vision should I see? No vision, but my own white face that grins and mimics me. Once more upon the same old seat, in the same sunshiny weather, the elm tree's shadows at their feet and foliage move together. The shadows shift upon the grass, the dial point creeps on, the clear sun shines, the loiterers pass, as when they passed and shone. But now deep sleep is on my heart, deep sleep and perfect rest. Hope's flutterings now disturb no more the quiet of my breast. I have a friend, I have a story, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a friend, I have a story, I have a life that's hard to live. I love, my love is all my glory, I have been hurt and I forgive. I have a friend, none could be better. I stake my heart upon my friend. I love, I trust her to the letter, but she deceived me in the end. She is my love, my life, my jewel, my hope, my star, my dear delight. God, the ways of God are cruel, what love should bow the knee to spite. She loves, she hates, a fool, alliance. One king shall rule in one estate. Only love is all my signs, a while she will only hate. I have a hoard of treasure in my breast, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a hoard of treasure in my breast, the cranch of memory steams against the door, full of my bygone life's time garden store. All pleasures crowned with sorrow for a zest, all sorrow grown in joy, all penance blessed. Chastened remembrance of the sins of more, that, like a new avenger, more and more supports a halting will toward the best. Or what to us the barren after years may bring of joy or sorrow, you can tell. Our knowing not who cares. In my baby velvet we shall find out pleasures and out fears, and I remember childhood seen through tears, the best of heaven and the worst of hell. I have trod the upward and the downward slope, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have trod the upward and the downward slope, I have endured and done in days before. I have longed for all and bid farewell to hope, I have lived and laughed and closed the door. I heard the pulse of the besieging sea, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I heard the pulse of the besieging sea throb far away all night. I heard the wind fly crying in convulsed tumultuous palms. I rose and strolled. The eye was all bright sand, and flailing fence and shadows of a palm. The heaven all moon and wind in the blind vault, the keenest pelence length of Venus slept. The king, my neighbor, with his host of wives, slept in the precedent of a palisade, where single in the wind under the moon, among the slumbering cabins, blazed a fire, salt street lamp, and the only sentinel. The other lands and nights my fancy turned, to London first, and chiefly to your house, to many-pillared and the well-beloved. There yearning fancy lighted, there again in the upper room I lay, and heard far off the unsleeping city murmur like a shell. The muffled tramp of a museum guard once more went by me. I beheld again lamps vainly brighten the dispeopled street. Again I longed for the returning morn, the awaking traffic, the bestirring birds, the conscientious thrill of tiny song that weaves around monumental cornices a passing charm of beauty, most of all for your light foot I varied, and your knock that was the glad revelry of my day. Lo, now when to your task in the great house at morning through the portico you pass, one moment glance, though by the pillared wall far voyaging island gods, begrimed with smoke, sit now unworshipped, the rude monument of faiths forgot and races undivided. Sit now disconsolate, remembering well the priest, the victim, and the songful crowd, the blaze of the blue noon, and the huge voice, incessant, of the breakers on the shore. As far as these from their ancestral shrine, so far, so foreign, your divided friends wander, estranged in body, not in mind. I knew thee strong and quiet like the hills by Robert Louis Stevenson. I knew thee strong and quiet like the hills. I knew thee apt to pity, brave to endure, in peace or war Roman full equipped, and just I knew thee like the fabled kings, who by the loud seashore gave judgment forth, from dawn to eve, bearded in few words. What was I to honor thee, a child, a youth in ardor but a child in strength, who after virtue's golden chariot wheels runs, ever panting, nor attains the goal? So thought I, and was sorrowful at heart. Since when my steps have visited that flood along whose shore the numerous footfalls cease, the voices and the tears of life expire. Wherever the prince got down, the hero's way, trod large upon the sand, the trembling maids, Nimrod that wound his trumpet in the wood, and the poor, dreaming child, hunter of flowers, that here his hunting closes with the great sow one, and all go down, nor aught returns. For thee, for us, the sacred river waits, for me the unworthy, thee the perfect friend. Their blame desists, where his unfaltering dogs he from the chase recalls, and homeward rides. Their praise and love pass over and go in. So when, beside that margin, I discard my more than mortal weakness, and with thee through that still and unfearing I advance, if then at all we keep the touch of joy, or shall rejoice to find me altered, I, or Felix, to behold thee still unchanged. I know not how, but as I count, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I know not how, but as I count the beats of former years, out laughter catches in my throat the very feel of tears. I know not how it is with you, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I know not how it is with you. I laugh first and last, the whole field of the present view, the whole flower of the past. One tittle of the things that are, nor you should change nor I. One pebble in our path, one star in all our heaven of sky. Our lives, and every day and hour one symphony appear, one road, one garden, every flower and every bramble dear. I look across the ocean, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I look across the ocean and kneel upon the shore. I look out seaward, westward, my heart swells more and more. I see the great new nation, a new spirit and new scope, rise from the sea's round shoulder, a splendid sun of hope. I see it, and I tremble, my voice is full of tears. America, treat softly, you bear the fruit of years. Treat softly, you are pregnant and growing near your time. I love to be warm by the red fireside, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I love to be warm by the red fireside, I love to be wet with rain. I love to be welcome at lamplit doors, and leave doors again. I meanwhile in the populous house, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I meanwhile in the populous house apart sit, snugly chambered, and my silent art uninterrupted, unremitted, ply before the dawn, by morning lamplight, by the glow of smelting noon, and when the sun dips past my westering hill and day is done, so, bending still over my trade of words, I hear the morning and the evening birds, the morning and the evening stars behold. So there apart I sit as once of old, and appear in wizard Magistrum, and my brown innocent aids and helmet husbandry wander askance. Ails the boss, I ask. Him richest of a rich and endless task before the earliest birth or servant stir, calls and detains him day-long prisoner? He whose innumerable dollars hewed this cleft in the born devil-haunted wood, and bade therein from sun to seas and skies his many windowed, paled palace rise, red-roofed, blue-walled, a rainbow on the hill, a wand on the forest glade, he still, unthinkable Aladdin, dawn and dark, scribbles and scribbles like a German clerk. We see the fact, but tell, or tell us why. My reverend washmen and wise butler cry, and from their lips the unanswered questions drop. How can he live that does not keep a shop? And why does he, being claimed so rich, not dwell with other gentry on the beach, but harbour, impiously brave, on the cold uncanny wood, haunt of a fleeing slave? The sun and the loud rain here alternate. Here in the unfathomable hush, the great voice of the wind makes a magnanimous sound. Here, too, no doubt, the shouting doves abound to be dainty. Here in the twilight stream, that brawls down the forest, frequent gleam the jewel eyes of crawfish. These are good, grant them, and can the things be understood? That this white chief, whom now distress compels, far from all compeers, on the mountain dwells, and finds a manner of living to his wish, apart from high society and sea fish. Meanwhile, at times, the manifold imperishable perfumes of a past and coloured pictures rise on me thick and fast, and I remember the white rim, the loud lampitten city, shops and the changing crowd, and I remember Howman, the old time, the winding river, the white morning rime, the autumn robin by the riverside that pipes in the grey eye. I saw Red Evening Through the Rain by Robert Louis Stevenson. I saw red evening through the rain, low above the streaming plain. I heard the hours strike small and still from the black belfry on the hill. Thought is driven out of doors tonight, the bitter memory of delight, the sharp constraint of finger-tips, or the shuddering touch of lips. I hear the hours strike small and still from the black belfry on the hill. Behind me I could still look down on the outspread monstrous town. The sharp constraint of finger-tips, or the shuddering touch of lips, and all old memories of delight crowd upon my soul tonight. Behind me I could still look down on the outspread feverish town, but before me, still and grey and lonely, was the forward way. I sit up here at midnight by Robert Louis Stevenson. I sit up here at midnight, the wind is in the street, the rain besieges the windows like the sound of many feet. I see the street lamps flicker, I see them wink and fail. The streets are wet and empty, it blows an easterly gale. Some think of a fisher skipper beyond the Inchcape stone, but I of a fisherwoman that lies at home alone. She raises herself on her elbow and watches the firelit floor. Her eyes are bright with terror, her heart beats fast and sore. Between the roar of the flurries, when the tempest holds its breath, she holds her breathing also, and is all as still as death. She can hear the cinders dropping, the cat that purrs in its sleep. The foolish fisherwoman, her heart is on the deep. I who all the winter through, Robert Louis Stevenson. I who all the winter through cherished other loves than you, and kept hands with hoary Polis in marriage bed and pew. Now I know the false and true, for the earnest sun looks through, and my old love comes to meet me in the dawning and the dew. Now the hedges mats renew rustic odour, smiling hue, and the clean air shines and tinkles as the world goes wheeling through. My heart springs up anew, bright and confident and true. My old love comes to meet me in the dawning and the dew. I, whom Apollo sometime visited, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I, whom Apollo sometime visited, or feigned to visit, now my day being done, do slumber wholly, nor shall know at all the weariness of changes, nor perceive immeasurable sands of centuries, drink all the blanching ink of loud sound of generations, beat the music down. I will make you brooches and toys for your delight, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I will make you brooches and toys for your delight, of birdsong at morning and starshine at night. I will make a palace fit for you and me, of green days in forests and blue days at sea. I will make my kitchen, and you shall keep your room, where white flows the river and bright blows the broom. And you shall wash your linen and keep your body white, and rainfall at morning and dewfall at night. And this shall be for music when no one else is near, the fine song for singing, the rare song to hear. That only I remember, that only you admire, of a broad road that stretches, and the roadside fire. If I could arise and travel away, by Robert Louis Stevenson. If I could arise and travel away over the plains of night and the day, I should arrive at a land at last, where all our sins and sorrows are past, and we're done with the 10 Commandments. The name of the land I must not tell. Green is the grass and cool the well. Virtue is easy to find and to keep, and the sinner may lie at his pleasure and sleep by the side of the 10 Commandments. Income and honor and glory and gold grow on the bushes all over the world. And if ever a man has a touch of remorse, he eats of the flower of the golden gorse, and to hell with the 10 Commandments. He goes to church in his Sunday's best, He eats and drinks with perfect zest, and whether he lives in heaven or hell is more than you or I can tell. But he's done with the 10 Commandments. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove, by Robert Louis Stevenson. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove, I should not linger here, but through the winter air toward my love, fly swift toward my love, my fair. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove, and knew the secrets of the air, I should be gone, my lady, to the love, to kiss the sweet disparting of her hair. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove, this hour should see my soul at rest, should see me safe, my lady, with my love, to kiss the sweet division of her breast. If I had wings, my lady, like a dove. For all is sweet, my lady, in my love, sweet hair, sweet breast, and sweeter eyes, that draw my soul, my lady, like a dove, drawn southward by the shining of the skies. For all is sweet, my lady, in my love. If I could die, my lady, with my love, die mouth to mouth, a splendid death, I should take wing, my lady, like a dove, to spend upon her lips my all of breath. If I could die, my lady, with my love. If this were faith, by Robert Louis Stevenson. God, if this were enough, that icy things bear to the buff, and up to the buttocks and mire, that ask no hope nor higher, not in the husk, nor dawn beyond the dusk, nor life beyond death. God, if this were faith. Having felt the wind in my face, spit sorrow and disgrace, having seen thine evil doom in Golgotha and Cara tomb, and the Broods, the work of thine hands, filled with injustice lands, and stained with blood the sea. If still in my veins the glee of the black night and the sun and the lost battle run, if, an adept, the iniquitous lists I still accept with joy, and joy to endure and be withstood, and still to battle and perish for a dream of good, God, if that were enough. If to feel in the ink of his law and the sink of the mire veins of glory and fire run through and transpierce and transpire, and the secret purpose of glory in every part, and the answering glory of battle fill my heart, to thrill with the joy of girded man to go on for ever and failing go on again, and be molded to the earth and arise, and content for the shade of the word and the thing not seen with the eyes. With the half of a broken hope for a pillow at night, that somehow the right is the right, and the smooth shall bloom from the rough. Lord, if that were enough. In Autumn when the woods are red, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In autumn when the woods are red and skies are grey and clear, the sportsmen seek the wildfowl's bed or follow down the deer, and Cupid hunts by haw and head, by riverside and myrrh. I walk, not seeing where I tread, and keep my heart with fear. So have an eye on where you tread, and keep your heart with fear, for something lingers here. A touch of April, not yet dead, in autumn when the woods are red and skies are grey and clear. In Chaeredemus, by Robert Louis Stevenson. You, Chaeredemus, who my cradle swung, and watched me all the days that I was young. You, at whose step the laziest slaves awake, and both the bailiff and the butler quake. The barber suits now blacken with my beard, and my rough kisses make the maids afeard. But with reproach your awful eyebrows twitch, and for the cane I see your fingers itch. If something daintily attired I go, straight you exclaim, your father did not so, and thumbing count the bottles on the board, as for my cellar were your private hoard. Enough at last, I have done all I can, and your own mistress hates me for a man. In dreams unhappy I behold you stand, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In dreams unhappy I behold you stand as heretofore, the unremembered tokens in your hand avail no more. No more the morning glow, no more the grace enshrines and tears. Cold beats the light of time upon your face and shows your tears. He came and went. Perchance you wept the while and then forgot, ah me, but he that left you with a smile forgets you not. In Lupum, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Beyond the gates thou gavest the field to find, I have a larger on my window sill. A farm, ye say? Is this a farm to you, where for all woods I spay one tuft of rue, and that so rusty and so small a thing, one shrill cicada hides it with a wing? Where one crumber covers all the plain, and where one serpent rings himself in vain to enter wholly, and a single snail eats all and exit fastening to the pool? Here shall my gardener be the dusty mole, my only plowman the mole, Here shall I wait in vain till figs be set, and till the spring disclose the violet. For all my wilds a tameless mouse careers, and in that narrow boundary appears, huge as the stalking lion of Algiers, huge as the fabled boar of Celadon. And all my hares at one swoop impressed by one law-flying swallow for her nest, strip-gored Priapus of each attribute, here finds she scarce a pedestal to foot. The gathered harvest scarcely brims a spoon, and all my vintage drips in a cocoon. Generous are you, but I more generous still. Take back your farm and stand me half a gill. In Maximum by Robert Louis Stevenson. Wouldst thou be free? I think it not, indeed, but if thou wouldst attend the simple rede, then quite contented thou canst dine at home. Thou shalt be free when thou canst dine at home, and drink a small wine of the mart of Rome. When thou canst see unmoving thy neighbour's plate, and with my threadbare toga in the gate, and thou hast learned to love a small abode, and not to choose a mistress a la mode, and thus contained and bridled thou shalt be, then, Maximus, and first shalt thou be free. In Memoriam, E.H. by Robert Louis Stevenson. I knew a silverhead was bright beyond compare, I knew a queen of toil with a crown of silver hair. Garland of Valentine saw, of beauty and renown, life that honours the brave, crowned her himself with a crown. The beauties of youth are frail, but this was the jewel of age. Life that delights in the brave gave it himself for gage. Fair was the crown to behold, and beauty its purest part, at once the scare of the bond and the order pinned on the heart. The beauties of man are frail, and the silver lies in the dust, and the queen that we call to mind sleeps with the brave and the just, sleeps with a varied length, but, honoured and ever fair, shines in the eye of a mind the crown of a silver hair. In Memoriam, F.A.S. by Robert Louis Stevenson. Yet, our stricken heart, remember, oh remember, how of human days here left the better part. April came to bloom, and never dim December breathed its killing chills upon the head or heart. Doomed to know, not winter, only spring, and being trod the flowery April blithely for a while, took his fill of music, joy of thought and seeing, came and stayed and went, nor ever ceased to smile. Came and stayed and went, and now when all is finished, you alone have crossed the melancholy stream. Yours the pang, but his, our his, the undiminished, undecaying gladness, undeparted dream. All that life contains of torture, toil, and treason, shame, dishonour, death, to him were but a name. Here a boy he dealt through all the singing season, and o'er the day of sorrow departed as he came. In Port, Robert Louis Stevenson. Last to the chamber where I lie, my fearful footsteps patter nigh, and come out from the cold and gloom into my warm and cheerful room, where, safe arrived, turn about to keep the coming shadows out, and close the happy door at last on all the perils that we passed. When mamma goes by to bed, she'll come in with tiptoe tread, and see me lying warm and fast in the land of Nod at last. In the green and gallant spring, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In the green and gallant spring, love and the lyre I thought to sing, and kisses sweet to give and take where the floral hawthorn break. Now the russet autumn here deafened the grave and winter drear, and I must ponder here aloof the rain is on the roof. In the Highlands, in the country places, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In the highlands, in the country places, where the old plain men have rosy faces, and the young fair maidens quiet eyes, where essential silence cheers and blesses, and forever in the hill recesses her more lovely music broods and dies. Out to mount again where erst haunted, where the old red hills are bird enchanted, and the low green meadows bright with sward. And when even dies the Milton tinted, and the night has come, and planets glinted, lo, the valley hollow lamp bestarred. Oh, to dream out, to awake and wonder there, and with delight to take and render through the trance of silence quiet breath. Lo, for there, among the flowers and grasses, only the mightier movement sounds and passes, only winds and rivers, life and death. In the States, Robert Louis Stevenson. With half a year a wonder year is from an age gone by, a brother yet, though young in years, an elder brother I. You speak in that husband mine, though both were English born. I towards the night of time decline, you moaned into the morn. You should grow great and strong and free, but age must still decay. To more for the States, for me, England and yesterday. It blows a snowing gale by Robert Louis Stevenson. It blows a snowing gale in the winter of a year. The boats are on the sea and the crews are on the pier. The needle of the vane, it is veering to and fro. A flash of sun is on the veering of the vane. Autumn leaves and rain, the passion of a gale. It is the season by Robert Louis Stevenson. It is the season now to go about the country high and low, among the lilacs hand in hand and two by two in fairyland. A brooding boy with his sighing maid, wholly fain and half afraid, no meet along the hazel brook to pass and linger, pause and look. A year ago, and blithely paired, their rough and tumble play they shared. They kissed and quarrelled, laughed and cried, a year ago at Eastertide. With bursting heart, with fiery face, she strove against him in the race. He unabashed her garter sore, but now would touch her skirts with awe. Now by the stile ablaze she stops, and his demure eyes he drops. Now they exchange averted sighs, or stand in Mary's silent eyes. And he to her a hero is, and sweeter she than primroses. There come in silence dear far, the nightingale and mavis are. Now when they sever withered hands, joy trembles in the bosom strands, and lovely laughter leaps and falls upon their lips in madrigals. It is yours, O mother, to complain, by Robert Louis Stevenson. It is yours, O mother, to complain, not, mother, yours to weep. Though nevermore your son again shall to your bosom creep, though nevermore again you watch your baby sleep. Though on the greener paths of earth, mother and child no more we wander, and no more the birth of me whom once you bore seems still the brave reward that once it seemed of yore. Though it all passes, day and night, the seasons and the years, from you, O mother, this delight, this also disappears. Some profit yet survives of all your pangs and tears. The child, the seed, the grain of corn, the acorn on the hill, each for some separate end is born and season fit, and still each must in strength arise to work the Almighty will. So from the hearth her children flee, by that Almighty hand austerely led. So one by sea goes forth, and one by land, no aught of all men's sons escapes from that command. So from the cellar each obeys the unseen Almighty nod, so till the ending, all their ways, blindfolded laugh, half trod, nor knew their task at all, but were the tools of God. And as the fervent smith of yore beat out the glowing blade, nor wielded in the front of war the weapons that he made, but in the tower at home still plead his ringing trade. So like a sword the sun shall roam on nobler missions sent, and as the smith remained at home, in peaceful turret penned, so sits the while at home the mother well content. It's an overcome sooth for age and youth, by Robert Louis Stevenson. It's an overcome sooth for age and youth, and it brooks thee in a denial that the dearest friends are the oldest friends, and the young are just on trial. There's a rival bold, the young and old, and it's sin that has bereft me, for the surest friends are the oldest friends, and the master minds have left me. They are kind hearts still, the friends to fill, and fools to take and break them. But the nearest friends are the oldest friends, and the graves the place to seek them. It's forth across the roaring foam, by Robert Louis Stevenson. It's forth across the roaring foam, and on towards the west. It's many a lonely league from home, or many a mountain crest. From where the dogs of Scotland call the sheep around the fold, to where the flags are flying beside the gates of gold. Where all the deep sea galleons ride that come to bring the corn, where falls the fog at eventide and blows the breeze at morn. It's where that I was sick and sad, alone and poor and cold, in yon distressful city beside the gates of gold. I slept as one that nothing knows, but far along my way, before the morning, God rose and planned the coming day. Afar before me forth he went, as through the sands of old, and chose the friends to help me beside the gates of gold. I have been near, I have been far, my back's been at the wall, aye, and ever shone the star to guide me through it all. The love of God, the help of man, they both shall make me bold, against the gates of darkness as beside the gates of gold. Catherine, by Robert Louis Stevenson. We see you as we see a face that trembles in a forest place upon the mirror of a pool forever quiet, clear and cool. And in the wayward glass appears to hover between smiles and tears, elfin and human, airy and true, and backed by the reflected blue. Keepsake Mill by Robert Louis Stevenson. Over the borders, a sin without pardon, breaking the branches and crawling below. Out through the breach in the wall of the garden, down by the banks of a river, we go. Here's the mill with the humming of thunder, here's the weir with the wonder of foam. Here's the sluice with the race running under, marvelous places, though handy to home. Sounds of the village grow stiller and stiller, stiller the note of the birds on the hill. Dusty and dim are the eyes of the miller, deaf are his ears with the moil of the mill. Years may go by, and the wheel in the river, wheel as it wheels for us children today, wheel and keep roaring and foaming forever, long after all, for boys are away. Home from the Indies and home from the ocean, heroes and soldiers, we all shall come home. Still we shall find the old mill wheel in motion, turning and churning with river to foam. You with bean that I gave when we quarrelled, I with your marble of Saturday last, honoured and old and all gaily apparelled, here we shall meet and remember the past. Know you the river near to Grace by Robert Louis Stevenson. Know you the river near to Grace, a river deep and clear? Among the lilies all the way the ancient river runs to Tay, from snowy weir to weir. Old as a Rhine of great renown she hurries clear and fast. She runs amain by field and town, from south to north, from up to down, to present on from past. The love I hold was born by her, and now, though far away, my lonely spirit hears the stir of water round the starling spur beside the bridge at Greece. So may that love forever hold in life an equal pace, so may that love grow never old, but clear and pure in the fountain cold, go on from grace to grace. Last night we had a thunderstorm in style by Robert Louis Stevenson. Last night we had a thunderstorm in style. The wild lightning struck the ears, as though my God fell down a pair of stairs. The thunder boomed and bounded all the while. All cried and sat by waterside in style. The mob our bro had been our chief of cares. I lay in bed with a Voltairean smile. The terror of good, simple guilty pairs, and made this rondeau in ironic style. Last night we had a thunderstorm in style. Our God the Father fell downstairs. The stark blue lightning went its flight the while. The very rain you might have heard a mile. The strenuous faithful buckled to their prayers. Late, O Miller, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Late, O Miller, the birds are silent, the darkness falls, and the house the lights are lighted. See in the valley they twinkle the lights of home. Late, O lovers, the night is at hand, silence and darkness clothe the land. Let beauty awake in the morn from beautiful dreams, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Let beauty awake in the morn from beautiful dreams, beauty awake from rest. Let beauty awake for beauty's sake, in the hour when the birds awaken the break and the stars are bright in the west. Let beauty awake in the eve from the slumber of day, awake in the crimson eve, in the day's dusk end, when the shades are scant. Let awake to the kiss of a tender friend, to render again and receive. Let love go, if go she will, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Let love go, if go she will. Seek not a fool her wanton flight to stay. Of all she gives and takes away, the best remains behind her still. The best remains behind, in vain. Joy she may give and take again. Joy she may take and leave us pain, if yet she leaves behind the constant mind, to meet all fortunes noble, to endure all things with a good heart, and still be pure, still the foremost cause, and still be worthy of the love that was. Love coming and omnipotent indeed, but not love going, let her go. The seed springs in the favouring summer air, and grows and waxes strong, and as summer goes, remains a perfect tree. Joy she may give and take again, joy she may take and leave us pain. Our love, and what care we? One thing thou hast given, our love, one thing, is ours that nothing can remove. And as the king discrowned is still a king, the unhappy lover still preserves his love. Light as my heart was long ago, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Light as my heart was long ago, now it is heavy enough. Now that the weather is rough, now that the loud winds come and go, winter is here with hail and snow, winter is sorry and gruff. Light at last, yes, now, where's my love? I do not know. Life's pitiful stuff, Out with it, out with snuff. This the sum of all I know, light as my heart was long ago. Light as the linnet on my way I start, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Light as the linnet on my way I start, for all my pecker be a chartered heart. Forth on the world without a guide or chart, content to know, for all men's varying fates, the eternal woman by the wayside waits. Light foot and tight foot, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Light foot and tight foot, and green grass spread, early in the morning, but hope is on ahead. Brief day and bright day, and sunset red, early in the evening the stars are overhead. Link your arm in mine, my lad, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Link your arm in mine, my lad, you and I together, you and I and all the rest shall face the winter weather. Some to good and some to harm, some to cheer the others, all the world goes arm in arm, and all the men are brothers. Fortune kicks us here and there, smaller role in life led, better poultry peace, however than hero loyal strife led. While there's liquor to be had, deeply drain the bickers, ocean placed marbles led with men of war for knickers. Who will ever hear of me, who will hear of you, let devil take posterity and present people too, let. I've work enough to do, strength enough to do, I've work and so have you, so put your shoulder to it. Some do half what I can do, some can do the double, some must rule for me and you, to save ourselves the trouble. Who would envy yonder man, decorated thus, lad? We are working men for him, and he's an earl for us, lad. Lo, in thine honest eyes I read, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Lo, in thine honest eyes I read the auspicious beacon that shall lead, after long sailing in deep seas, to quiet havens in June ease. Thy voice sings like an inland bird, first by the sea-worn sailor heard, and like road, shaded from life's sea, thine honest heart is unto me. Lo, now, my guest, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Lo, now, my guest, if aught amiss were said, forgive it and dismiss it from your head. For me, for you, for all, to close the date, pass the evening sponge across the slate, and to that spirit of forgiveness keep which is the parent and the child of sleep. Long time I lay in little ease, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Long time I lay in little ease, where, placed by the Turanian Marseilles, the many-masted, sees the blue Mediterranean. Now songful in the hour of sport, now riotous for wages, she camps around her ancient port as ancient of the ages. Algerian airs through all the place, unconquerable Sally, incomparable woman pace the shadows of the alley. And high our darkened graving yard, and where the sky is polar, the golden virgin of a guard shines beckoning the sailor. She hears the city roar on high, thief, prostitute, and banker. She sees the masted vessels lie immovably at anchor. She sees the snowy islets dot the sea's immortal azure, and if that castelled spot tower, turret, and embrasure. Looking forward, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When I am grown to man's estate, I shall be very proud and great, and tell the other girls and boys not to meddle with my toys. Looking Glass River, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Smooth it glides upon its travel, here wimple, there's the gleam, all the clean gravel, all the smooth stream. Sailing blossoms, silver fishes, paven pools as clear as air, how a child wishes to live down there. We can see our colored faces floating on the shaken pool, down in cool places, dim and very cool. Till the wind and water wrinkle, dipping marten, plumping trout, spreads in a twinkle and blots all out. See the rings pursue each other, all below grows black as night, just as if mother had blown out the light. Patience, children, just a minute, see the spreading circles die, the stream and all in it will clear by and by. Loud and low in the chimney, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Loud and low in the chimney there squalls the spire, then like an answer dwindles and glows the fire. And the chamber reddens and darkens, and time like taking breath. Near by the sounding chimney, the youth apart hearkens with changing colour and leaping heart, and hears in the coil of a tempest the voice of love and death. Love on high in the flute-like and tender notes, sounds as from April meadows and hillside cotes, but the deep wood wind in the chimney utters the slogan of death. Loud and low in the chimney, Robert Louis Stevenson. Loud and low in the chimney the squalls suspire, when like an answer dwindles and glows the fire, and the chamber reddens and darkens, time like taking breath. Near by the sounding chimney the youth apart hearkens with changing colour and leaping heart, and hears in the coil of the tempest a voice of love and death. Love on high in the flute-like and tender notes sounds as from April meadows and hillside cotes, but the deep wood wind in the chimney utters the slogan of death. Love is the very heart of spring by Robert Louis Stevenson. Love is the very heart of spring. Flocks fall to loving on the lea, and wildfowl laugh upon the wing, when spring first enters like a sea. When spring first enters like a sea into the heart of everything, bestir yourselves religiously, incense before love's altar bring. Incense before life's altar bring, flowers from the flowering hawthorn tree, flowers from the margin of a spring, for all the flowers are sweet to see. Love is the very heart of spring. When spring first enters like a sea, incense before love's altar bring, and flowers, while flowers are sweet to see. Bring flowers while flowers are sweet to see. Love's almighty, love's a king. Incense before love's altar bring, incense before love's altar bring. Love's gifts are generous and free, when spring first enters like a sea. When spring first enters like a sea, the birds are all inspired to sing. Love's the very heart of spring, the birds are all inspired to sing. Love's gifts are generous and free. Love is almighty, love is a king. Love's vicissitudes by Robert Louis Stevenson. As love and hope together walk by me for a while, link armed the ways they travel for many a pleasant mile, link armed and dumb they travel, they sing not but they smile. Hope leaving love commences the practice on the lute, and as he sings and travels with lingering laggard foot, despair plays obligato the sentimental flute. Until in singing garments comes royally at call, comes limber-hipped indifference, free-stepping straight and tall, comes singing and lamenting, the sweetest pipe of all. Love, what is love by Robert Louis Stevenson. Love, what is love? A great and aching heart, wrung hands and silence and a long despair. Life, what is life? Upon a moorland bare, to see love coming and see love depart. Man sails the deep awhile by Robert Louis Stevenson. Man sails the deep awhile, loud runs the roaring tide. The seas are wild and wide, or many a salt or many a desert mile, the unchained breakers ride, the quivering stars beguile. How pierce the soul command, how with unshaken eyes sees flaw and storm arise. How the good steersman with unvarying hand stirs under changing skies, unchanged toward the land. A wind that bravely blows, a hope that sails with all, where stars and voices call, a ship undaunted that forever goes, where God, her admiral, his battle signal shows. But woe the seas and wind, far in the deep should whelm colours and sails and helm. There too you touch that port that you designed, there in the mid-sea's realm shall you that haven find. Well hast thou sailed, now die, to die is not to sleep, still your true course you keep. O sailor soul, still sailing for the sky, and 50 fathom deep, your colours still shall fly. Marching Song by Robert Louis Stevenson. Bring the common, play upon it, marching here we come. Willie cocks his Highland bonnet, Johnny beats the drum. Mary Jane commands the party, Peter leads the rear, feet in time, alert and hearty, each a grenadier. All the most martial manner, marching double quick, while the napkin-like banner waves upon the stick. Here's enough of fame and pillage, great Commander Jane. Now that we've been round the village, let's go home again. Mater Triumphs by Robert Louis Stevenson. Son of my woman's body, you go to the drum and fifth, to taste the colour of love and the other side of life. From out of the dainty root, the strong from out of the frail, eternally through the ages from the female comes the male. The 10 fingers and toes, and the shell like a nail on each, the eyes blind as gems, and the tongue a tempting speech. Impotent hands in my bosom, and yet they shall wield the sword. Drugged with slumber and milk, you wait the day of the Lord. Innocent bridegroom, uncrowned king, unanointed priest, soldier, lover, explorer, I see you nuzzle the breast. You would group in my bosom, shall load the ladies with rings. You would come forth through the doors, shall burst the doors of kings. Men are Heaven's Peers by Robert Louis Stevenson. Men are Heaven's peers, where evermore unwearying bear the sky's floor. Men's theatre they bear with ease, and frowning caryatides. I for my wife the sun uphold, or dozing strike the seasons cold. She on her side in fey wise deals in diviner mysteries. By spells to make the fuel burn and keep the parlour warm, to turn water to wine and stones to bread, by her unconquered hero head, in naked Adam, naked Eve, along the primal bower we weave, sequestered in the seas of life, a Crusoe couple, man and wife, with all our good, with all our will, our unfrequented eye we fill. And victor in days, petty wars, each for the other lights the stars. Come then, my Eve, and to and fro, let us about our garden go. And grateful-hearted, hand in hand, we visit all our tillage land, and marvel at our strange estate, for hooded ruin at the gate sits watchful, and the angels fear to see our streets so boldly here. Meanwhile, my Eve, with flower and grass, our perishable days we pass. Far more the fawn observe, and see how our enormous sins go free, nor less admire, beside the rose, how far a little virtue goes. Men marvel at the works of man by Robert Louis Stevenson. Men marvel at the works of man, and with unstinted praise sing the greatness of some worldly thing, uncompassed during one lifespan. An empire built, kingdom born, and straightway man sound man's own horn. The human brain's a wondrous work, such chant the sages and the deans. Those thought and labour go betweens, wherever life's deep mysteries shrink. A steel-ribbed ship, an engine new, mighty things a strong man doth do. Man rears great piles of chiseled stone and builds across the roaring streams, and tunnels mountains while he dreams of sterner tasks to do alone. "'Tis I," he says, "these things have wrought, through darkness to the heights I fought." But comes a time when in his might the man of sceptre or of gold is laid upon the marble cold, and so the wind takes hurried flight. The wondrous man is but a clod, as lowly as the earth he trod. Far in the realm of the unknown a little light has found its way, a flicker in the newer day that hollows around the godly throne. Once housed in the eternal land, the light perceives the master hand. Mine eyes were swift to know thee by Robert Louis Stevenson. Mine eyes were swift to know thee, and my heart is swift to love. And it become at once thine holy, thine unutterable vine, an honourable service, pure intent, steadfast access of love and loving care. And as she was, so am, and so shall be, and knew thee helpful, and knew thee true, knew thee in pity bedfellows. I heard thy talk of unanswerable throbbings. On the stream deep, swift and clear, the lilies floated. Fish through the shadows ran, where, woe and I, read kindness in our eyes, and closed the match. Mother and Daughter by Robert Louis Stevenson. High is my heart, the could be mine that draws their stature to line. My pair of fairies plump and dark, my dryads of my cattle park. Here by my window close I sit, and watch, and my heart laughs at it. How these my dragon lilies are, alike and yet dissimilar. From European womankind they are divided and defined, by the free limb and the plain mind, the nobler gait, the naked foot, the indiscreeter petticoat, and show by each endearing course more like what Eve and Eden was. Buxom and free, flowing and fine, in every limb and every line, inimitable feminine. Like ripe fruit on the espaliers, their sun-bepainted hue appears, and the white lace, when lace they were, shows on their golden breast more fair. So far the same they seem, and yet, one apes the shrew, one the coquette, a sibyl or a truant child. One runs with a crop halloo wild, and one, more sedulous to please, her long dark hair deep as her knees, and furred with living silver sees. What needeth I of wealth or fame, a club, an often printed name? It more contents my heart to know them going simply to and fro, to see the dear pair pause and pass girded among the drenching grass in the resplendent sun, or hear when the huge moon delays to appear, the kindred voices sounding near in the veranda twilight. So sound ever, so for ever go and come upon your small brown feet, to win honours to my country seat, and its too happy masterland my solace and its ornament. Music at the Villa Marina by Robert Louis Stevenson. For some abiding central source of power, strong smitten steady chords, ye seem to flow, and, flowing, carry a virtue. Far below the vain tumultuous passions of the hour fleet fast and disappear, and as the sun shines on the wake of tempests, there is cast o'er all the shattered ruins of my past a strong contentment as of battles won. And yet I cry in anguish as I hear the long-drawn pageant of your passage roll magnificently forth into the night. To yon fair land ye come from, to yon sphere of strength and love, where now ye shape your flight. O even wings of music, bear my soul. Ye have the power, if but ye had the will, strong smitten steady chords in sequence grant, to bear me forth into that tranquil land, where good is no more revel up with ill. Where she and I, remote upon some hill, or by some quiet river's windless strand, may live, and love, and wander hand in hand, and follow nature's symbol, and be still. From this grim world where, sadly present, we sit bound with others' heartstrings as with chains, and, if one moves all suffer, to that goal, if such a land, if such a sphere, there be, wiver, from life and all life's joys and pains, or even wings of music, bear my soul. My bed is a boat, Robert Louis Stevenson. My bed is like a little boat. Nurse helps me in when I embark. She girds me in my sailor's coat and starts me in the dark. At night I go on board and say, good night to my friends on shore. I shut my eyes and sail away and see and hear no more. And sometimes things to bed I take, as prudent sailors have to do. Perhaps a slice of wedding cake, perhaps a toy or two. All night across the dark we steer, but when the day returns at last, safe in my room beside the pier, I find my vessel fast. My body which my dungeon is, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My body which my dungeon is, and yet my parks and palaces, which is so great that where I go all the day long to and fro, and when the night begins to fall, throw down my bed and sleep, while all the building hums with wakefulness, even as a child of savages, when evening takes her on her way, she having roamed a summer's day along the mountain sides and scalp, sleeps in an armchair of that Alp, which is so broad and high that there, as in the topless fields of air, my fancy soars like to a kite, and faints in the blue infinite, which is so strong, my strongest throws, and the rough world's besieging blows not break it, and so weak withal, death absent flows in its loose wall, as the green sea in fishers' nets, and tops its topmost parapets, which is so wholly mine, that I can wield its whole artillery, and mind so little, that my soul dwells in perpetual control, and I but think and speak and do, as my dead fathers move me to. If this born body of my bones, the beggared soul so barely owns, what money passed from hand to hand, what creeping custom of the land, what deed of author or assign, can make a house a thing of mine? My brain swims empty and light, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My brain swims empty and light, like a nut on a sea of oil, and an atmosphere of quiet wraps me about from the turmoil and clamour of life. I stand apart from living, apart and holy I stand, in my new-gained grove of idleness I stand, as stood the Shekinah of yon the Holy of Holies. I walk the streets smoking my pipe, and I laugh a dallying shop-girl that leans with rounded stern to look at the fashions. And I hate the bustling citizen, the eager and hurrying man of affairs I hate, because he bears his intolerance writ on his face, and every movement and word of him tells me how much he hates me. I love night in the city, the lighted streets and the swinging gait of harlots. I love cool pale morning in the empty by-streets, with only here and there a female figure, a slavey with lifted dress and the key in her hand, a girl or two at play in the corner of wasteland, tumbling and showing their legs and crying out to me loosely. My Conscience, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Of waar wie else wat flesh can fear, the loss of friends will echo gear. A jollen tyke, again that mere, a less is nonsense, it's just a thing I cannot bear, and that's my conscience. When there an excuse has gone, and work is done, and duties plain, into my chamber my lane I creep apart, my conscience, all the yammering pain stands to my heart. A day we various ends in my view, the hair is the time I had to put, and made a hat but stores so, let be a man, my conscience, when my hands went through, war were ye then? In there were our lures of life, where pleasure's girdling on the fifth, Their anger wie the Hodgkin knife, ground sharp in hell, and my conscience, you wouldst like a wife, who so was yourself. I keen and fine, just waiting here to carve evil war appear, to collect the good, confuse the clear, with scare the great, my conscience, enter haces steer, one last hour late. Sick like some dog grown old and blind, one thieves broke through the gear to bind, as slain his thousand length and grinded with disaster, and the morn's morning would the wind yokes on his master.
My heart when first the blackbird sings, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My heart when first the blackbird sings, my heart rings in the song. Cool pleasure fills my bosom through, and spreads each nerve along. My bosom eddies quietly, my heart is stirred and cool, as when a wind-moved briar sweeps us down into a pool. But into thee, when thee I meet, my pulse is thickening fast, as when the maddened lake grows black and revels in the blast. My house, I say, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My house, I say, but dark to the sunny dose that make my roof the arena of their love. I carry about the gable all day long, and through the chimneys with a murmurous song. Our house, they say, and mine the cat declares, it spreads with golden fleece upon the chairs, and mine the dog and rises stiff with wrath, if any alien foot profane the path. So too the buck that trimmed my terraces, and whilom garden I called the garden his, who now the posts awaits my plain abode, and his last kingdom only from the road. My Kingdom, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Down by the shining water well I found a very little dell, no higher than my head. The heather and the gorse abode, and summer bloom were coming out, some yellow and some red. I called the little pool a sea, the little hills were big to me, for I am very small. I made a boat, I made a town, I searched the caverns up and down, and in them one and all about was mine, I said, with the sparrows overhead, the little minnows too. This was the world, and I was king, for me the bees came by to sing, for me the swallows flew. I played there were no deeper seas, nor any wider plains than these, nor any other kings than me. At last I heard my mother call out from the house at evenfall to call me home to tea. And I must arise and leave my dell, and leave my dimpled water well, and leave my heather blooms. Alas, and as my home I neared, how very big my nurse appeared, how great and cool the rooms. My love was warm, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My love was warm, for that I crossed the mountains and the sea, on account of it and they were lost that gave my love to me. If that indeed were love at all, is still my love I throw, by what dear name am I to call the bond that holds me now? My shadow, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see. He is very, very like me from the heels up to the head, and I see him jump before me, and I jump into my bed. The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow, not at all like proper children, which is always very slow, for he sometimes shoots up taller like an Indian rubber ball, and he sometimes goes so little that there is none of him at all. He hasn't got a notion of what children ought to play, can only make a fool of me in every sort of way. He stays so close behind me, he's sick coward you can see. I'd think shame to stick to nursie as the shadow sticks to me. One morning very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shining dew on every buttercup. But my lazy little shadow, like an errant sleepy head, had stayed at home behind me and was fast asleep in bed. My Ship and I, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Oh, it's I that am the captain of a tiny little ship, of a ship that goes a-sailing on the pond, and my ship it keeps a-turning all around and all about. But when I'm a little older, I shall find the secret out how to send my vessel sailing on beyond. For I mean to grow little as the dolly at the helm, and the dolly I intend to come alive. And with him beside to help me, it's a-sailing I shall go, it's sailing on the water, and jolly breezes blow, on a vessel goes a-dive, dive, dive. Oh, it's when you'll see me sailing through the rushes and the reeds, you'll hear the water singing at the prow. For beside the dolly sailor, I'm to voyage and explore, to land upon the island where no dolly was before, and to fire the penny cannon in the bow.
My Stockton, if I fail to like, by Robert Louis Stevenson. My Stockton, if I fail to like, it were sheer depravity, for I went down with the Thomas Hike, and I went up with a jet of gravity.
My treasures, by Robert Louis Stevenson. These nuts that I keep in the back of a nest, where all my tin soldiers are lying at rest, were gathered in autumn by nursie and me in a wood with a well by the side of a sea. With whistle they made, how clearly it sounds, by the side of a field at the end of the grounds. Of a branch of a plane with a knife of my own, it was nursie who made it, and nursie alone. The stone, the white and the yellow and grey, we discovered I cannot tell how far away, and I carried it back all the weary and cold, although father denies it, I'm sure it is gold. But of all my treasures, the last is the king, and there's very few children possess such a thing. And that is a chisel with handle and blade, which a man who was really carpenter made.
My Wife and I in One Romantic Cot by Robert Louis Stevenson. My wife and I in one romantic cot, the world forgetting, by the world forgot, how high as the gods upon Olympus dwell, pledged with what things we have, and pledged as well to wait and hope for those which we have not. She vows an ardor for a horse to trot, I stake my votive prayers upon a yacht. Which shall be first remembered, who can tell, my wife or I? Harvests of flowers are all our garden plot, she dreams, and I to enrich darker spot, my unprovided cellar. Above the swell our narrow cottage huge as a hotel, where porty friends may come and share the lot of wife and I.
My Wife by Robert Louis Stevenson. Trusty, dusky, vivid, true, with eyes of gold and brimble hue, steel true and blade straight, a great that fisser made by maid. Honor, anger, valor, fire, a love that life could never tire, that quench evil stir, the mighty master gave to her. Teacher, tender, comrade, wife, a fellow farer, true for life, heart whole and soul free, the august father gave to me.
Nay, but I fancy somehow year by year, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Nay, but I fancy somehow year by year, the hard road waxing easier to my feet. Nay, but I fancy at the season's fleet I should grow ever dearer to my dear. Hope is so strong that it has conquered fear. Love follows, crowned and glad for fear's defeat. Down in the long future behold us, sweet, pass and grow ever dearer and more near. Pass and go onward into that mild land, where the blond harvests slumber all the noon, and the pale sky bends downward to the sea. Pass and go forward, ever hand in hand, till all the plain be quickened with the moon, and the lit windows beacon all the lee. Nescit ancille tibi amor pudor by Robert Louis Stevenson. There's just a twinkle in your eye that seems to say, I might, if I were only bold enough to try an arm around your waist. I hear, too, as you came and go, the pretty nervous laugh, you know, and when your cap is always so coquettishly displaced. Your cap, the words profanely said, the little top knot, white and red, that quaintly crowns your graceful head, no bigger than a flower, is set with such a witching art, is so provocatively smart, I'd like to word on my heart an ardor for an hour. O graceful housemaid, tall and fair, I love your shy imperial air, and always loiter on the stair when you are going by. A strict reserve the fates demand, but when to let you pass I stand, sometimes by chance I touch your hand, and sometimes catch your eye.
Nest Eggs by Robert Louis Stevenson. Birds of a summer day flutter and crowl here in the arbor-like tent of a laurel. Here in the fork the brown nest is seated, for little blue eggs the mother keeps heated. I stand watching her, staring like gabbies, safe in each egg are the birds' little babies. Soon the frail eggs they shall chip, and upspringing make all the April woods merry with singing. Younger when we are, children and frailer, soon the blue air they'll be, singer and sailor. We so much older, taller and stronger, we shall look down on the birdies no longer, and shall go flying with musical speeches high overhead in the tops of the beeches. In spite of our wisdom and sensible talking, we on our feet must go, plodding and walking.
Night and Day by Robert Louis Stevenson. When the golden day is done, through the closing portal, child and garden, flower and sun, vanish all things mortal. As the blinding shadows fall, as the rays diminish, under evening's cloak, they all roll away and vanish. Garden darkened, daisy shut, child in bed, they slumber. Glowworm in the highway rut, mice among the lumber. In the darkness houses shine, parents move with candles, till on all the night divine turns the bedroom handles. Till at last the day begins, in the east the breaking, in the hedges and the winds, sleeping birds awaking. In the darkness shapes of things, houses, trees and hedges, clear grow, and sparrows' wings beat on window ledges. These shall wake the yawning maid, she the door shall open, finding dew on garden glade and the morning broken. Then my garden grows again, green and rosy painted, as at eve behind the pane, for my eyes it fainted. Just as it was shut away, toy-like in the even, Here I sit in glow of day under glowing heaven. Every path and every plot, every bush of roses, every blue forget-me-not where the dew reposes. Up they cry, day is come, and the smiling valleys, we have beat the morning drum, playmate, join your allies. Nor judge me light, for light at times I seem, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Nor judge me light, for light at times I seem, and lightly in the stress of fortune bear the innumerable flaws of changeful care. Nor judge me light for this, nor rashly deem office forbid to mortals kept supreme and separate to prerogators of God. That seaman idle who was borne aboard to the far haven by the favouring stream. Not he alone that so contrarious seas oppose all night long the unvaried oar, not he alone by high success endeared shall reach the port, but winged with some light breeze shall they, with upright keels, passing before whom easy taste the golden pilot stirred. Northwest Passage, Good Night, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When the bright lamp is carried in, the sunless hours again begin. O'er all without, the field and lane, the haunted night returns again. Now we behold the embers flee about the firelit hearth, and see our faces painted as we pass like pictures on the window glass. Must we to bed indeed? Well then, let us arise and go like men, and face with an undaunted tread the long black passage up to bed. Farewell, our brother, sister, sire, our pleasant party round the fire. The songs you sing, the tales you tell, till far tomorrow, fare ye well. Northwest Passage, in Port, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Last to the chamber where I lie, my fearful footsteps patter nigh, and come from out the cold and gloom into my warm and cheerful room. There, safe arrived, we turn about to keep the coming shadows out, and close the happy door at last on all the perils that we passed. Then, when mamma goes by to bed, she shall come in with tiptoe tread, and see me lying warm and fast, and in the land of Nod at last. Northwest Passage, Shadow March, by Robert Louis Stevenson. All around the house in the jet-black night it stars through the window pane, it crawls in the corners, hiding from the light, and it moves with a moving flame. Now my little heart goes a-beating like a drum, with the breath of a boogie in my hair. All round the candle the crooking shadows come and go marching along up the stair. The shadow of a balusters, the shadow of a lamp, the shadow of a child that goes to bed. All the wicked shadows coming, tramp, 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 with the black night overhead. Not roses to the rose, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Not roses to the rose, I trow, the thistle sends, nor to the bee the west bring honey. Wherefore now should Locker ask a verse from me? Martial, perchance, but he is dead, and Herrick now must rhyme no more. Still burning with the muse we treat, and arm in arm the shadowy shore. They, if they lived with dainty hand to music as of mountain brooks, might bring you worthy words to stand unshamed, dear Locker, in your books. But though these fathers of your race be gone before, yourself a sire, today you see before your face your stalwart youngsters touch the lyre. On these, on Lang or Dobson, call, long leaders of a songful feast, they lend a verse your laughing fall, a verse they owe you at the least. Not undelightful friend our rustic ease, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Not undelightful friend our rustic ease, to grateful hearts, for by especial hap, deep nested in the hill's enormous lap, with its own ring of woods and grove of trees, sits in deep shelter our small cottage, nor far off is seen, rose carpeted and hung with clematins, the quarry whence she sprung, our Mater Pulcher, Filia Pulchrior. Whither in early spring, unharnessed folk, we join the pairing swallows, glad to stay where, loosened in the hills, remote, unseen, from its tall trees, it breathes a slender smoke to heaven, and in the noon of sultry day stands, coolly buried to the neck in green. Now bare to the beholder's eye, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Now bare to the beholder's eye your late denuded bindings lie, subsiding slowly where they fell, a disinvested citadel. The obdurate corset, Cupid's foe, the Dutchman's breeches frilled below, those that the lover notes to note, and white and crackling petticoat. From these that on the ground repose, their lady lately re-arose, and laying by the lady's name, a living woman re-became of her, that from the public eye they do enclose and fortify. Now, lying scattered as they fell, an indiscreeter tale they tell. Of that more soft and secret her, whose daring fortresses they were, by fading warmth, by lingering print, these now discarded scabbards hint. A twofold change the ladies know. First, in the morn the buggles blow, and they, the floral hues and scents, man their bay-bonnet battlements. But let the stars appear, and they shed inhumanities away, and from the changeling fashion see, through comic and through sweet degree, in nature's toilet unsurpassed, forth leaps the laughing girl at last.
Now when the number of my years, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Now when the number of my years is all fulfilled, and I from sedentary life shall rouse me up to die, bury me low and let me lie under the wide and starry sky. Joying to live, I joy to die, bury me low and let me die. Clear was my soul, my deeds were free, honor was called my name. I fell not back from fear, nor fall not after fame. Bury me low and let me lie under the wide and starry sky. Joying to live, I joy to die, bury me low and let me die. Bury me low in the valleys green, and where the milder breeze blows fresh along a stream, sings around lean with trees. Bury me low and let me lie under the wide and starry sky. Joying to live, I joy to die, bury me low and let me die. O dull, cold northern sky, by Robert Louis Stevenson. O dull, cold northern sky, O brawling Sabbath bells, O feeble twittering autumn bird that tells the years alike to die. O still spoiled trees, O city ways, O sun desired and vain, a dread presentment of coming rain, that cloys the sullen days. Thee, heart of mine, agreed, in what hard mountain pass strivest for, and what important moors sink now at their feet. Or runs the hopeless race to win despair, the crown awaits success, but leaden gods look down on thee with evil face. And those that would befriend and cherish thy defeat, if angry welcome shall turn sore the sweet homecoming of the end. Yea, those that offer praise to idleness shall yet insult thee, coming glorious in the sweat of honorable ways.
O Henley in my hours of ease, by Robert Louis Stevenson. O Henley in my hours of ease, you may say anything you please, but when I join the muses' revel, begat, I wish you at the devil. In vain my verse I plain and bevel, like Benville's rhyming devotees, in vain by many an artful's with, luck and my meaning by degrees. I am sure to hear my Henley cavil, and grovelling prostrate on my knees, devote his body to the seas, his correspondence to the devil. O Lady Fair and Sweet, by Robert Louis Stevenson. O Lady fair and sweet, arise and let us go, where comes not rain or snow, excess of cold or heat, to find a still retreat where willowy valleys low, where silent rivers flow. Where let us turn our feet, O Lady fair and sweet, far from the noisy street, the doleful city row, far from the grimy street, where in the evening glow the summer swallows meet, the quiet mowers mow. Arise and let us go, O Lady fair and sweet, for here the loud winds blow, here drifts the blinding sleet. Of Shona's Islands and Maroons, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Of Shona's islands and maroons, and buccaneers and buried gold, and torches red and rising moons, if all the old Romans retold exactly in the ancient way, can please, as me they pleased of old, the wiser youngsters of today, so be it, and fall on. If not, if all the boys on better things have set their spirits and forgot, so be it, and fall on. If not, if all the boys on solid food have set their fancies and forgot Kingston and Valentine, the brave and Cooper of land and wave, so be it also. And may I and my late-born poetic brood unread beside the ancients lie, so be it, and fall on. If not, if studied youth no longer crave the ancients' appetites forgot, Kingston and Valentine the brave for Cooper of sea and wood, so be it also, and may I and all my pirates share the grave where these and their creations lie. On his pietable transformation, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I who was young so long, young and alert and gay, now that my hair is grey begin to change my song. Now I know right from wrong, now I know pay and pray, I who was young so long, young and alert and gay. Now I follow the throng, walk on the beaten way, hear what the elders say, and own that I was wrong, I who was young so long.
And now all of the year be done, by Robert Louis Stevenson. And now all of the year be done, No, all the love be dead, dead and gone. Hear me, O loved and cherished one, give me still the hand that led me on.
And Some Ghostly Companions at a Spa by Robert Louis Stevenson. I had an evil day when I to Strathpether drew anigh, for there I found no human soul, but ogres occupied the whole. They had at first a human air, and coats and flannel underwear. They rose and walked upon their feet, and filled their bellies full of meat, and wiped their lips when they had done, but they were ogres every one. Each issuing from his secret bower, I marked them in the morning hour. By limb and totter, lisp and droop, I singled each one from the group, detected ogres, from my side depart to your congenial night from these fair vales. From this fair day, fleet spectres, on your downward way, like changing figures in a dream, to mutton howl and pidden weem. Or as by harmony divine, the devils quartered in the swine, if any baser place exist, in God's great registration list. Some den with wallow and the fur, find it, ye ogres, and be off. On the Gorgeous Hills of Morning by Robert Louis Stevenson. On the gorgeous hills of morning, a sudden piping of birds, a piping of all the forest, high and merry and clear. I lay in my tent and listened. I lay and heard them long, in the dark of a moonlit morning, the birds of the night at song. I lay and listened and heard them sing ere the day was begun, sing and sink into silence one by one. I lay in my bed and looked, paler than starlight or lightning, a glimmer. In the highlands and the country places, where the old plain men have rosy faces and the young fair lasses quiet eyes, light and heat begin and strengthen, and the shadows turn and shrink and lengthen, as the great sun passes in the skies. Life and death go by with heedful faces, mock with silent steps these empty places. Once only by the garden gate by Robert Louis Stevenson. Once only by the garden gate, our lips we joined and parted. I must fulfill an empty fate and travel the uncharted. Hail and farewell! I must arise, leave here the fetid cattle, and paint on foreign lands and skies my Odyssey of battle. The untended cosmos my abode, I pass, a wilful stranger, my mistress still the open road and the bright eyes of danger. Come ill or well, across the crown, a rainbow or the thunder, I fling my soul and body down, for God to plough them under. Over the land is April by Robert Louis Stevenson. Over the land is April, over my heart a rose. Over high brown mountain the sound of singing goes. Say, love, do you hear me, hear my sonnets ring? Over high brown mountain, love, do you hear me sing? For highway, love and byway, with snow succeed the rose. Over high brown mountain, the wind of winter blows. Say, love, do you hear me, hear my sonnets ring? Over high brown mountain, sound the song of spring. I throw the flowers of spring. Do you hear the song of spring? Hear the songs of spring? Picture books in winter, Robert Louis Stevenson. Summer fading, winter comes. Frosty mornings, tingling thumbs, winter robins, winter rocks, and the picture storybooks. Water now is turned to stone, nursing I can walk upon. Still we find the flowing brooks in the picture storybooks. All the pretty things put by wait upon the children's eye, sheep and shepherds, trees and crooks, in the picture storybooks. You may see how all things are, seas and cities, near and far, and the flying fairies looks in the picture storybooks. Or am I to sing your praise, happy chimney corner days, sitting safe in nursery nooks, reading picture storybooks? Pirate's Story by Robert Louis Stevenson. 3 of us afloat in the meadow by the swing, 3 of us abroad in the basket on the lee. Winds are in the air, they are blowing in the spring, and waves are on the meadow like the waves we are at sea. It shall be adventure today that we afloat, wary of the weather and steering by a star. Shall be to Africa, a steering of the boat, to Providence or Babylon, or off to Malabar. Hi, but here's a squadron a rowing on the sea, cattle in the meadow a charging with a roar. Quick, and we'll escape them, we're as mad as we can be. Wicked is the harbour and the garden is the shore. Plain as the Glittering Planet Shine by Robert Louis Stevenson. Plain as the glittering planet shine when winds have cleaned the skies, her laugh appealed for mine, and wantoned in her eyes. Clear as the shining tapers burned on Cytherea's shrine, was brimming, lustrous beauteous turned, and called and conquered mine. beacon lamp that hero lit, nor fair shone on sea, nor plainly I summoned will and wit when hers encouraged me. I thrilled to feel her influence near, I struck my flag at sight, her starry silence smote my ear like sudden drums at night. I ran as, at the cannon's roar, the troops the ramparts man, as in the holy house of yore the willing ally ran. Here, lady low, that servant stands, you picked from passing men, and should you need nor heart nor hands, he bows and goes again. Poem for a Class Reunion by Robert Louis Stevenson. Whether we like it or don't, there's a sort of bond in the fact that we all by one master were taught, by one master were bullied and whacked, and now all the more when we see our class in so shrunken a state, and we, who were 72, diminished to 7 or 8. One has been married, and one has taken to letters for bread. Several are over the seas, and some I imagine are dead. And that is the reason, you see, why, as I have the honor to state, we, who were 72, are now only 7 or 8. One took to heretical views, and one, they inform me, to drink. Some construct fortunes in trade. Some starve in professions, I think. But one way or other, alas, through the culpable action of fate, we, who were 72, are now shrunken to 7 or 8. So, whether we like it or not, let us own there's a bond in the past, and since we were playmates at school, continue good friends to the last. The roll book is closed in the room, the clackan is gone with the slate, we, who were 72, are now only 7 or 8. We shall never, our books on our back, trudge off in the morning again, to the slide of a janitor's door, or by the ambush of rods in the lane. We shall never be sent forward twice, nor lose place for coming too late. We shall never be 72 who now are but 7 or 8. We shall never have pennies for lunch. We shall never be strapped by McLean. We shall never take gentlemen down, nor ever be schoolboys again. But still, for the sake of the past, for the love of the days of long sin, the remnant of 72 shall rally together to die. Poem of Underwoods by Robert Louis Stevenson. To her, for I must still regard her as feminine in her degree, who has been my unkind bombarder year after year, in grief and glee year after year with organtree, and yet between whiles my laudator on terms astonishing to me, to the right reverend, the spectator, I here, a humble dedicator, bring the last apples from my tree. In tones of love and tones of warning, she hailed me through my brief career, and kissed and buffeted night and morning, told me my grandmamma was near. Whether she praised me high and clear, through her unreviling circulation, or sanctimonious insincere, she named me with a misquotation, and she heard but a sweet relation's sigh. Was it not my granny dear? Believe me, granny, altogether yours, for perhaps to your surprise, oft have you bruised my wounded feather, oft brought light into my eyes, for now 'tis still the writer cries. In any civil age or nation, the book that is not talked of dies. So that shall be my termination. Whether in praise or execration, still if you love me, criticize.
Prayer by Robert Louis Stevenson. Ask good things that I detest, the speech is fair. Heed not, I pray thee, Lord, my breast, but hear my prayer. I say ill things I would not say, things unaware. Regard my breast, Lord, in my day, and not my prayer. My heart is evil in my sight, my good thoughts flee. O Lord, I cannot wish aright, wish woe for me. Or bend my words and acts to thee, however ill, but I whate'er I say or be, may serve thee still. Or let my thoughts abide in thee, lest I should fall. Show me myself and all I see, O Lord of all.
Prelude by Robert Louis Stevenson. By sunny market-place and street, wherever I go my drum I beat, wherever I go in my coat of red, ribbons flutter about my head. I seek recruits for wars to come, for slaughterless wars I beat the drum, and the shilling I give to each new ally is hope to live and courage to die. I know the new recruits shall come, whether I beat the sounding drum, till the roar of a march by country and town shall shake the tottering Dagons down. for I was objectless as they, and loitering idly day by day. But wherever I heard the recruiters come, I left my L to follow the drum.
Rain by Robert Louis Stevenson. Rain is raining all around. It falls on field and tree. It rains on the umbrellas here and on the ships at sea.
Requiem by Robert Louis Stevenson. Under the white and starry sky, dig a grave and let me lie. Glad did I live and gladly die, and they laid me down with a will. This be the verse you grave for me. Here he lies where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from sea, and the hunter home from the hill. Rivers and winds among the twisted hills by Robert Louis Stevenson. Rivers and winds among the twisted hills, hears, and his hearing slowly fills and hearkens, and his face is lit, lifting facing, death pursuing it. As with heaped bees at hiving time, the boars are clotted, as, a prime, heaven swarms with stars, or the city street pullulates with passing feet. So swarmed my senses once, that now repose behind my tranquil brow, unsealed, asleep, quite scanned, clear. Now only the vast shapes are here, and my hearing slowly fills rivers and winds among the twisted hills, and hearken, and my face is lit, life facing, death pursuing it. Say not of me that weakly I declined, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Say not of me that weakly I declined the labours of my sires, and fled the sea, the towers we founded, and the lamps we lit, to play at home with paper like a child, but rather say, in the afternoon of time, a strenuous family dusted from its hands the sand of granite, and beholding far along the sounding coast its pyramids and tall memorials catching the dying sun, smiled well content, and to this childish task around the fire addressed its evening hours.
Shadow March by Robert Louis Stevenson. All around our house is the jet-black night. It stars through the window pane. It crawls in the corners, hiding from the light, and moves with the moving flame. Now my little heart goes a-beating like a drum, with the breath of the boogies in my hair. And all around the candle and the crooked shadows come, go marching along up the stair. The shadow of the balusters, the shadow of a lamp, the shadow of a child that goes to bed. All the wicked shadows coming, tramp, 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 with the black night overhead.
She rested by the broken brook by Robert Louis Stevenson. She rested by the broken brook, she drank it very well. She moved beyond my lingering look, why one none can tell. She came, she went, in other lands, perchance in fairer skies, her hands shall cling with other hands, her eyes to other eyes. She vanished, in the sounding town, will she remember too? Will she recall the eyes of brown as I recall the blue? Since I am sworn to live my life, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Since I am sworn to live my life, and not to keep an easy heart, some men may sit and drink apart, I be a banner in the strife. Some can take quite thought to wife, I am all day at tears and cart, since I am sworn to live my life, and not to keep an easy heart. I follow gaily to the fifth, leave wisdom bout above a shard, and prudence brawling in the mart, and dare misfortune to the knife, since I am sworn to live my life.
Since thou hast given me this good hope, O God, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Since thou hast given me this good hope, O God, that while my footsteps stray to flowery sod, and the great woods embower me, and white dawn and purple even sweetly lead me on from day to day, and night to night, O God, my life shall nowise miss the light of love. But ever climbing, climb above man's one poor star, man's supine lanes, to azure steadfastness of death, my life shall nowise lack the light of love. My hands shall lack the loving touch of hands. But day by day, while yet I draw my breath, and day by day, unto my last of years, I shall be one that has a perfect friend. My heart shall taste my laughter and my tears, and her kind eyes shall lead me to the end. Since years ago, forevermore, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Since years ago, forevermore, my sailor ship I drew to shore, and to the round riverbed and the green nodding reeds I said, mine ignorant and last farewell. Now of content at home I dwell, and now divine my sluggish life betwixt my verses and my life. And vain, for when the lamp is lit, and by the laughing fire I sit, still with the tattered atlas spread, interminable roads I tread.
Sing clearly, muse, or evermore be still, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Sing clearly, muse, or evermore be still, sing truer, or no longer sing. No more the voice of melancholy Jacques, to wake a weeping echo in the hill. But as the boy, the pirate of a spring, from the green elm a living linnet takes, one natural verse recapture, then be still. Sing me a song of a lad that is gone, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Sing me a song of a lad that is gone. Say, could that lad be I? Mary of Saul he sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Mull was Estan, ram on the port, ache on the starboard bow. Glory of youth glowed in his soul, where is that glory now? Sing me a song of a lad that is gone, sigh, could that lad be I? Mary of Saul he sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Give me again all that was there, give me the sun that shone, give me the eyes, give me the soul, give me the lad that's gone. Sing me a song of a lad that is gone, say, could that lad be I? Mary of Saul he sailed on a day of the sea to sky. Billow and breeze, islands and seas, mountains of rain and sun, all that was good, all that was fair, all that was mine is gone.
Singing by Robert Louis Stevenson. Or speckled eggs the birdie sings, nests among the trees. The sailor sings of ropes and things, in ships upon the seas. The children sing in far Japan, the children sing in Spain. The organ man is singing in the rain.
Sit down by me, my candy friend, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Sit down by me, my candy friend, sit down and snuff a licht, og bolle biers en elke glas, hier drinken we met vernicht. Let preachers pray to stubbornness and brand us ripe for doom, and still we love a brimming glass, and still we'll hate too. As fine life and neck glass, as bluffsomness and cheer, as first and bottles locken, yet there's love and lava here. A merkel blackly langate, a demode gang but I will pass a brimming glass, and I will snuff a lift. We'll draw the clouds around the fire, I the closer get, without the waves may war freeze within the round bed. Scary War by Robert Louis Stevenson. For love of lovely words, and for the sake of those, my kinsmen and my countrymen, who early and late in the windy ocean toiled, to plant a star for seamen, it was then the sturdy haunt of seals and cormorants, I on the lintel of his coat inscribed the name of a strong tower. Scary War the Parallel by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here all is sunny, and then the truant gull skims the green level of the lawn, his winged petals roses. Here the house is framed of keen brick and the plum mountain pine, such clay as artist fashion and such wood as the tree-climbing urchin breaks. But the eternal granite hewn from the living isle, and dowelled with brute iron, rears a tower that from its wet foundation to its crown of glittering glass stands, in the sweep of winds, immovable, immortal, eminent.
Small is the trust when love is green, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Small is the trust when love is green and sap of early years, and a little thing steps in between and kisses turn to tears. While and see our love be grown and loveliness and power, while it laughs for sweets alone, but next it laughs for sore. A little love is none at all, that wonders or but fears, a hearty love while still it call to kisses or to tears. Such then be mine, my love to give, and such be yours to take, a faith to hold, a life to live, for loving kindness' sake. Should you be sad, should you be gay, or should you prove unkind, a love to hold the growing way and keep the helping mind, a love to turn the love and care, and wrinkled care appears, and with an equal will to share your losses and your tears. So live, so laugh, so use that fragile hour, by Robert Louis Stevenson. So live, so laugh, so use that fragile hour, and in the dark hand of a shining power shall one for mother, wife or husband take, if poor survivor may not weep and wake.
So shall this book wax like unto a well, by Robert Louis Stevenson. So shall this book wax like unto a well, they with mirrored iloas about the brim, or like some tarn with wailing curlew skim, glassing with swallow uplands or brown fell. And so as men go down into a dell, there with noon, to find relief and shade, and on the uneasy sick bed we are laid, we shall go down into thy book, and tell the leaves, once blank, to build again for us, out summer dead and ruined, and the time of later autumn with a corn and stock. So shalt thou stint the miracle winter was of his projected triumph, and the rim shall melt before the sunshine in thy book. Song at Dawn by Robert Louis Stevenson. See the dawn creep around the world, here damped a moment backward by great hills, there racing over the sea. Down at the round equator it leaps forth straight and rapid, driving the firm sharp edge the night before it. Here gradually it floods the wooded valleys and the weeds, and the still smokeless cities. The cocks crow up at the farms, the sick man's spirit is glad, the watch treats brisker about the dew-wet deck, the lightkeeper locks his desk as the lenses turn faded and yellow. The girl with the embroidered shift rises and leans on the sill, and her full bosom heaves, drinking deep of her silentness. I too rise and watch. The healing fingers of dawn, I too drink from its eyes, the unaccountable peace. I too drink and am satisfied as the food. Fain would I go down by the winding crossroad by the trees, where at the corner of wet wood the blackbird in the early grey and stillness wakes his first song. Peace who can make verses clink, find ictus following surely after ictus. At such an hour as this, the heart lies stepped and silent. Our dreaming, leaning girl, already are the sovereign hilltops ruddy, already the grey passes, the white streak brightens above dark woodlands. Day begins.
Soon our friends perish, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Soon our friends perish, soon all we cherish fades as days darken, goes as flowers go. Soon in December, over an ember, lonely we hearken as loud winds blow. Spring Carol, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When loud by landside streamlets gush, and clean the greenwood quiets the thrush, the sun in the meadows and songs in the meadows comes again to me, the gift of a tons of lea, the gift of a tons of meadows. Straight with my olden heart returns, and dances with the dancing burns, and sings with the sparrows. The rain in the grimy barrows sings my heart aloud, to the silver-bellied clouds, to the silver rainy arrows. It bears the song of a skylark down, and it hears the singing of a town, and youth on the highways and lovers and byways follows and sees, and hearkens the song of the leas, and sings the songs of the highways. So when the earth is stilled with gods, and the lusty ploughman breaks the sod, and grass sings in the meadows, and the flowers smile in the shadows, sits my heart at ease, hearing the song of the leaves, singing the songs of the meadows. Spring Song, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The air was full of sun and birds, the fresh air sparkled clearly. Remembrance wakened in my heart, they knew I loved her dearly. Fellows in the leafless trees, and all my spirit tingled. My earliest thought of love, and spring's first puff of perfume mingled. In my still heart the thoughts awoke, come lone by lone together. Say birds in sun and spring, is love a mere a fair weather?
St. Martin's Summer, by Robert Louis Stevenson. As swallows turning backward when halfway over sea, at oneward's trumpet summons they came again to me. The hopes I had forgotten came back again to me. I know not which to credit, O Lady of my heart. Your eyes that bade me linger, your words that bade us part. I know not which to credit, my reason or my heart. But be my hopes rewarded, or be they but in vain, I have dreamed a golden vision, I have gathered in the grain. I have dreamed a golden vision, I have not lived in vain.
Still I love to rhyme, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Still I love to rhyme, and still more rhyming to wander far from the commoner way. Old time trills and falls by the brookside still do I ponder, dreaming tomorrow today. Come here, come, revive me, sun god, teach me Apollo, measures descanted before. Since the ancient verses I emulous follow, prints in the marbles of yore. Still strange, strange they sound in old young raiment invested, songs for the brain to forget. Young songbirds elate to grave, old temples banished, piping and cherubing yet. Thoughts? Now thought as yet, unskilled attempt to flutter, trembled servilely in verse. He who writes but aims at fame, and his bread and his butter, one for groan and a curse.
Storm, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The narrow lanes are vacant and wet. The rough wind bullies and blasters about the township, and spines the vane on the tower, and chases the scurrying leaves, and the straw in the damp inn-yard. See, a girl passes, tripping gingerly over the pools, and under her lifted dress I catch the gleam of a comely, stockinette leg. But the room stifles me, reeking of stale tobacco. With the four black, merely horrible prints after Lenzier's pictures, I will go out. Here the free wind comes with fuller circle, stings like an angry wasp in the straining grass, sings and whistles, and the hurried flow of rain scorches my face and passes. Behind me, clustered together, the rain-lit roofs of a town shine, and the light vein shines as it verse in the long pale finger of sun that hurries across them to me. The fresh salt air is keen in my nostrils, and far down the shining sand foam and thunder, and take the shape of a bay in eager mirth, the white-head hungry billows. The earth shakes as the semicircle of water stops and casts itself down, and far outside in the open, wandering gleams of sunshine showers the ordered horde that hurries to follow. Aye, merry companions, your madness infects me. My whole soul rises and falls and leaps and tumbles with you. I shout aloud, and inside you are white-headed merry companions. The sight of you alone is better than drinking. My brazen bandits are loosed from off my forehead. My breast and my brain are moistened and cool, and still I yell an answer to your hoarse and articulate voices, of big, strong, bullying, boisterous waves, that are of all things in nature the nearest force to human. Because you are wicked and foolish, mad and destructive.
Stormy Nights by Robert Louis Stevenson. I cry out woe to those who spend their utmost trying to substitute vain regret for childhood's vanished moods instead of a full manly satisfaction in new development. The words are vain as the lost shouts, the wasted breath of solitary hunters that are far buried in primal woods, clamour that dies in silence, cries that bring back no answer, but the great voice of a wind-shaken forest mocking despair. No, they will get no answer, for I too recollect and laugh my perished childhood, perfectly laugh and keenly recollect. I too remember, and if it could be, would not recall it. Do I not know how, nightly, on my bed, the palpable close darkness shutting round me, how my smart heart went forth to evil things, how all the possibilities of sin that were yet present in my innocence bound me too narrowly, and how my spirit beat the cage of its compulsive purity? How, my eyes fixed, my short lip tremulous between my fingers, I fashioned for myself new modes of crime, created for myself of pain and labor the evil that the cobwebs of society, the comely secrecies of education, had made an itching mystery to meward? Do I not know again, when the great winds broke loose and went abroad at night in the lighted town? Ah, then it was different. Then, when I seemed to hear the storm go by me like a cloak-wrapped horseman stopping over the saddle, go by and come down, and yet again like some one riding with the pardon, and ever baffled, ever shut from passage. Then when the house shook and a horde of noises came out and clattered over me all night, then would my heart stand still, my hair creep fearfully into my head, and, with my tear-wet face buried among the bedclothes, long and bitterly would I pray and wrestle till gentle sleep threw her great mantle over me, and my heart breathing gradually ceased. I was then the Indian, well and happy and full of glee and pleasure, both hands full of life, and not without divine impulses shot into me by the untried non-ego. But like the Indian too, not yet exempt from feverish questions, and on my bed of leaves, writhing terrible in grasp of terror, as when the still stars and the great white moon watch me athwart the black foliage, trembling before the interminable vista, the widening wells of space, in which my thought flags like a varied bird in the mid-ocean of his autumn flight. Prostrate before the indefinite great spirit that the external warder plunked like a dagger into my bosom. Now I am a Greek, white-robed among the sunshine and the statues and the fair porticos of carven marble, fond of olives and dry sherry, good tobacco and clever talk with my fellows, free from inordinate cravings. Why would you hurry me, O evangelist, you with the bands and the shilling packet of tracts, greatly reduced when taken for distribution? Why do you taunt my progress, O green spectacled Wordsworth, in beautiful verses, you, the elderly poet? So I shall travel forward, step by step, with the rest of my race, in time, if death should spare me, I shall come on to a farther stage, and show you Saint Francis of Assisi. Stout marches lead to certain ends by Robert Louis Stevenson. Stout marches lead to certain ends. We seek no holy grail, my friends.
That dawn should find us every day some fraction farther on our way. The dumb lands leap from east to west, they stretch and turn and take their rest. The cock has crowned in the steadying yard, but priest and people slumber hard. We too are early forth, and hear the nations snoring far and near. So peacefully their rest they take, it seems we are the first awake. Strong heart, this is no royal way, 1,000 crossroads seek the day, and hid from us to left and right, 1,000 seekers seek the light.
Strange are the ways of man, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Strange are the ways of man, and strange the ways of God. We tread the mazy paths that all our fathers trod. We tread them undismayed, and undismayed behold the portents of the sky, the things that were of old. The 5 stars pursue their course in heaven on high, and around the laggard town crest-tossing heroes cry, crest-tossing heroes cry, and martial fives declare, how small to mortal minds is merely mortal care. To the clang of steel and cry of piercing flute, above azure peaks God shall plant his foot. A God in arms shall stand, and seeing wide and far a green and golden earth at the killing tide of war, he with uplifted arms shall to the skies proclaim the gleeful fate of man, the noble road to fame. Summer Sun by Robert Louis Stevenson. Great is the sun, and wide he goes, for empty heaven with repose, and in the blue and glowing days, more thick than rain he showers his rays. For closer still the blinds we pull, to keep the shady parlour cool, yet he will find a chink or two to slip his golden fingers through. The dusty attic spider clad he through the keyhole maketh glad, and with broken edge of tiles to the leaded hayloft smiles. Meantime his golden face around he bars to all the garden ground, and sheds a warm and glittering look among the ives' inmost nook. Above the hills, along the blue, around the bright air the footing true, to please the child, to paint the rose, the garden of the world he goes. Shallows travel to and fro by Robert Louis Stevenson. Shallows travel to and fro, and great winds come and go, and the steady breezes blow, being perfume, bearing a laugh. Breezes hasten, shallows fly, towered clouds forever ply, and at noonday you and I see the same sunshine above. Dew and rain fall everywhere, harvests ripen, flowers are fair, and the whole round earth is bare to the moonshine and the sun. And the live air, thin with wings, bright with breeze and sunshine, brings into contact distant things, and makes all the countries one. Let us wonder where we will, something kindred greets us still, something seen on vale or hill falls familiar on the heart. So its scant or sound of sight, zivered sounds by day and night, tremble with the same delight, tremble half a world apart. System by Robert Louis Stevenson. Every night my prayers I say, and get my dinner every day. And every day that I've been good, I get an orange of food. The child that is not clean and neat, with lots of toys and things to eat, he's a naughty child, I'm sure, or else is dear papa's poor.
Take not my hand as mine alone by Robert Louis Stevenson. Take not my hand as mine alone, you do not trust to me. I hold the hand of greater men, too far before to see. Follow not me, who only trace. Stop here the prince of those almighty predecessors whom the darknesses enclose. I cannot lead who follow, I who learn am dumb to teach. I can but indicate the goals that greater men shall reach. Tales of Arabia by Robert Louis Stevenson. Yes, friend, I own these tales of Arabia. Smile not as smiled the flawless originals, age-old but yet untamed, for ages past and the magic is undiminished. Thus, friend, the tales of old Cabalusium are beyond the slave of love, or the calendars, blind-eyed and ill-starred royal Sions, charm us in age as they charmed in childhood. Fair ones beyond all innumerability, beam from the palace, beam on humanity, bright-eyed in truth, yet soulless hearers, offering pleasure and only pleasure. Thus they, the venal muses Arabian, unlike indeed the nobler divinities, Greek gods, old time-honored muses, easily proffer unloved caresses. Lost, lost, the man who mindeth the minstrelsy, since still insanity, glittering pleasances, cold stony fruits, gem-like, but quite inedible flatter and wholly starve him. Tall as a Guardsman by Robert Louis Stevenson. Tall as a guardsman, pale as the east at dawn, who strides in strange apparel on the lawn, rails for his breakfast, roots his vassals out, like boys escaped from school, with song and shout. See where his gang, like frogs, among the dew, crouch at their duty, an unquiet crew, adjust their staring quills, and their swift eyes turn still to him who sits to supervise. He in the midst, perched on a fallen tree, eyes them at labor, and guitar on knee, now ministers alarm, now scatters joy, now twangs a halting chord, now tweaks the boy, for and all, the resolved vizier plays both the despot and the volunteer, exacts the fine obedience to my laws, and for his music too exacts applause.
Tempest tossed and sore afflicted by Robert Louis Stevenson. Tempest tossed and sore afflicted, sin defilled and care oppressed. Come to me, all ye with labor, come, and I will give ye rest. Fear no more, O doubting hearted, weep no more, O weeping eye. Love the voice of your Redeemer, love a songful morning near. Here 1 hour you toil and combat, sin and suffer, bleed and die. And my Father's quiet mansion soon to lay your burden by. Be a moment heavy laden, weary hand and weeping eye. Love the feet of your deliverer, love the hour of freedom here.
The Adorner of the Uncomely by Robert Louis Stevenson. The adorner of the uncomely, those amid whose tall battalions goes a pretty person out and in, all day with an endearing din of censure and encouragement. And when all else is tried in vain, see her sit down and weep again. She weeps to conquer. She varies on her grenadiers from satire up to girlish tears, or rather to behold her when she please for me the unresting pen, and then the loud assault of squalls resounds upon the roof and walls, and the loud thunder growls, I raise my dictating voice on high.
The Angler rose, he took his rod, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The Angler rose, he took his rod, he kneeled and made his prayers to God. The living God set overhead, the Angler tripped, the eels were fed.
The Blast, 1875, by Robert Louis Stevenson. It's raining, it's vergärden sod, weet de langroads wognals plot. Amazed and see the thing, O God, in mid-July, if you just curse the sneak drip dot, and see wo lie. It's a bro place in heaven, ye ken, and least us poor, for skid men, climb yam frit in the button ben and carve the earth, and weep it inconvenient den, no muckle worth. And whiles, rawer times, geeks out, sees what poor mankind are about, and if he can, is little doubt, upsets their plans, he hates the mankind, branch and root, and half its mans. And whiles, when they take heart again, and lively the sun looks broad and plain, down comes a jaw, rock and rain upon their honours. God sends a spade out o'er the plain, or mere the thunders. God save us, life's an unco thing, summers and winter, Yule and spring. The damned, dour-hearted seasons bring a feck of trouble. I wouldn't try to be a king, no, nor for double. But since we're in it, willy-nilly, we won't be one through whist and skilly, and no mind to owning either Billy, less you know God. But drink, that's my best counsel today. Say we not. The Canoe Speaks by Robert Louis Stevenson. On the great streams the ships may go, about man's business to and fro. But I, the eggshell pinnace, sleep on crystal waters ankle deep. I, whose diminutive design is sweeter cedar, pithier pine, is fashioned on so frail a mould, a hand may launch, a hand without. I rather with the leaping trout wind among lilies in and out, I the unnamed, inviolate, green, rustic rivers navigate. My dipping paddle scarcely shakes the berry and the bramble breaks. Still forth on my green way I went, beside the cottage garden end, and by the nested angler fair, and take the lover's underwear. By willow wood and water wheel speedily fleets my touching keel, all retired in shady spots, where prosper dim forgets-me-nots. By meadows where at afternoon the growing maidens droop in June to loose their girdles on the grass. Speedier than before the glass the backward toilet goes, and swift as swallows quiver, rope and shift and the rough country stockings lie around each young divinity. When following a recondite brook, sudden upon the scene I look, and light with unfamiliar face on chaste Diana's bathing place, loud ring the hills about and all, the shallows are abandoned.
The Celestial Surgeon by Robert Louis Stevenson. For I have faltered more or less in my great task of happiness, for I have moved among my race, and shown a glorious morning face, if beams from happy human eyes have moved me not, if morning skies, books in my foot, and summer rain knocked on my sullen heart and vain, not the most pointed pleasure take, and step my spirit broad awake. Or, Lord, if too obdurate I, choose before that spirit die, a piercing pain, a killing sin, and to my dead heart run them in.
The Clear Voice into the Clearer Air by Robert Louis Stevenson. The cock's clear voice into the clearer air, the westward far I roam, mounts with a thrill of hope, falls with a sigh of home. A rural sentry, he from farm and field, the coming morn descries, and mankind's bugler wakes the camp of enterprise. He sings the morn upon the westward hills, strange and remote and wild. He sings it in the land where once I was a child. He brings to me dear voices of the past, without land and the years. My father calls for me, my weeping spirit hears. Fifth into the golden air a bird, and sing the morning in, for the old days are past and new days begin.
The clock's clear voice into the clear air by Robert Louis Stevenson. The clock's clear voice into the clear air, westward far I roam, mounts with a thrill of hope, falls with a sigh of home. A rural sentry, he from farm and field, the coming morn descries, and mankind's bugler wakes the camp of enterprise. He sings the morn upon the westward hills, strange and remote and wild. He sings it in the land where once I was a child. It brings to me the voices of the past, the old land and the years. A father calls for me, my weeping spirit hears. Fifth into the golden air, O bird, and sing the morning in. The old days are past and new days begin.
Counterblast Ironical by Robert Louis Stevenson. It's strange that God should fash to fame the earth and life, say he, and clean forget to explain the same to gentlemen like me. Begat see donnert either folk, where weird their wheel may gree, but by present a pick and a poke to gentlemen like me. Either folk their petrock eat and sup their sugar tea, but the mind is not to be wheeled we meet wi' a gentleman like me. The either folk their court their yos at gloaming on the lee, the maid of commoner clay suppose than a gentleman like me. Either folk for rich of rang, they suffer bleed or die, but if the things are an empty thing to gentlemen like me. It's a different thing that I demand, for humble as can be, a statement fair my maker sent to gentlemen like me. A clear account with fair and broad, and a plain apology, or the devil or civil word to God from a gentleman like me. The Country of Camisard by Robert Louis Stevenson. We travelled in the print of olden wars, yet all the land was green, and love we found, and peace, where fire and war had been. We pass and smile, the children of a sword, no more the sword we wield. Now, how deep the corn along the battlefield. The Daughter of Herodias by Robert Louis Stevenson. 3 yellow slaves were set to swing the doorway curtain to and fro, with rustle of light folds and ring of little bells that hung below. The still hot night was tempered so. And ever from the caravan bed she watched the labour of a man, and saw the band of moonlight spread, leap up upon her feet and then leap down upon the floor again. And ever vexed her feet and daubed below the buffon of her shawls, the still grey olives saw without, and glimmer of white garden walls between the alternate curtain folds. What ailed the dainty lady when the dainty lady, fair and sweet, unseen of these 3 silent men, as something lay upon her feet, but calmly for such eyes to meet? She saw golden silver there, and laid upon it, on the bed, the white teeth showing keen and bare between the sundered lips, a head sallow and horrible and dead. She saw upon the swallowed cheek rust-colored blood stained, and the eye her frightened glances seemed to seek, half lifting its blue lid on high, watching her horrible and sly. Thus spake she. Once again that head, I ate too much pure tonight, my mother and Viennoch said. But I can take a hinder right, tomorrow's supper shall be light. The Farfarers by Robert Louis Stevenson. The broad sun, the bright day, white sails on the blue bay, the Farfarers draw away. Light the fires and close the door, to the old homes, to the loved shore, the Farfarers return no more.
The Flowers by Robert Louis Stevenson. All the names are now from nurse, gardener's gardeners, shepherd's purse, bachelor's buttons, lady smoke, and the lady hollyhock. Fair places, fair things, fair woods with wild wings, tiny trees for tiny dames, these must all be fairy names. Tiny woods below whose boughs shady fairies weave a house, tiny tree tops, rows of thyme, that the braver fairies climb. Fair grown-up people's trees are the fairest woods are these, where, if I were not so tall, I should live for good and all.
The Gardener by Robert Louis Stevenson. The gardener does not love to talk, he makes me keep the gravel walk, and when he puts his tools away, He locks the door and takes the key. Away behind the cow and row, where no one else but cook may go, far in the plots I see him dig, old and serious, brown and big. He digs the flowers green, red, and blue, nor wishes to be spoken to. He digs the flowers and cuts the hay, and never seems to want to play. Silly gardener, summer goes, and winter comes with pinching toes. Then in the garden bare and brown you must lay your barrow down. Well now, and while the summer stays, to profit by these garden days, how much wiser you would be to play at Indian wars with me. The Hayloft by Robert Louis Stevenson. Through the pleasant meadows side, the grass grew shoulder high, till the shining skiffs went far and wide and cut it down to dry. These green and sweetly smelling crops, we led in wagons home, and we piled them here in mountain tops for mountaineers to roam. Here's Mount Clare, Mount Rusty Nail, Mount Eagle, and Mount High. The mice that in these mountains dwell no happier than I. Oh, what a joy to clamber there, oh, what a place for play, with the sweet, the dim, the dusty air, the happy hills of hay. The House Beautiful by Robert Louis Stevenson. A naked house, a naked moor, a shivering pool before the door, a garden bare of flowers and fruit, and poplars at the garden foot. Such the place that I live in, bleak without and bare within. Yet should your ragged moor receive the incomparable pomp of eve, and the cold glories of the dawn behind your shivering trees be drawn, and when the wind from place to place doth the unmoved cloud gallants chase, your garden gloom and gleam again with leaping sun, with glazing rain. Here shall the wizard moon ascend the heavens in the crimson end of day's declining splendor. Here the army of stars appear, the neighbor hollows dry or wet, spring shall with tender flowers be set. And oft the morning muse I see larks rising from the broomy lea, and every fairy wheel and thread of cobweb dew bediamonded. When daisies go, shall winter time silver the simple grass with rime. Autumnal frosts enchant the pool, and make the cartwrights beautiful. And when snow bright the moor expands, how shall your children clap their hands, to make this earth our hermitage a cheerful and a changing page, God's bright and intricate device of days and seasons doth suffice. The Indefensible Impulse of My Blood by Robert Louis Stevenson. The indefensible impulse of my blood surround me sleeping in this isle, and I behold rain falling and the rainbow dawn on La Mimure, and hearkening heard again, in my preceptuous city, beaten bells winnow the keen sea wind. So this I wrote of my own race and place, which being done take thou the writing. True it is, for who burnished the sword, breathed on the damp coal, held still the target higher, cherry of praise and prodigal of censor, who but thou? So here in the end, if this in the least be well, if any deed be done, if any fire live in the imperfect page, the praise be thine. The Infinite Shining Heavens by Robert Louis Stevenson. The infinite shining heavens rose, and I saw in the night uncountable angel stars showering sour and light. I saw them distant as heaven, dumb and shining and dead, and the idle stars of the night were dearer to me than bread. Night after night in my soul the stars stood over the sea, till lo, I looked in the dusk, and a star had come down to me. The Lamplighter, Robert Louis Stevenson. My tea is nearly ready, and the sun has left the sky. It's time to take the window to see Julii going by. For every night at tea time, and before you take your seat, with lantern and with ladder he comes posting up the street. Now Tom would be a driver, and Maria go to sea, and my papa's a banker and as rich as he can be. But when I'm strong and can choose what I'm to do, Olivia, I go round at night and light the lamps with you. We are very lucky, with a lamp before the door, and Larry stops to light it as he lights so many more. And before you hurry by with ladder and with light, Larry, see a little child, and not to him tonight. The Lamplighter by Robert Louis Stevenson. My tea is nearly ready, and the sun has left the sky. It's time to take the window to see Julii going by. For every night at tea time, and before you take your seat, a lantern with ladder he comes posting up the street. Now Tom would be a driver, and Maria go to sea. Papa's a banker, and as rich as he can be. But when I am stronger and can choose what I am to do, oh Larry, I go round at night and light the lamps with you. We are very lucky, with the lamp before the door, and Larry stops to light it as he lights so many more. Now before you hurry by my ladder and with light, oh Larry, see a little child, and not to him tonight. The Land of Counterpane by Robert Louis Stevenson. When I was sick and lay abed, I had 2 pillows at my head. All my toys beside me lay to keep me happy all the day. And sometimes for an hour or so, I watched my leaden soldiers go with different uniforms and drills among the bedclothes through the hills. And sometimes set my ships in fleets all up and down among the sheets. All brought he my trees and houses out and planted cities all about. I was the giant great and still that sits upon the pillow hill, and sees before him, dale and plain, the pleasant land of counterpane. The Land of Nod, by Robert Louis Stevenson. From breakfast on through all the day, home among my friends I stay. Every night I go abroad afar into the Land of Nod. Or by myself I have to go with none to tell me what to do. All alone beside the streams and up the mountainsides of dreams. Strangest things are there for me, more things to eat and things to see, and many frightening sights abroad till morning in the Land of Nod. Try as I like to find the way, I never can get back by day, nor can remember plain and clear the curious music that I hear.
The Land of Storybooks, by Robert Louis Stevenson. At evening, when the lamp is lit, around the fire my parents sit. We sit at home and talk and sing, do not play at anything. Now with my little gun I crawl all in the dark along the wall, and fall around a forest track away behind the sofa bag. Then the night, when none can spy, on my hunter's camp I lie, and play at books that I have read till it is time to go to bed. These are the hills, these are the woods, these are my starry solitudes, and there the river by whose brink roaring lions came to drink. I see the others far away, as if in violet camp they lay, and I, like to an Indian scout, around the party prowled about. So my nurse comes in for me, I return across the sea, and go to bed with backward looks at my dear land of storybooks.
The Last Sight, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Once more I saw him, in the lofty room, where oft of lights and company his tongue was drummed to honest laughter, sate attired as something in his likeness. Look, said one, unkindly kind, look up, it is your boy. And the dread challenging gazed on me in vain.
The Lightkeeper, by Robert Louis Stevenson. A brilliant kernel of a night, the flaming light-room circles me. I sit within the blaze of light. Held high above the dusky sea, far off the surf of break and roar, along bleak miles of moonlit shore. And through the tides the tumbling wave falls in an avalanche of foam, and drives its churned waters home up many an undercliff and cave.
The Little Land, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When at home alone I sit and am very tired of it, I've just to shut my eyes to go sailing through the skies, to go sailing far away to the pleasant land of play, to the fairy land afar, where the little people are, where the clover tops are trees and the rain pools are the seas, and the leaves like little ships sail about on tiny trips, and above the daisy tree through the grasses high o'erhead the bumblebee hums and passes. In that forest to and fro I can wander, I can go, see the spider and the fly and the ants go marching by, carrying parcels with their feet down the green and grassy street. I can in the soil sit where the ladybird alit. I can climb the jointed grass, and on high see the greater swallows pass in the sky, and the round sun rolling by, heeding no such things as I. Through that forest I can pass till, as in a looking-glass, humming fly and daisy tree and my tiny self I see, painted very clear and neat on the rain pool at my feet. Should the leaflet come to land, drifting near to where I stand, straight I'll broad the tiny boat round the rain pool sea to float. Little thoughtless creatures sit on the grassy coasts of it. Little things with lovely eyes see me sailing with surprise. Some are clad in armor green, these have sure to battle been. Some are peas with every hue, black and crimson, gold and blue. Some with wings and swift are gone, but they all look kindly on. Then my eyes are once again open and see all things plain. High bare walls, great bar floor, great big knobs on drawer and door, great big people perched on chairs, stitching tucks and mending tears, each a hill that I could climb and talking nonsense all the time. Oh dear me, that I could be a sailor on the rainpool sea, a climber in the clover tree, and just come back, a sleepyhead, late at night to go to bed. The Look of Death is both severe and mild, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The look of death is both severe and mild, and all the words of death are grave and sweet. He holds ajar the door of his retreat, the hermitage of life, it may be styled. He pardons sinners, cleanses the defiled, and comfortably welcomes very feet. The look of death is both severe and mild, and all the words of death are grave and sweet. And you that have been loving pleasure wild, long known the sins and sorrows of a street, lift up your eyes and see death awaits the greed, as a kind parent a repentant child. The bugle sounds, the muster roll, the blacksmith blows the rowing cowl. The look of death is both severe and mild, and all the words of death are grave and sweet. The Maker to Posterity by Robert Louis Stevenson. Far yond among the years to be, and are we thing, and are we see, and are we love, speen duang ye, by time's rough shoulder, what was rich and drunk for me lies mangled through. It's possible it's hardly mere, that some in ripe afterly, some old professor young heir, if still there's either, may find and read me and be sair, perplexed, pure bribe. What hunts does your old book speak? Yet spire, and I, is more to stick, nor being fit to write in Greek, erout in Latin, dear to my heart is the Patrick oldest Tantalon. Few speak it when I knew this name, the pure old tongues Lea Verlaine. The sense that ains was broad and plain, thinned out together, like runes upon a standing stain among the heather. But think not you the bread to spill, you Temon, of bitter peel. Ah, your leer, ah, your scale, you're none so lucky, and things are never war when real for you, my bookie. The hale concern, bad hands and eggs, brave books and writers, stars and clags, no stachers among lows and legs, and worse away. The tag of mankind near the dregs, rinsang culo. Your book that in some brown you ton, ye wrote or painted, preached or sung, will still be just the brain and young and fame and years, and the hale planet's guts are dung about your ears. And you, stay glutten to a spar, o'erwhelmed with some blazing star, crying to ken war Dale Hame France or Flanders, wang sindry like a railway car, and flee in Dandas.
The Mirror Speaks by Robert Louis Stevenson. With the bell's peal far at sea, cunning fingers fashioned me, where on palace walls I hung, I would console sung. But I heard or listened well, never a note, never a trill, never a beat of a chiming bell. Where I hung and looked, and my grey faces fair, shone from under shining hair. When I saw the poisoned head, I was moved and nothing said, and when lights were in the hall, silent moved the dancers all. So while I glowed, when fell on dusty days and men, long I slumbered packed in straw, long I none but dealers saw, till before my silent eye on which seas came passing by. Now with an outlandish grace to the sparkling fire I face, in blue room of Sycamore, where I wait until the door open, and the Prince of Man Henry James shall come in. The Moon by Robert Louis Stevenson. The moon has a face like the clock on the hall, she shines on thieves on the garden wall, on trees and fields and harbour quays, and birdies asleep in the forks of the trees. The squealing cat and the squeaking mouse, the howling dog by the door of the house, the bat that lies in bed at noon, or love to be out by the light of the moon. But all of the things that belong to the day cuddle to sleep to be out of the way, and flows and children close their eyes, like in the morning the sun shall arise.
The Moon is Sinking by Robert Louis Stevenson. The moon is sinking, the tempestuous weather grows worse, the squalls disputing our advance, and as the feet fall well and true together, in the last moonlight see the standards glance. 1 hour, 1 moment, and with farlight forever, quite so, Jesus. The Morning Drum Call on My Eager Ear by Robert Louis Stevenson. The morning drum call on my eager ear thrills unforgotten yet. The morning dew lies yet undried along my field of noon. But now I pause at whiles in what I do, and count the bell and tremble lest I hear my work untrimmed, the sunset gone too soon. The New House by Robert Louis Stevenson. Is the house not homely yet? There let pleasant thoughts be said, with bright eyes and hurried feet. There let zithered friendships meet, there let sorrow learn to smile, and sweet talk the nights beguile. Thus shall each, a friendly elf, leave you something of himself, something dear and kind and true, that will stay and talk with you. We shall go, but one and all, leave their faces on the wall, leave brave words of hope and love, legend-wise inscribed above. The Old Chimeras by Robert Louis Stevenson. The old chimeras, old receipts for making happy land, the old political beliefs swim close before my hand. The grand old communistic myths in a middle state of grace, quite dead, but not yet gone to hell and walking for space. Quite dead and looking it, and yet all eagerness to show the social contract, 4Gs by Chatterton, Rousseau. 100 such as these I tried, and hundreds after that I fitted social theories as one would fit a hat. For many a marsh fire lured me on, I reached at many a sty, reached and grasped them, and behold the stem of a cigar. All through the sultry sweltering day, the sweat ran down my brow, the still plains heard my distant strokes that have been silenced now. This way and that, now up, now down, I hailed full many a blow. Alas, beneath my very arm the thicket seemed to grow. I take the lesson, wipe my brow, and for my exercise, and sorely wearied I go home in the tranquil eventide. And soon the rising moon that lights the eve of my defeat should see me sitting as of yore by my old master's feet. The Old Lady, so they say, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The old lady, so they say, but I admire your young vitality. Still brisk of foot, still busy and keen, in, about, and up and down. Ere you pass with bustling feet, the long verandas around and beat your bell and low too, cry, was calling your company in morning or in evening dim to prayers and the oft-mangled hymn. All day you watch across the sky the silent, shining cloudlands ply, that, huge as countries, swift as birds, beshade the islets by halves and thirds, till each with battle-mended crest stands anchored in the ensanguined west, an Alp enchanted. All the day you hear the exuberant wind play, and vast, unbroken voice uplift, in roaring tree round whistling cliff. The Old World Mounts and Hopes by Robert Louis Stevenson. The old world mounts and hopes, is restless and ill at ease, and the old world politicians prescribe for the new disease. I've stopped my head to listen, its voice is far from strong, for the burthen of its moaning as it hopes all night long. I've watched the patient vigil beside its fever bed, and I think that I can tell you the burthen of what I said. As sick folk long for morning, and long for night again, so long for noble objects the hearts of noble men. They long and grope about them, the feverish hands they grope for objects of endeavour, and exercise for hope. And they shall be our heroes, and be our avatar, who shall either reach the objects, or tell us what they are. The Piper by Robert Louis Stevenson. Again I hear you piping, for I know the tune so well. We rouse the heart to wander and be free. Though where you learned your music, not the god of song can tell, for you pipe the open highway and the sea. Piper, lightly footing, lightly piping on your way, where your music thrills and pierces far and near, I tell you you had better pipe to someone else today, for you cannot pipe my fancy for my dear. You sound the note of travel through the hamlet and the town, you would lure the holy angels from on high, and not a man can hear you, but he throws the hammer down, and is off to see the countries ere he died. Now no more I wander, no unchanging here I stay, but my love you find me safely sitting here, and pipe you ne'er so sweetly, till you pipe the hills away. You can never pipe my fancy for my dear. The Pleasant River gushes by Robert Louis Stevenson. The pleasant river gushes among the meadows green, at home the orphan tushes for him it flows unseen. The birds among the bushes may wanton on the spray, but vain for him who tushes the brightness of a day. The frog among the rushes sits singing in the blue, by Laken, but the tushes are wearisome to do. Task entirely crushes the spirit of a bard, God pity him who tushes, his task is very hard. The filthy gutter slushes, the clouds are full of rain, but doomed is he who tushes to tush and tush again. At morn, with his hairbrushes, still tush he says and weeps, at night again he tushes and tushes till he sleeps. And when at length he pushes beyond the river dark, alas, to the man who tushes, tush shall be God's remark. The Rain is Over and Done by Robert Louis Stevenson. The rain is over and done. I am aweary, dear, of love. I look below and look above, on rosette maiden, rustling dame, and love so slow and time so long, and hearts and eyes so blindly wrong. I am half weary of my love, and pray that life were done. The Relic Taken, What Avails the Shrine by Robert Louis Stevenson. The relic taken, what avails the shrine? The locket, Pictureless, O heart of mine, art thou not worse than that? Still warm, the vacant nest where love once sat? Her image nestled closer at my heart, and cherished memories healed every smart and warmed it more than wine of a full summer noon in noonday shine. This was the little weather gleam that lit the cloudy promontories, the real charm was that gilded hills and woods, and walked beside me through the solitudes. The sun is set, my heart is widowed now of that companion thought. Alone I plough the seas of life, and trace a separate furrow far from her and grace.
The Sick Child by Robert Louis Stevenson. O mother, lay your hand on my brow. O mother, mother, where am I now? Where's the room so gaunt and great, when my lying awake so late? Fear not at all, the night is still. Nothing is here that means you ill. Nothing but lambs the whole town through, and never a child awake but you. Mother, mother, speak low in my ear. Some of the things are so great and near, some are so small and far away. I have a fear that I cannot say. What have I done? What do I fear? Why are you crying, mother dear? Out in the city sounds begin. Thank the kind God, the carts come in. An hour or two more, and God is so kind, the day shall be blue in the window blind. And shall my child go sweetly asleep, and dream of the birds and the hills of the sheep.
The Spare Wife by Robert Louis Stevenson. Ah, I would like to ken to the beggar's wife, says I, white chops are guide to Brenda, and none say guide to fry. And siller, that's a braw to keep, as braw is still to gie. It's gay and easy spilling, says the beggar wife to me. Ah, I would like to ken to the beggar wife, says I, who things come to be war we find them when we try. The lasses in their class and the fishes in the sea, it's gay and easy spilling, says the beggar wife to me. I would like to ken to the beggar wife, says I, why lads are tell selling less not to buy, and nobody for days and see but barely 12 free. It's grand easy spilling, says the beggar wife to me. I would like to ken to the beggar wife, says I, can death's sure to man as keen is to key. God is filled with years, and fool does the things to pray. It's grand easy sparing, says the beggar wife to me. I would like to ken to the beggar wife, says I, reason of a cause and the wherefore of why we mourning every riddle brings the tear into mar. It's gan easy spirit, says the beggar wife to me. The Stormy Evening closes now in vain by Robert Louis Stevenson. The stormy evening closes now in vain, loud wails the wind and beats the driving rain, while here in sheltered house, the fire painted walls, I hear the wind abroad, hark her calling squalls. Blow, blow, I cry, you burst your cheeks in vain. Blow, blow, I cry, my lover's home again. Yon ship you chased perchance but yesternight bore still the precious freight of my delight, that here in the sheltered house, the fire-painted walls, nor hears the wind abroad, nor harks the calling squalls. Blow, blow, I cry, in vain you rouse the sea, my rescued sailor shares the fire with me. The Strong Man's Hand by Robert Louis Stevenson. The strong man's hand, the snow-cool head of age, the certain-footed sympathies of youth, these and that lofty passion after truth, hunger unsatisfied in priest or sage, of a great man of former years, he needs that not unworthily would dare to sing, hard task, black cares inevitable ring, settling with years upon the heart that feeds incessantly on glory. Year by year the narrowing toil grows closer round his feet. With disenchanting touch, rude-handed time, the unlovely web discloses, and strange fear leads him at last to else inclement seat, the bitter north of life, a frozen clime. The summer sun shone round me, Robert Louis Stevenson. The summer sun shone round me, a folded valley lay, in a stream of sun and odor, that sultry summer day. The tall trees stood in the sunlight, as still could be, but the deep grass sighed and rustled, and bowed and beckoned me. The deep grass moved and whispered, and bowed and brushed my face. It whispered in the sunshine, winter comes apace. The sun travels by Robert Louis Stevenson. The sun is not abed, and I at night upon my pillow lie. Still round the earth his way he takes, and morning after morning makes. While he at home in shining day around the sunny garden play,
Each little Indian sleepy-head is being kissed and put to bed. And when at eve I rise from tea, day dawns beyond the Atlantic Sea, while the children in the west are getting up and being dressed.
The Susquehanna and the Delaware by Robert Louis Stevenson. Of where or how I nothing know, and why I do not care. Enough if even so my travelling eyes, my travelling mind can go, where flood and field and hill, the wood and meadow fair, beside the Susquehanna and along the Delaware. I think, I hope, I dream no more the dreams of otherwhere, the cherished thoughts of yore have been changed from what I was before, and drunk to deep perchance the lotus of the air, beside the Susquehanna and along the Delaware. And very God me yet shall bring to lands of brighter air, where I, now half a king, shall with the enfranchised spirit loudlier sing, and the bolder front than that which now I were beside the Susquehanna and along the Delaware.
The Swing by Robert Louis Stevenson. How do you like to go up in a swing, up in the air so blue? Oh, I do think it is the pleasantest thing ever a child can do. Up in the air and over the world, and I can see so wide, river and trees and cattle and all over the countryside. To look down on the garden green, down on the roof so brown, up in the air I go flying again, up in the air and down.
The Tropics Vanished, and Meseems by Robert Louis Stevenson. The tropics vanish, and meseems that I, from Helca's side, from topmost Elamuia, or steep Kerketten, dreaming gaze again. Far set in fields and woods, the town I see, spring gallant from the shallows of a smoke, cracked, spired, and turreted, her virgin fort beflecked. About, on seaward dropping hills, new folds of city glitter. Last, the fourth wheel's ample waters set with sacred isles, and populous fifth smokes with a score of towns. There on the sunny frontage of a hill, hard by the house of kings, repose the dead, my dead, the ready and the strong of word. Their works, the salt encrusted, still survive. The sea bombards their founded towers, the night frills pierced with their strong lamps. The artificers, one after one, he in this grated cell, where the rain erases and the rust consumes, fell upon lasting silence. Continents and continental oceans intervene. A sea uncharted on a lampless isle environs and confidence their wandering child in vain. The voice of generations dead summons me, sitting distant, to rise, my numerous footsteps nimble to retrace, and, all mutation over, stretch me down in that denated city of the dead. The Unseen Playmate by Robert Louis Stevenson. When children are playing alone on the green, in comes the playmate that never was seen. When children are happy and lonely and good, the friend of the children comes out of the wood. Nobody heard him and nobody saw. His is a picture you never could draw. But he's sure to be present, abroad or at home, when children are happy and playing alone. He lies in the laurels, he runs on the grass. He sings when you tinkle the musical glass. Whene'er you are happy and cannot tell why, a friend of the children is sure to be by. He loves to be little, he hates to be big, the sea that inhabits the caves that you dig, the sea when you play with your soldiers of tin, that sides with a Frenchman and never can win. The sea when at night you go off to your bed, bids you go to your sleep and trouble your head. For wherever they are lying, in cupboard or shelf, the sea will take care of your playthings himself. The Vagabond by Robert Louis Stevenson. Give to me the life I love, let the love go by me. Give the jolly heaven above, and the byway nigh me. Bed in the bush with stars to see, bread I dip in the river. Where's the life for men like me, where's the life forever? Let the blow fall soon or late, let all will be o'er me. Give the face of earth around and the road before me. Wealth I seek not, hope nor love, nor a friend to know me. All I seek, the heaven above, and the road below. Or let autumn fall on me, where afield I linger, silencing the bird on tree, biting the blue finger. White as meal the frosty field, warm the fireside haven, not to autumn will I yield, not to winter even. Let the blow fall soon or late, let what will be o'er me give the face of earth around and the rout before me. Welfare ask not, hope nor love, nor a friend to know me. All I ask, the heaven above, and the rout below me.
The Vanquished Knight by Robert Louis Stevenson. I've left all upon the shameful field, honor and hope, my God, and all but life. Spurless the sword, the burst and dinted shield, degraded and disgraced, I leave the strife. For him that hath not, shall there not be taken e'en that he hath, when he deserts the strife? Life left by all life's benefits forsaken, or keep the promise, Lord, and take the life.
The Wellhead by Robert Louis Stevenson. The withered rushes made the flame across the marsh of rusty red. The dreary plover ever came and sang above the old wellhead. About it crouched the junipers, green-black and dewed with berries white, and in the grass the water stirs aloud all day, aloud all night. The spring has scarcely come, 'tis said, yet sweet and pleasant art thou still. 'Mong withered rushes, out the wellhead, upon the sallow-shouldered hill. The grass from which these waters came, these waters swelling from the sod, had been a Bible unto some, a grave phylactery of God. The Ayrshire peasant years ago drank down religion in a cool, deep draught of waters such as flow from out this pebble little pool. But different fares it with me, here where the piping curlews call. The creatures will not let me see the great Creator of them all. And I should choose to go to sleep with Merlin in brocoliade, to hear the elm-boughs hiss and sweep, and summer winds on either hand, to cling to forest trees and grass, and this dear world of hill and plain, for fear, whatever came to pass, God would not give as good again. And some may use the gospel so, that is a pharos unto me, and guide themselves to hell, although their charge should lead them unto thee. Lord, shut your eyes or shut our mind, or give us love in case we fall. 'Tis better to go maimed and blind than not to reach the Lord at all. The whole day through in contempt and pity by Robert Louis Stevenson. The whole day through in contempt and pity I pass your houses and beat my drum, and the roar of people that go and come in the sunlit streets of a city. Hark, do you hear the ictus coming, mid the roar and clatter of feet? Hark, in the ebb and flow of the street, do you hear the sound of my drumming? Sun and the fluttering ribbons blind me, but still I beat as I travel the town, and still the recruits come manfully down, and the march grows long behind me. In time to the drum the feet fall steady and firm to hear, and we cry as we march that the goal is near, for all men are heroes already.
The Wind by Robert Louis Stevenson. I saw you toss the kites on high, and blow the birds about the sky, and all around I heard you pass, like a lady skirts across the grass. A wind a blowing all day long, a wind that sings the loudest song. I saw the different things you did, but always you yourself you hid. I felt you push, I heard you call, I could not see yourself at all. A wind a blowing all day long, a wind that sings the loudest song. Are you that are so strong and cold, O blower, are you young or old? Are you a beast of field and tree, or just a stronger child than me? A wind a blowing all day long, a wind that sings the loudest song. The wind blew shrill and smart by Robert Louis Stevenson. The wind blew shrill and smart, and the wind awoke my heart. Again to go a-sailing over the sea, to hear the cordage moan, and the straining timbers groan, and to see the flying pennon lie alee. O sailor of the fleet, it is time to stir the feet, it's time to man the dinghy and to row, let's lay your hand in mine, and let's empty down the wine, and let's drain a health to death before we go. To death, my lads, we sail, and it's death that lows the gale, and death that holds the tiller as we ride. For he's the king of all, and the tempest and the squall, and the ruler of the ocean wild and wide. The wind is without where and howls in the trees, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The wind is without where and howls in the trees, and the rainflowers drum on the glass. Alone by the fireside with elbows on knees, I can number the hours as they pass. Yet know, when to cheer me the crickets begin, the pipe is just hardly lit. Believe me, my friend, for the evening draws in, but not all uncontested I sit. Alone did I say? Oh, nowise alone. With the past thing warm on my knee, to gossip of days that are over and gone, but still charming to her and to me. With much to be glad of and much to deplore, yet as these days with those you compare, believe me, my friend, over sorrows see more, where some are more easy to bear. And though fated future, uncertain and frail, as I cherish the light in each draught, as lamps not more to the miner, as sailors not more to the crew on the raft. For hope can make feeble ones earnest and brave, and as far through the years I look on, believe me, my friend, between this and the grave, I see wonderful things to be done, to do or to try, and believe me, my friend, if a call should come early for me, I can leave these foundations uprooted and tend for some new city over the sea. To do or to try, and a failure be mine, and a fortune across to my plan, believe me, my friend, for more on the design, I shall never lament for the man.
A Laureate to an Academy Class Dinner Club by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dear Thomas Class, where I gang, ain comes army we're sping. Lord sake, the Thamson's led, they'll hang at Lord men them, and that eventually annual sang I ne'er can send them. Straught as the name, a trusty tyke, my conscience girds, I heend the dyke. Straught on me hinderlands I feek to find a rim to ye. Plashed over, map the plash like, to give me tempt ye. We ancestor we have embraced, sae far, sae hit, but what's the neist? Yet we gather to the feast, the hopeful man, yet we skill hang the beast, now sing again. My lads, what am I to say? Surely can the muses way gestreen, as glad to take the day, shone like a cuddy, conduct that to has to play, date to a body. When I sat and made my name, when I laboured burned the lane, vision for rhymes and fine name, or none were fit for ye. Ye judged me cold, a chucky stain, nor can bid for ye. But so I never some pink in barn, as weak as a pedated barn, that's used with good and horseshoe aim, when steering crowdy, back there for slain by moss and cairn to carve a howdy. Where's me, of a pure callan then? He wanders like a pork of bran on the loose rein as hard as he can, who is javelin handed, till left upon his hinderland, behold him landed. Sicklig are on they face, one of my muse the gator take, and see her gleed the Rexenbeck to kick her hinne. For me the brick o' heaven gangs black as window. Lord sake, be aft, thinks I, but war and what a port and weeny score, or Hamlet and what sea or gore, will she desert me? And will she just disgrace of war, will she desert me? Kill the queer, but at least. And ace have back the fashion's beast, will she we mourn or spang rest, fling heels or up bonnet, and a triumph from the far feast, there's your sonnet. There the Land of Love by Robert Louis Stevenson. There the Land of Love, grown about my fragrant bushes, sunken in a winding valley where the clear winds blow and the shadows come and go, and the cattle stand and low, and the sheep bells and the linnets sing and tinkle musically. Between the past and the future, those two black infinities, between which our brief life flashes a moment and goes out. These rings, O my beloved pair, for me on your brown fingers were, each the perpetual caress to tell you of my tenderness. Let, when at morning as ye rise, the golden topaz takes your eyes, to each your emblem whisper sure, love was awake an hour before. Ah yes, an hour before ye woke, loud in my heart my emblem spoke, and grave as to renew an oath, it I have kissed and blessed you both.
The Gloomy Northern Day by Robert Louis Stevenson. This gloomy northern day of a said gloomier night has moved with something high in my cold heart, and I, that do not often pray, would pray tonight. And first on we I call for bread, O God of might, enough of bread for all, and for the famished town called hunger may lay down, with none tonight. I pray for hope no less, strong sinewed hope, O Lord, that to the struggling young may preach with brazen tongue, stout labour, high success, and bright reward. And last, O Lord, I pray for hearts resigned and bold to trudge the dusty way, hearts stored with song and joke, and warmer than a cloak against the cold. If nothing else he had, he who has this has all. This comforts under pain, this through the stinging rain keeps Ragamuffin glad behind the wall. This makes the sand in the palace for a prince, and this when griefs begin and cruel fate and noise can bring to mind the joys of ages since.
Thou strainest through the mountain fern by Robert Louis Stevenson. Thou strainest through the mountain fern a most exiguously thin burn. For all thy foam, for all thy din, we shall the pellet lake inurn. The well a day for Mr. Swinburne. Take then this quarto in thy fin, and oh, stoker, huge and stern, the whole affair, outside and in, burn. but save the true poetic kin, the works of Mr. Robert Burns and William Wordsworth upon Tintern.
For deep indifference should rose by Robert Louis Stevenson. For deep indifference should rose with sluggish life beneath my brows, nor the external things I see grow snow-shows in the street to me, yet inmost in my stormy sense thy look shall be an influence. While other loves may come and go, and long years there vast below, shall the thin ice that grows above freeze the deep central well of love? Now still below light armors, thou shalt rule me as thou rulest me now. Year following year shall only set fresh gems upon my coronet, and time-grown lover shall delight to beautify thee in my sight. Thou shalt ever rule and me crown with light of memory.
Time to Rise by Robert Louis Stevenson. A birdie with a yellow bill hopping upon the window-sill cocked a shining eye and said, "Ain't you shamed, you sleepy-head?"
To a Gardener by Robert Louis Stevenson. Friend, in my mountain-sides immense, my plain beholding, rosy, green and linnet-haunted garden ground, let still the excluence abound. Let first the onion flourish there, rose among roots, the maiden fair, wine-scanded and poetic soul of a capacious salad-bowl. Let vine the mountain near, to dress the tinier birds, and wading cress, the lover of a shallow brook, from all my plots and borders look. Nor crisp and ruddy radish, nor peascods for the child's pinafore be lacking, nor of salad glen the last and least that ever ran about great nature's garden beds. Nor whence be missed the sparry heads of artichoke, nor whence the bean that gathered innocent and green outsavours the belauded pea. These tend, I prive, and for me, the most long-suffering master, bring in April, when the linnets sing and the days lengthen more and more, and sundown to the garden door, and I, being provided thus, shall with superb asparagus, a book, a tapper, and a cup of country wine divinely sup. To a Youth by Robert Louis Stevenson. See, with strong heart, O youth, the change of mood and season in thy breast. Winter breeds south that dares the wider range shall find securer rest. The variable moods they breed are but as April sun and shower, but only seem to hinder truly speed against the harvest hour. The net in all rough waters cast, and all fair pasture lands rejoice. Thee shall such wealth of trials lead at last to thy true home of choice. So shalt thou grow, O youth, at length strong in endeavour, strong to bear, as having all things borne, thy least of strength, not perishable hair. Not the frail tenement of health, the uneasy mail of stoic pride, and less assured indeed, the weir of wealth and strong continual tide. Not these, but in the constant heart, that having always tried, at last holds, stout and patient, to the eternal chart, well tested in the past. Oh, more than garlands foreheads, than drum and trumpet sounding aloud, as the long line of fluttering banners streets the many-colored crowd. That sense of progress, won with ease, of unconstrained advance in both, of a full circle finished, such as trees feel in their own free growth. So shall thy life to plains below, or not unworthy of a crown, equal and pure, while life's yet purer, flow companionable down. To Alison Cunningham by Robert Louis Stevenson. For the long nights you lay awake and watched for my unworthy sake, for your most comfortable hand that led me through the uneven land, for all the storybooks you read, for all the pains you comforted, for all you pitied, all you bore in sad and happy days of yore. My second mother, my first wife, the angel of my infant life, from the sick child, now well and old, take, nurse, the little book you hold, and grant it, heaven, that all who read may find as dear a nurse at need, and every child who lists my rhyme in the bright fireside nursery clime may hear it in as kind a voice as made my childish days rejoice. To all that laugh afar and blue, Robert Louis Stevenson. To all that laugh afar and blue, that from dawn to eve on foot the fleeting corners ye pursue, nor worry of the vain pursuit. or whether down the singing stream, paddle in hand, jerking you shoot, to splash beside the splashing bream, or anchor by the willow root, or boulder from the narrow shore, put forth its cedar arc to steer, among the seabirds in the roar of a great sea, profound and clear. Or lastly, if an hardier roam, not caring to do else and here, save sitting by the fire at home, footfalls in you to a Palmyra. Or long the way, the hard to bear, the sun and rain, the dust and dew, was still a tame and despair, interview to spoil the new. Where shall at length be sure, friends, ever you stir, whatever you do, at length and at the end of ends, the golden city come in view.
To an Island Princess by Robert Louis Stevenson. Since long ago, a child at home, I read and long to rise and roam. Where I went, where I willed, one promised land my fancy filled. Hence the long roads my home I made, tossed much in ships, have often laid below the uncurtained sky my head, rain deluged and wind buffeted. And many a thousand hills I crossed, and corners turned, love's labour lost, till, lady, to your isle of sun I came, not hoping, and, like one snatched out of blindness, rubbed my eyes and hailed my promised land with cries. Yes, lady, here I was at last. Here found I all I had forecast, the long roll of a sapphire sea that keeps the land's virginity, the stalwart giants of the wood, laden with toys and flowers and food, the precious forest pouring out, to compass the whole town about, the town itself, with streets of lawn, laughed of the moon, blessed by the dawn, where the brown children all the day keep up a ceaseless noise of play, play in the sun, play in the rain, nor ever quarrel or complain, and late at night, in the woods of fruit, hark, do you hear the passing flute? I threw one look to either hand, and knew I was in fairyland, and yet one point of being so elect, for a lady, as you know, whoever by his might of hand won entrance into fairyland, found always with admiring eyes a fairy princess kind and wise. It was not long I waited. Soon upon my threshold, in broad noon, gracious and helpful, wise and good, the fairy princess Mur stood. To Andrew Lang by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dear Andrew, with the bridled hair, who glory to a throne in air, high over arm the trembling reed, by ale and kale, by till and tweed, an equal craft of hand you show, the pen to guide, the flight you throw. Account your happy start, for God, when he with inkpot and the rod, and doubtly bade your fortune lead forever by the crooks of tweed, forever by the woods of song, and lands that to the muse belong. Or if in people's streets, or in the abhorrent pedant's scented rim, it should be yours to wander, still heirs of the morn, heirs of a hill, the plovery forest, and the seas that break about the Hebrides, should follow over field and plain, and find you at the window pane. And you again see hill and peal, and the bright springs gush at your heel. So when the fiat forth, and so garrulous like a brook you go, with sound of heavy mirth and sheen of daylight, whether by the green you fare that moment, or the grey, whether you dwell in March or May, or whether treat of reels and rods, or of the old unhappy gods, still like a brook your page has shun, and your ink sings of Helleson. To any reader by Robert Louis Stevenson. So the house your mother sees you playing around the garden trees, so you may see, if you will look, the windows of his book, another child far, far away, in another garden play. But do not think you can at all, by knocking on the window call the child to hear you. He intent is all on his play business bent. He does not hear, he will not look, nor yet be lured out of his book. For long ago, the truth to say, he has grown up and gone away, and it is but a child of air that lingers in the garden where. To Auntie by Robert Louis Stevenson. Chief of our aunts, not only I, but all your dozen of nurslings cry, what did we other children do, and what were childhood wanting you? To Dr. Hake by Robert Louis Stevenson. In the beloved hour that ushers day, In the pure dew under the breaking grey, one bird, yet the woodland choirs awake, with brief revelry summons all the brake. Chirp, chirp, it goes, nor waits an answer long, and that small signal fills the grove of song. Thus on my pipe I breathed a strain or two, its gag was music, but 'twas all I knew. It was not music, for I lacked the art, yet what but frozen music filled my heart? Chirp, chirp, I went, nor hoped a nobler strain, but heaven decreed I should not pipe in vain. For lo, not far from there, in secret dale, all silent, sat an ancient nightingale. My barren notes he heard, thereat awoke, and with the tide of song his silence broke. To F.J.S. by Robert Louis Stevenson. I read, dear friend, in your dear face, your life's tale told with perfect grace. River of your life, I trace up the sun-checkered devious bed to the far distant fountainhead. Not one quick beat of your warm heart, nor thought that came to you apart. Pleasure, nor pity, love, nor pain, nor sorrow has gone by in vain. But as some lone, wood-wandering child brings home with him at evening mild the thorns and flowers of all the wild, from your whole life, of fair and true, your flowers and thorns you bring with you. To Friends at Home by Robert Louis Stevenson. To friends at home, the lone, the admired, the lost, the gracious old, the lovely young, to May the fair, December the beloved, these from my blue horizon green isles, these from this pinnacle of distance's eye, the unforgetful dedicate. To H. C. Bunner by Robert Louis Stevenson. You know the way to Arcady, where I was born, you have been there, and fain would there return. Some that go thither bring with them a red rose or jewelled diadem as secrets of a secret king. I only what a child would bring, yet I do think my song is true, for this is how the children do. This is the tune to which they go in sunny pastures high and low. The treble pipes not otherwise sing daily under sunny skies in Arcady the dear. And you who have been there before, and love that country evermore, may not disdain to hear. To H. F. Brown by Robert Louis Stevenson. I sit and wait a pair of hours on Sicilian river shores, where the immortal dead have sate. 'Tis mine to sit and meditate, to re-scandalize a rivulet, without remorse, without regret, and sing my Alma Genetrix among the willows of Styx. And lo, as my serene soul did these unhappy shores patrol, and waiteth in attendeth ear the coming of a gondolier, your fire surviving roller took, your spirited and heavy book. Whereon despite my frowning fate, it did my soul so recreate, that all my fancies fled away on a Venetian holiday. Now, thanks to your triumphant care, your pages clear as April air, the sails, the bells, the birds, I know, and the far-off Friulian snow, the land and sea, the sun and shade, and the blue even lamp inlaid. For this, for these, for all, O friend, for your whole book from end to end, for Paropi Rose Muttenhem, I your defaulting debtor am. Perchance, reviving, yet may I to your sea-paven city hie, and in the fells, some day yet, light at your pipe my cigarette. To Henry James by Robert Louis Stevenson. Adela, Adela, Adela Chart, what have you done to my elderly heart? Of all the ladies of paper and ink, I count you the paragon, call you the pink. The birth of your brother depicts you in part, you raving maniac, Adela Chart. But in all the asylums that cumber the ground, so delightful a maniac was ne'er to be found. I pour on you, dot on you, clasp you to heart. I Lord laugh and laugh at you, Adela Chart, and thank my dear Maker the while I admire that I can be neither your husband nor sire. Your husbands, your sires were a difficult part, your byway to suicide, Adela Chart, but the reed of depicted by exquisite James, assure you the flower and quintessence of dames. For oft I've been touched by wood hail dart, to none have I grovelled but Adela Chart. There are passable ladies, no question in art, but where's the mirror of Adela Chart? I dreamed that to Tyburn I passed in the cart, I dreamed I was married to Adela Chart. From the first I awoke with a palpable start, the second dumbfounded me, Adela Chart. To K. D. M. by Robert Louis Stevenson. A lover of moorland bear and honest country winds you were, the silver skimming rain you took, and laughed the floodings of a brook. Dew, frosted mountains, fire and seas, tumultuary silences, winds that in darkness fifth the tune, and the high-ringing virgin moon. And as the berry, pale and sharp, springs on some ditched counterscarp, in our ungenial native north, you put your frostled wildlings forth, and on the heath, afar from man, a strong bitter virgin ran. The berry ripened keeps the rude and racy flavour of the wood, and you that laughed the empty plain, or redolent of wind and rain, around you still the curlew sings, the freshness of the weather clings, the maiden jewels of the rain sit in your dabbled locks again. To Colour Cower by Robert Louis Stevenson. The silver ship, my king, that was her name, and the bright islands whence your fathers came, the silver ship, at rest from winds and tides, below your palace and your harbour reeds. And the seafarers, sitting safe on shore, like eager merchants, count their treasures o'er. One gift they find, one strange and lovely thing, now doubly precious since it pledged the king. The right, my league, is ancient as the lyre, for bards to give to kings what kings admire. 'Tis mine to offer for Apollo's sake, and since the gift is fitting, yours to take. To golden hands the golden pearl I bring, the ocean jewel to the island king. To Madame Garchine by Robert Louis Stevenson. What is the fairest face, till care the graver, care with cunning hand, etches constant thereon and makes it fair, or constancy and love and makes it grand. To Marcus by Robert Louis Stevenson. You have been far, and I been farther yet, since last in foul affair, and impecunious pair, below this northern sky of ours we met. No winter night shall see again us two, while howls the tempest higher, sit warmly by the fire and dream and plan, as we were wont to do. And hand in hand, at large, our forge shall walk, while storm and gusty rain, again and yet again, shall drive a noisy charge across the talk. The pleasant future still shall smile to me, and how with wooing hands wave unto fairy lands all over dale and hill and earth and sea. And you who doubt the sky and fear the sun, you, Christian with a pack, you shall not wander back, for I am hopeful, I will cheer you on. Come, where the great have trod, the great shall lead. Come, elbow through the press, pluck fortune by the dress. By God we must, by God we shall succeed. To Master Andrew Lang by Robert Louis Stevenson. You that are much a fisher in the pool of things forgotten, and from whence spring up gold of old song and diamonds of dead speech, the scholar and the angler, and the friend of the pale past, this unremembered tale restore, and this dead author re-inspire. O lo, oblivion the iniquitous remembers, and the stone is rolled away, and he, the long asleep, sees once again the busy bookshop once again is read. Brave as at first, in his new garb of print, shines forth the Elizabethan. But when death, the unforgettable shepherd, shall have come, and numbered us with these, the numberless, the inheritors of slumber and neglect, a correspondent of the immortal dead, shall any pious hand re-edit us? To Miss Dames Saseski and Garchine by Robert Louis Stevenson. The wind may blow the leagang way, and the eye will lift the murk and grey, and deep the moss and stare the bra, the storm and gang, the still no ein ilk day for love and sang. And can't the hearts are strangely stilled, by some dirkside they'll find the beard, some Coenatione by moor field, where sure to hit, there, fair the brethren wind concealed, they'll rest a bit. And we'll for them, if kindly fate send over the hills to them a mate, they'll crack a while the cork and state, or use and rain, and when it's time to take the gate, take his aim. So ignored besides the south and sea, I sought, sick place so quietly, fair the winds so have, to me, fate rarely fair, had set a friendly company to meet me there. Kindly by them, where guard me sit, and bleu for sight to bide the bit, liegt was or some hame fireside lit my life for me, our early morn, arising quiet was happily. To Miss Cornish by Robert Louis Stevenson. They tell me, lady, that today, on that unknown Australian strand, some time ago, so far away, another lady joined the band. She joined the company of those, lovely dowered, nobly planned, who, smiling, still forgive their foes, and keep their friends in close command. She, lady, as I learn, was once among the many rarely good, and destined still to be a sun, through every dark and rainy mood. She, as they told me, far had come, by sea and land o'er many a route, admired by all, beloved by some, she was yourself, I understood. But compliment apart and free from all constraint of verses, may goodness and honor, grace and glee, attend you ever on your way, up to the measure of your will, beyond all power of mine to say, as she and I desire you still, Miss Cornish, on your natal day. To Miss Rawlinson, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Of the many flowers you brought me, only some were meant to stay, and the flowers I thought the sweetest was the flower that went away. Of the many flowers you brought me, all the fair and fresh and gay, but the flower I thought the sweetest was the blossom of the May. To Mother Marianne, by Robert Louis Stevenson. To see the infinite pity of this place, the mangled limb, the devastated face, the innocent sufferer smiling at the rod, a fool who attempted to deny his God. He sees, he shrinks, but if he gaze again, lo, beauty springing from the breast of pain. He marks the sisters on the mournful shores, and even a fool is silent and adores. To Mrs. McMarland, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In Schnee der Alpen. South runs to those divine accords, and here we dwell in Alpen snows and suns, a motley crew for half a year. A motley crew we dwell to taste, a shivering band in hope and fear, with sun upon the snowy waste, with Alpen ever cold and clear. Up from the laboured plains, and up from the low sea levels, we arise to drink of that diviner cup, the rarer air, the clearer skies. For, as the great old goodly king from mankind's turbid valley cries, so all we mountain lovers sing, I to the hills will lift mine eyes. The bells that ring, the peaks that climb, the frozen snow's unbroken curd, might yet revendicate and rhyme the pauseless stream, the absent bird. In vain, for to the deeps of life, you, lady, you my heart have stirred, and since you say you love my life, be sure I love you for the word. Of kindness, here I nothing say, such loveless kindnesses there are in that grimacing common way, that old unhonored social war. Love but my dog, and love my love, adore with me a common star. I value not the rest above, the ashes of a bad cigar. To Mrs. Will H. Lowe, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Even in the bluest noonday of July, there could not run the smallest breath of wind, but all the quarter sounded like a wood. And in the churchyard silence and the both, the hum of city cabs that sought the boys, suburban ashes shivered into song. A patter and a chatter and a chirp and a long dying hiss, it was as though starched old brocade dames through all the house had trailed a strident skirt, or the whole sky, even in a wink, had overbrimmed in rain. Hark in these shady parlours, how it talks of the near autumn, how the smitten ash trembles and augurs floods. Oh, not too long in these inconstant latitudes delay, oh, not too far from the unbeloved north, trim your escape, for soon shall this low roof resound indeed with rain. Soon shall your eyes search the full garden, search the darkened rooms, nor find one jewel but the blazing log. To my father, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Peace and a huge invasion to these shores puts daily home. Innumerable sails, dawn on the far horizon draw near. Innumerable loves, uncounted hopes to our wild coasts, no darkling now approach. Not now obscure, since thou and thine are there, and bright on the lone isle, the foundered reef, the long resounding foreland, Pharos stands. These are thy works, O Father, these thy crown, that on high the air be pure, they shine along the yellowing sunset, and all night among the unnumbered stars of God they shine. Or where the fogs arise, and far and wide, the low sea level drown, each finds a ton, and all night long the tolling bell resounds. So shine, so toil, till night be overpast, till the stars vanish, till the sun return, and in the haven rides the fleet secure. In the first hour, the seaman in his skiff moves through the unmoving bay, to where the town its earliest smoke into the air upbreathes, and the rough hazels climb along the beach. To the tucked oar the distant echo speaks, The ship lies resting, there by reef and roost, wound where lights have led her like a child. This hast thou done, and can I be base? I must arise, O father, and to port some lost, complaining seaman pilot home.
To My Mother by Robert Louis Stevenson. You to my mother read my rhymes, for love of unforgotten times, and you may chance to hear once more my little feet along the floor.
To My Name Child by Robert Louis Stevenson. Some day soon this rhyming volume, if you learn with proper speed, little Louis Sanchez, will be given you to read. When shall you discover that your name was printed down by the English printers long before in London town? In the great and busy city where the East and West are met, all the little letters did the English printer set. While you thought of nothing and were still too young to play, found people thought of you in places far away. Aye, and while you slept the baby of all the English lands, other little children took the volume in their hands. Other children questioned in their homes across the seas, "Who was Louis? Won't you tell us, mother, please?" Now that you have spelled your lesson, lay it down, go and play, seeking shells and seaweed on the sands of Monterey, watching all the mighty whalebones lying buried by the breeze, tiny sandy pipers in the huge Pacific seas. And remember in your playing, as the sea fog rose to you, long ere you could read it, how I told you what to do, that while you thought of no one nearly half a world away, someone thought of Louis on the beach of Monterey. To My Old Familiars by Robert Louis Stevenson. Do you remember? Can I e'er forget? On the coiled perplexities of youth in our wild climate, in our scowling town, we gloomed and shivered, sawed, sobbed and feared. The Belgian winter wind, the missile rain, the rare and welcome silence of snows, the laggard morn, the haggard day, the night, the grimy spell of a nocturnal town. Do you remember? How could one forget? As when the fevered sick that all night long listed the wind in town, and hear at last the ever welcome voice of Chanticleer sing in the bitter hour before the dawn. With sudden ardour these desire the day, who sang in the gloom of youth a bird of hope, so we exulting hearkened and desired. For lo, as in the palace pork of life we huddled with chimeras from within, how sweet to hear! The music swelled and fell, and through the breach of the revolving doors, what dreams of splendor blinded us and fled. I have since then contented and rejoiced. Amid the glories of the house of life profoundly entered, and the shrine beheld. Yet when the lamp from my expiring eyes shall dwindle and recede, the voice of love fall insignificant on my closing ears, what sound shall come but the outcry of the wind in our inclement city? What return but the image of the emptiness of youth, filled with the sound of footsteps and that voice of discontent and rapture and despair? So, as in darkness from the magic lamp, to momentary pictures gleam and fade and perish, and the night resurges. These shall I remember, and then all forget. To My Wife by Robert Louis Stevenson. Long must elapse ere you behold me, green forests frame the entry of the lane, the wild lane with the bramble and the briar, the year-old cart tracks perfect in the mire, the wayside smoke, perchance the dwarfish huts, and Rambler's donkey drinking from the ruts. Long ere you trace how deviously it leads back from man's chimneys and the bleating meads to the woodland shadow, to the Slivian hush, when but the brooklet chuckles in the brush, back from the sun and bustle of the vale to where the great voice of a nightingale fills all the forest like a single room, and all the banks smell of a golden brew. So wander on until the eve descants, and back returning to your firelit friends, you see the rosy sun, despoiled of light, hung, caught in thickets, like a schoolboy's kite. Here from the sea the unfruitful sun shall rise, bar the bare deck and blind the unshielded eyes. The allotted hours aloft shall wheel in vain, and in the unpregnant ocean plunge again. A sort of squalls that mock the watchful guard, and pluck the bursting canvas from a yard. And senseless clamour of a calm, at night must mar your slumbers. By the plunging light, in beetle-haunted, most unwomanly bower of a wild shivering cabin, hour by hour. To N. V. D. G.S. by Robert Louis Stevenson. The unfathomable sea and time and tears, the deeds of heroes and the crimes of kings dispart us, and the river of events has, for an age of years, to east and west more widely borne our cradles. Thou to me art foreign, as when seamen at the dawn descry a land far off and know not which. So I approach uncertain, so I cruise around thy mysterious islet, and behold surf and great mountains and loud river bars, and from the shore hear inland voices call. Strange is the seaman's heart. He hopes, he fears, draws closer and sweeps wider from that coast. Last his rent sail refits, and to the deep his shattered prow uncomforted puts back. Yet as he goes he ponders at the helm of that bright island, where he feared to touch, his spirit re-adventures, and for years, where by his wife he slumbers safe at home, thoughts of that land revisit him. He sees the eternal mountains beacon, and awakes yearning for that far home that might have been. To Attili by Robert Louis Stevenson. You remember, I suppose, how the August sun arose, and how his face awoke to chill and carolet all the cages that were set about the place. In the tender morning light, all around lay strange and bright, and still and sweet, and in the grey doves unafraid went their morning promenade along the street. To Priapus by Robert Louis Stevenson. Lo, in thy green enclosure here, let not the ugly or the old appear. Divine Priapus, but the sleeping treat, the schoolboy, and the golden head of a slim, silly 12 years old, let these to enter and to steal thee bold. To Princess Caiulani by Robert Louis Stevenson. Forth from the land to mine she goes, the island maid, the island rose. Light of heart and bright of face, the daughter of a double race. Her island here, in southern sun, shall mourn where Caiulani gone, and I, in her dear banyan shade, look vainly for my little maid. Those God's islands far away shall glitter with unwonted day, and cast for once the tempests by to smile in Caiulani's eye. To Rosabelle by Robert Louis Stevenson. When my young lady has grown great in state, and in long raiment wondrously arrayed, she may take pleasure with a smile to know how she delighted menfolk long ago. For long after then this tale I tell of the two fens and fair Rosabelle. Hot was the day, her very sire and I sat in our chairs companionably nigh, each with a headache set his iron eye. Instant the hostess waked, she viewed the scene, divined the giant languor by the mien, and with hospitable care tackled at once an Atlantine chair. Her pygmy stature scarce attained the seat, she dragged it where she would, and with her feet surmounted. Thence a Paphion launched, she crowned. This vast plateau of a piano found and culled a pair of fens, wherewith equipped our mountaineer back to the level slipped, and being landed with considerate eyes, betwixt her elders dealt her double prize. The small to me, the greater to her sire, as painters now advance and now retire before the growing canvas, and anon once more approach and put the climax on. So she a while withdrew, a piece she viewed, for half a moment half supposed it good, spied her mistake, no sooner spied than ran to remedy, and with a greater than and gracious better thought equipped the guest. From ill to well, from better on to best, arts move, the homely like the plastic kind, and high ideals fired that infant mind. Once more she baked, once more a space apart considered and reviewed her work of art. Doubtful at first and gravely yet a while, till all her features blossomed in a smile. And the child, waking at the call of bliss, to each she ran, and took and gave a kiss. To S. R. Crooked by Robert Louis Stevenson. Blows the wind today, and the sun and the rain are flying. Blows the wind on the moors today and now. Where about the graves of the martyrs the warps are crying, my heart remembers how. Grey recumbent tombs of the dead in desert places, standing stones on a vacant wine-red moor. Hills of sheep, and the homes of silent vanished races, and winds austere and pure. Be it granted me to behold you again in dying, hills of home, and to hear again the call, hear about the graves of the martyrs of the heroes crying, and hear no more at all. To Sydney by Robert Louis Stevenson. Not wine, where marble still and white, old statues share the tempered light, and mock the uneven modern flight, but in the stream of daily sorrow and delight to seek a theme. I too, O friend, have steeled my heart, boldly to choose the better part, to leave the beaten ways of art, and wholly free to dare, beyond the scanty chart, the deeper sea. All vain restrictions left behind, frail bark, I loose my anchored mind, and large, before the prosperous wind desert the strand, a new Columbus sworn to find the morning land. Not too ambitious, friend, to thee I own my weakness, not for me to sing the enfranchised nation's glee, or count the cost of warships foundered far at sea and battles lost. High on the far seen sunny hills, morning content my bosom fills. Well pleased, I trace the wandering rills and learn the birth. Far off, the clash of sovereign wills may shake the earth. The nimble circuit of a wheel, the uncertain poesy of merchant wheel. Heaven of famine, fire and steel, the nations fall. These, heedful, from afar I feel, I mark them all. But now, my friend, not these I sing, my voice shall fill a narrower ring. Tired souls, that flag upon the wing, I seek to cheer. Brave wines to strengthen hope I bring, life's canteen. Some song that shall be suppling oil to very muscles strained with toil, shall harden for the daily moil, or wildly read make sweet for him that tills the soil his daily bread. Such songs in my flushed hours I dream, high thoughts, instead of armor gleam, or warrior cantos, ream by ream, to loud the shelves, songs with the lilt of words that seem to sing themselves.
To the Commissioners of Northern Lights, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I send to you, Commissioners, a paper that may please ye, sirs, for forth I say it might be worse than I believed, and on your business lay my curse before I leaved. I thought I'd serve for you, sirs Yins, but I thought better of it since. The matter will now wise mince, but tell ye true, I'd serve ye some the prince, and no with you. I've no been very deep, you think, came delicately to the brink, and when a water guard me shrink, scorched up the rue, and in their stop they fill to drink, I own it true. I canned on cape and isle light, burnt fair and clear, equal night. But at the service I took fright, as suns I saw, being still an appetite God's draught over. And never cause I no begin, the wig I carry for my sin, because my voice shall echo in, and all can tell, however they I may begin, or you myself.
To the Muse, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Resign the rhapsody, the dream, to men of larger reach. Be ours the quest of plain theme, the pity of speech. As monkish scribes for morning break, toil till the close of light, nor thought a day too long to make one line or letter bright. We also with an ardent mind, time, wealth, and fame forgot, our glory and our patience find, and skim the pot, till last, when round the house we hear the even song of birds, one corner of blue heaven appear, in our clear well of words. Leave it then, muse of my heart, sense finish and sense frame, leave, unadorned by needless art, the picture as it came. To the Stormy Petrel, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Ever perilous and precious, like an ember from the fire or gem from a volcano, we today, when the drums of war reverberate in the land, and every face is for the battle blacked, now less the sky, but over sodden woods menaces now in the disconsolate calm the hurly-burly of a hurricane. Do now most fitly celebrate your day. Yet amid turmoil keep for me, my dear, the kind domestic faggot. Let the hearth shine ever as, I praise my honest gods, in peace and tempest it has ever shone. To W. E. Henley, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The year runs through her phases. Rain and sun, springtime and summer pass. Winter succeeds. But one pale season rules the house of death. Cold falls the imprisoned daylight. till disease by each lean pallet squats, and pain and sleep toss gaping on the pillows. But woe! Uprise and take thy pipe. Bid music flow, strains by good thoughts attend, like the spring, the swallows follow over land and sea. Pain sleeps at once with open eyes, dozing, despair wakes. The shepherd sees, his flock came bleating home. The seaman hears once more the cordage rattle, airs of home. Youth, love and roses blossom, who go on the ward, this the limbs and disappears. And opening out, shows brooks and forests, and the blue beyond of mountains. Shrill the pipe, but oh, do thou, peak-faced and suffering piper, blow there in the dirge of heroes dead? And to these sick, these dying, sound the triumph over death? Behold, each greatly breathes, each tastes the joy unknown before, in dying, for each knows the hero dies with him. Or unfulfilled, yet conquering truly, and not dies in vain. So in pain cheered, death comforted. The house of sorrow smiles to listen, once again. O thou, Orpheus and Heracles, the bard and the deliverer, touch the stops again. To what shall I compare her? By Robert Louis Stevenson. To what shall I compare her that is as fair as she? For she is fair, fairer than the sea. What shall be likened to her, the sainted of my youth? For she is truer, truer than the truth. As the stars are from the sleeper, her heart is hid from me. For she is deeper, deeper than the sea. Yet my dreams they view her, flushed rosy with new roof. Dreams, I may these prove truer than the truth. To Will H. Lowe by Robert Louis Stevenson. Youth now flees on feathered foot, faint and fainter sounds the flute. Rarer songs of gods, and still somewhere on the sunny hill, or along the winding stream, through willows flits a dream. Flits but shows a smiling face, flees but with so quaint a grace, none can choose to stay at home, or must follow, or must roam. This is unborn beauty. She now in air floats high and free, takes the sun and breaks the blue, late with stopping pinion flew, raking hedgerow trees, and wet her wing in silver streams, and set shining foot on temple roof. Now again she flies aloof, coasting mountain clouds and kissed by the evening's amethyst. In Redwood and Meyer Lane, still we pant and pound in vain. Still the fleeting foot we chase, waning pinion, fainting face. Still with grey hair we stumble on, till, behold, the vision gone. Where half fleeting beauty led? To the doorway of the dead? Life is over, life was gay, we have come the primrose way. To Willie and Henrietta, by Robert Louis Stevenson. If two may read and write with rhymes of old delight, and house and garden play, you two my cousins, and you only may. You in the garden green, with me were king and queen, the hunter, soldier, tar, on all the thousand things that children are. And on the elder's seat we rest with quiet feet, and from the window bay we watch the children, our successors, play. Time was the golden head, evocable said, but time which one can bind, while flowing fast away, leaves love behind. To you, let snow and roses, by Robert Louis Stevenson. To you, let snow and roses and golden locks belong. These are the world's enslavers, let these delight the throng. For her of duskier lustre, whose favour still I wear, the snow be in her kirtle, the rose be in her hair. The hue of highland rivers, carrying, full and cool, from sable on to golden, from rapid on to pool. The hue of heather honey, the hue of honey bees, should tinge her golden shoulder, shall gild her tawny knees. Travel, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I should like to rise and go where the golden apples grow, where below another sky parrot islands anchored lie, and watched by cockatoos and goats, lonely cruisers building boats, where in sunshine reaching out, eastern cities, miles about, Of mosque and minaret among sandy gardens set, and the rich goods from near and far hang for sale in the bazaar. Where the great wall round China goes, and on one side the desert blows, and with bell and voice and drum cities on the other hum. Where forests, hot as fire, white as England, tall as a spire, full of apes and coconuts, and the hunters' huts. Where the knotty crocodile lies and blinks in the Nile, and the red flamingo flies, hunting fish before his eyes. Where in jungles, near and far, man-devouring tigers are, lying close and giving ear, lest the hunt be drawing near, or a comer-by be seen, swinging in a palanquin. Where among the desert sands some deserted city stands, all its children, sweep and prince, grown to manhood ages since. Not a foot in street or house, not a stir of child or mouse. And when kindly falls the night, in all the town no spark of light. There I'll come when I'm a man, with a camel caravan, light a fire in the gloom of some dusty dining room, see the pictures on the walls, heroes, fights and festivals, and in a corner find the toys of the old Egyptian boys. Tropic Rain by Robert Louis Stevenson. As the single pang of a blow, when the metal is mingled well, rings and lives and resounds in all the bounds of a bell, so the thunder above spoke with a single tongue, so the heart of a mountain the sound of it rumbled and clung. Sudden the thunder was drowned, quenched was the living light, and the angel spirit of rain laughed out loud in the night. Loud as the maddened river raves in the cloven glen, angel of rain, you laughed and leaped on the roofs of men. And the sleepers sprang in their beds, and joyed and feared as you fell. You struck, and my cabin quailed. The roof of it roared like a bell. You spoke, and at once the mountain shouted, and shocked with brooks. You kissed, and the day returned, rosy, with virgin looks. And methought that beauty and terror are only one, not two, and the world has room for love and death and thunder and dew, and all the sinews of hell slumber in summer air, and the face of God is a rock, but the face of a rock is fair. Beneficent streams of tears flow at the finger of pain, and out of a cloud that smites, beneficent rivers of rain. Verses written in 1872 by Robert Louis Stevenson. Though he that ever kind and true kept stoutly step by step with you your whole long gusty lifetime through, be gone a while before, be no moment gone before, yet doubt not soon the season shall restore your friend to you. He has but turned a corner, still he pushes on with right good will, for mire and marsh, by her and hill, that self-same arduous way, that self-same upland hopeful way, that you and he through many a doubtful day attempted still. He is not dead, this friend, not dead, but in the path we mortals tread, got some few trifling steps ahead and near to the end, so that you, too, once past the bend, shall meet again, as face to face, this friend you fancy dead. Push gaily on, strong heart. The while you travel forward mile by mile, he loiters with backward smile till you can overtake, and strains his eyes to search his wake, or whistling, as he sees you through the break, waits on his stile. Voluntary by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here in the quiet eve my thankful eyes receive quiet light. I see the trees stand fair against the faded air, and star by star prepare the perfect night. And in my bosom low, content and quiet grow toward perfect peace. Now when day is done, brief day of wind and sun, a few stars, one by one, a troop increase. Keen pleasure and keen grief give place to great relief. Farewell, my tears. Still sounds toward my float. Hear the bird's small note. Sheep from the far sheepcote and lowing stirs. For lo the war is done, lo now the battle won, the trumpet still.
shepherd's slender strain, the country sounds again, awake in wood and plain and hard and hill. Loud wars and loud laughs cheese, I welcome my release, and hail once more free foot and way worldwide. And oft at eventide, let laughter talk beside the hostel door.
We are all maidens, one and all, by Robert Louis Stevenson. We are all maidens, one and all, in some shut convent place, plashed with the flowers, the service bells, the cloister's shady grace, that whilst the fearful fluttering hearts look outward through the grate, and down to the long white road, up which, some morning, soon or late, shall canter Ort his great grey horse, that splendid acred lord, who comes to lead us forth, his wife but half of our court. The fearful fluttered hearts we obeyed, we meet in bath and tears, we are so loath to leave behind those tranquil convent years. So loath to meet the pang, to take on some poor chance of bliss, life's labour on the windy sea for a bower as still as this. Weeping the mount the crowded aisle, and weeping after us the bridesmaids follow, come to me, I will not meet you thus. Pale rider to the convent gate, come, a rough bridegroom deaf, where, bashful bride, await you, veiled, flush-faced, with shaking breath. I do not fear your kiss, I dream new days seek you from strife, and bright-like and the future hope, a quiet household life. We have laughed of yore, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Bury at break and reedy island, heaven below, and only heaven above. Through the sky's inverted azure, softly swam the boat that bore our love. Bright were your eyes as the day, bright ran the stream, bright hung the sky above. Days of April, heirs of Eden, how the glory died through golden hours, and the shining moon arising, how the boat drew homeward filled with flowers. Bright were your eyes in the night. We have lived, my love, oh, we have laughed, my love. Frost has bound our flowing river, snow has whitened all our island break, and beside the winter faggot, Joanne and Darby doze and dream and wake. Still in the river of dreams swims the boat of love. Hark, chimes the falling oar, and again in winter evens, when on firelight dreaming fancy feeds, in those ears of aged lovers, love's own river warbles in the reeds. Love still the past, oh my love. We have lived of yore, oh, we have laughed of yore. We'll walk the woods no more, by Robert Louis Stevenson. We'll walk the woods no more, but stay beside the fire, to weep for all desire, and things that are no more. The woods are spoiled and hoar, the bays are full of mire, we'll walk the woods no more, but stay beside the fire. We laughed in days of yore, laugh, laugh, I end the lyre. Ach God, but death is dire, and death is at the door, we'll walk the woods no more. We'll walk the woods no more, by Robert Louis Stevenson. We'll walk the woods no more, but stay beside the fire, to weep for all desire, and things that are no more. The woods are spoiled and hoar, the bays are full of mire, we'll walk the woods no more, but stay beside the fire. We laughed in days of yore, laugh, laugh, I end the lyre. Ach God, but death is dire, and death is at the door, we'll walk the woods no more. We uncommiserate pass into the night, by Robert Louis Stevenson. We uncommiserate pass into the night, from the loud banquet, and departing leave a tremor in men's memories, faint and sweet and frail as music. Features of our face, the tones of a voice, the touch of a loved hand, perish and vanish, one by one, from earth. Meanwhile in the hall of song the multitude applauds the new performer. One, perchance, one ultimate survivor lingers on and smiles, and to his ancient heart recalls the long forgotten. The morrow die, he too, returning, through the curtain comes, and the new age forgets us and goes on. Wedding Prayer, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Lord, behold our family here assembled. We thank you for this place in which we dwell, for the love that unites us, for the peace accorded us the stay, for the hope for which we expect the more, for the health the work of afoot, and the bright skies that make our lives delightful, for our friends in all parts of the earth. Amen. What glory for a boy of 10, by Robert Louis Stevenson. What glory for a boy of 10, who now must free gigantic men, and 2 enormous, dapple-grey New Zealand pack-horses array and lead, and wisely resolute our day-long business execute in the far shore-side town. His soul glows in his bosom like coal, his innocent eyes glitter again, and his hand trembles on the rein. Once he reviews his whole command, and chivalrously planting hand on hip, a bowed attitude, rides off downhill into the wood.
What man may learn, what man may do, by Robert Louis Stevenson. What man may learn, what man may do, of right or wrong, or false or true, while skipper-like his course he stirs, for 29 mingled years, half misconceived and half forgot, so much I know and practice not. Old are the words of wisdom old, the counsels of wise and bold, to close the ears, to check the tongue, to keep the pining spirit young, to act the right, to say the true, and to be kind whatever you do. Thus we across the modern stage for the wise of every age, and as oaks grow and rivers run, unchanged in the unchanging sun, so the eternal march of man goes forth on an eternal plan.
The 9th April has fairly come, by Robert Louis Stevenson. The 9th April has fairly come, and birds may begin winter's lum, and pleasures breathe for and some, oh, what in a state, laugh we her old with citron jam, and takes the gate. The hard place don't we main and licht, the less sin is zebricht. Addresses are zebranddicht the bonny birdies. Pure winter virtue at the sicht, gangs heel over herdies. And I, as love from land to land, twirls the drum the aiden hand, a man collected her command to tunbread or landrat, and follow in a dainty band her Guernsey standard. And I sing her rain and snow, and very winter wheel away. Nu busk me in a jacket bra, and talk my place. I'm a rumstem, haumskarum raw, with mine face.
When the sun comes after rain, by Robert Louis Stevenson. When the sun comes after rain, and the bird is in the blue, the girls go down the lane 2 by 2. And the sun comes after shadow, and the singing of the showers, the girls go up the meadow, fair as flowers. And the eve comes dusky red, and the moon succeeds the sun, the girls go home to bed 1 by 1. And when life draws to its even, and the day of man is past, they shall all go home to heaven, home at last. Where go the boats, by Robert Louis Stevenson? Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand, it flows along forever with trees on either hand. Green leaves are floating, castles of a foam, boats of mine are boating, we will all come home. On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river 100 miles or more, our little children shall bring their boats ashore.
Who would think herein to look, by Robert Louis Stevenson? Who would think herein to look, that from these exiguous bones I have dug a printed book, and a cheek for 20 pounds? Thus do those who trust the Lord go rejoicing on the way, and receive a great reward for having been so kind as lay. Had the fun of a voyage, had the sport of the boats, who could have hoped in addition the pleasure of fingering the notes? Yes, sir, I wrote the book on the fact. It was perhaps, sir, an unworthy act. Have you pursued it, sir? You have? Indeed. Then between you and me, there no debate is. I did a silly act, but I was fit. You did the silly, and you did it gratis. Whole Duty of Children, by Robert Louis Stevenson. A child should always say what's true, and speak when he is spoken to, behave mannerly at table, at least as far as he is able.
Windy Nights, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Never the moon and stars are set, never the wind is high, all night long in the dark and wet a man goes riding by. Late in the night when the fires are out, why does he gallop and gallop about? Never the trees are crying aloud, and ships are tossed at sea. By on the highway, low and loud, by at the gallop goes on. By at the gallop he goes, and then by he comes back at the gallop again.
Winter, by Robert Louis Stevenson. In rigorous hours, when down the iron lane the redbreast looks in vain for hips and horse, low shining flowers upon my window pane the silver pencil of the window draws. When all the snowy hill and the bare woods are still, when snippets are silent in the frozen bogs, and all the garden garth is whelmed in mire, lo, by the hearth, the laugh of the logs, more fair than roses, lo, the flowers of fire.
Winter Time, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Late lies the wintry sun abed, a frosty, fire sleepy head. blinks but an hour or two, and then a blood-red orange sets again. Before the stars have left the skies, at morning the dark I rise, and shivering in my nakedness by the cold candle, bath and dress. Close by the jolly fire I sit to warm my frozen bones a bit. Over the reindeer's sled explore the colder countries around the door. And to go out, my nurse doth wrap me in my comforter and cap. The cold wind burns my face, and blows its frosty peeper up my nose. Black are my steps on silver sod, thick blows my frosty breath abroad, and tree and house and hill and lake are frosted like a wedding cake. Yes, I remember and still remember Wailing by Robert Louis Stevenson. Yes, I remember and still remember Wailing, wind in the clouds and rainy sea horizon, empty and lit with a low nocturnal glimmer. On the strong, deep-plunging transatlantic American ship we sang our songs in chorus. Piping, the gulf flew by, the roaring billows jammed and resounded round the mighty vessel. Infinite uproar, endless contradiction, and over all our chorus arose, reminding wanderers here at sea of unforgotten homes and the undying, old, memorial loves. You looked so tempting in the pew by Robert Louis Stevenson. You looked so tempting in the pew, you looked so sly and calm. My trembling fingers played with yours as both looked out the psalm. Your heart beat hard against my arm, my foot to yours was set, your loosened ringlet burned my cheek whenever they two met. Oh, little, little we hearkened, dear, and little, little cared. Although the parson sermonized, the congregation stared. Young Nightford by Robert Louis Stevenson. All night long and every night, when my mamma puts out the light, I see the people marching by, as plain as day before my eye. Armies and emperor and kings, all carrying different kinds of things, all marching in so grand a way you never saw the like by day. So fine a show was never seen at a great circus on the green, where every kind of beast and man is marching in that caravan. As first to move a little slow, but still the faster on they go, and still beside me close they keep, until we reach the town of sleep. Youth and Love by Robert Louis Stevenson. To the heart of youth the world is a highway side, passing forever he fars, and on either hand deep in the garden's golden pavilions hide, nestled in orchard bloom, and far on the level land, calling with lighted lamp in the eventide. Thick as the stars at night, and the moon is down, pleasures assail him. He to his nobler fate flares, and with waves a hand as he passes on, cries by the wayside word to her at the garden gate, sings by the boyish stave, and his face is gone.